Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Immortal Deku Becomes Cat. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. So, Katsuki, how was your first day of school? Mitsuki asked while the family sat at the dinner table. Katsuki's eyes went from his mother to his father, and then to his Auntie Inko. Auntie Inko's eyes were red-ringed, but no tears were to be seen. She was good at hiding her tears until the dark of the night. More times than not, Katsuki would hear his auntie trying to muffle her heartbreaking sobs with her pillow in the dead of night when she thinks everyone is in bed. Katsuki. His mother's voice became sharp at his lack of an answer, and it was that sharp tone that brought him back. It was fine, hag, he grumbled while eating his natto and rice. And your class? Fine, he continued with his lack of a committed response. It must be cool being with a bunch of other kids at your level, his father, Masaru, said, and it made Katsuki snort in response. My level. I'm above. He paused as his face flashed into his mind, when he accidentally looked at Inko's eyes, and he swallowed hard before he looked at his natto. Yeah, he grumbled and then ate some of his food. Some are interesting. He stamped out of fiery temper. One kid likes to dress in girls' clothing and has this cat. That damn cat. Katsuki can't shake that cat. The cat that hissed at him the moment he raised from his seat. The same cat that hissed at him when Loud Cloud asked if he wanted to pet him. The cat with those stupidly green eyes and green fur. The cat that reminded Katsuki of him. It's not fair. A childish and angry part of his mind popped up in the very back of his mind like an echo. It's not effing fair. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I never wanted him to actually. It almost made Katsuki want to cry. He wears clothes for girls, meaning he's wearing a skirt, Mitsuki asked, and Katsuki nodded, not trusting his voice. It's your fault he's gone. You know that. It's your fault. You told him to take a swa. I'm done. Katsuki stood abruptly and grabbed his bowl. You hardly touched your food. Inko spoke softly for the first time since sitting down, and Katsuki stopped. He couldn't look at her. He turned his head purposely away from her. She'll hate you forever once she finds out. And you deserve it. What kind of hero are you? You told her quirkless son to take a swan. I'm not hungry. He clutched the bowl tighter in his hand while trying to keep his composure. I'll wrap it up and eat it later. He then walked into the kitchen, letting the door softly shut behind him. He grabbed the cling wrap and quietly wrapped his remaining food up before shoving it into the fridge. He would then retreat to his room for the rest of the night. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He just wanted to be left alone and do his homework for the night. He would do that and would re-emerge from his little sanctuary in the dead of the night, nearly at midnight. He couldn't sleep and decided to finish up his forgotten dinner. Well, he was surprised to see his auntie standing in the kitchen. It was surprising because the kitchen was dark, and not a single light was on. The only reason he saw her was because of the stove. She had a kettle heating up, and the light from the flame on the stove was illuminating her. She was just staring at the kettle, the light from the fire bouncing off of her glassy eyes. Katsuki wanted to sneak past her to get to his food. He grabbed the food from the fridge and silently shut it. It was on his way out did Inko speak softly to him. What did I do to deserve this? First, my husband leaves, and now I lost my son. Her breath shuddered. I know it's almost been a year, but... He paused and turned to look at her. She was looking at him and quickly wiped her eyes. Oh, Katsuki, she whispered before sniffling. Forgive me, I saw your hair and thought you were Mitsuki. She swallowed her tears down and inhaled deeply. I didn't mean to burden you. She turned away from him to look back at her kettle. Katsuki looked at the food in his hand and then put it on the countertop. Look, I know I'm not the best when it comes to things like comfort. But if you need to talk, I'm all ears. Inko looked at him and then looked back at the kettle on the stovetop. He was your friend too, and I shouldn't bother you about this. He wouldn't want that. Izuku would have, she whispered lowly, and he almost couldn't hear her. She brought her hands back up to wipe her tears. Izuku would have wanted you on the top of your game now that you're in UA. He would have been your biggest supporter. Her mouth twisted in her reflection on the kettle. She slapped her hand over her mouth and a high-pitched whine left her mouth. Katsuki reacted on instinct as he wrapped his arms around her. Inko immediately started to weep heavily on his shoulder. I miss him so much, she cried, her voice muffled against his shoulder. At that moment, Katsuki hated Izuku. He hated Izuku for being so selfish that he didn't think about his mother when he took a swan dive off the roof of a building, like Katsuki told him to do. Yeah, Katsuki hated Izuku, but it was hard for him not to hate himself even more. He wasn't supposed to jump. He was just supposed to give up, to see that his dream was unobtainable. Katsuki bit his lip so hard that he tasted blood only seconds later. I have to be better. This was something he told himself. Izuku's death woke something up in Katsuki, something that practically slapped him across the face. Do better, be better, because you're going to be a shit hero otherwise. So, he was going to be better. He didn't know how, and he knew it wasn't going to be easy but had to be. for Izuku. Izuku wasn't jealous. He was not. I will admit, Pumpkin has been a lot calmer since Eri shrunk him down. Hisashi stated as Pumpkin rubbed himself neatly against Hitoshi. The orange cat rubbed his face against Hitoshi's neck and purred loudly. Hitoshi laughed and patted Pumpkin, trying to bring the cat down. But Pumpkin wasn't having it and kept trying to rub against him. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he just stared from his spot on the floor. Pumpkin, what are you doing? Izuku finally asked. Pumpkin turned, looked at Izuku, and had the gall to look smug. Well, he's not just your human, is he? Izuku's eye twitched. Excuse me. You heard me. You go around acting like he's all yours, but he's not. I bet it's just eating you up inside that I dare do this, isn't it? There he is. I knew he was still in there deep inside, Izuku thought as he started to pace. Pumpkin twisted under Hitoshi's chin, causing the boy to grab him and turn Pumpkin so he was now being cradled in Hitoshi's arms. Pumpkin placed his paw on Hitoshi's nose as Hitoshi held him. He's calmed down, that's for sure. Hitoshi agreed with Hisashi on that. What do you have to say about that, Mom? I am not your mother. Because a mother wouldn't do what I'm about to do. Pumpkin chuckled. And what would that be? I don't have to try. Izuku simply hopped up to the arm of the couch in one clean jump. He leaned against Hitoshi's arm. As predicted, Hitoshi gently placed Pumpkin on the ground. Hey there, Mossy. How was your nap, buddy? Hitoshi asked as he picked Izuku up to hold him like one would hold a toddler. Izuku was deliberate in making himself look as cute as possible, with big eyes and flicking ears, the works. It made Hitoshi smile and gently scratch under Izuku's chin. Izuku then looked down at Pumpkin once Hitoshi was done. He's mine, Izuku whispered, unaware of the can of worms he just opened. Very well, mother, if that's the game you want to play. I'll play, Pumpkin vowed before stalking off. I'm not your mother. Izuku shook his head. 2 female cats in this house and he still sees me as his mother. Well, Pumpkin wasn't joking. His first plan happened that very night. Izuku was asleep in his own bed but was awoken when Hitoshi's bedroom door opened. Opening his eyes, Izuku watched as Pumpkin came strolling in like he owned the place. The orange cat jumped with ease onto Hitoshi's bed. Izuku felt his ears flick as he watched as Pumpkin made himself comfortable right next to Hitoshi's sleeping form, making himself into a loaf right next to Hitoshi's head, directly on Hitoshi's pillow. Whatever, Izuku thought, and he lowered his head back down. As long as Pumpkin wasn't attacking Hitoshi out of malicious. That's what Izuku was telling himself away. He tossed and turned in his bed for a small while before he eventually couldn't take it anymore. Izuku wasn't going to do anything rash. No, he wasn't jealous. He just wanted to be with Hitoshi for tonight. So, he jumped up onto the bed, ignored Pumpkin, and got on the other side of Hitoshi, actually wiggling under Hitoshi's arm to make himself comfortable. Yeah, that's all he needed. Hitoshi would wake up in the morning confused as to why he had 2 cats in his bed, but in the end, wouldn't think about it too much, unaware of the war that was now brewing between Izuku and Pumpkin. The war for his affection. During battle training, Izuku was sent to Nezu's office because when Toshinori was asked, in class, if he was going to include Moss in the class, he said it was asinine and he wasn't going to waste time involving a cat in a class meant for heroes. That's fine. Izuku had had the last laugh when he grabbed onto All Might's cape and refused to let him go, to the point that they actually had to get Hitoshi and Shouta involved, Izuku dangling from the end of Toshinori's cape like a decoration. It made the class laugh, even more so when, you guessed it, the cape tore. Izuku did not spit this bit of fabric back at Toshinori. No, he was going to keep it as a memento. The time he tore one of David Shield's specially made outfits. So, now here Izuku was, griping about Pumpkin. And then, when I asked Pumpkin why don't you go for someone else in the house, he has the gall to look me dead in the eyes and say, because the others aren't yours. Can you believe it? Izuku ranted to Nezu. It made the rat chuckle. Izuku dipped his paw into his decaffeinated green tea and drank from the fat droplet. Due to your intelligence, I tend to forget certain things about you, Izuku, Nezu said as he pushed a butter cookie toward Izuku, who started to eat it. Like what? Izuku inquired once he swallowed his first bite of cookie down. That you're still a cat. It's very common for cats, and rats for that matter, to not like sharing what's theirs, if you get my meaning. Well, cats, dogs, rats, you get my gist. What you need to remember is that you are intelligent. You aren't like most cats. Yes, Hitoshi is yours technically. It's clear to everyone that you two are almost made for one another. However, you need to remember that he's also his own person and that he doesn't belong to you, Izuku. He's allowed to receive affection from the other cats in the household. Let's be honest, it's not even the affection thing. It's because it's Pumpkin. Izuku's ears twitched and he looked down at his reflection in the water. And this might even hit a sore spot. And I do apologize, but it might not even be fully because of Pumpkin. From what you told me about your past life, Hitoshi is the first boy your age to show you love, care, and affection. so it's only natural that you'd want to cling tightly to him and not let anyone else share the spotlight in his eyes. Let Pumpkin show the boy some love, for your own good and mental health, Nezu told him before he took a long sip of his drink. I guess you're right. I should lessen the hold on my reins, so to speak, before I accidentally give myself abandonment issues. That's a good boy. Nezu scratched Izuku up top the head. Now, is there anything else? Izuku thought about it, then he nodded. I've been having some weird dreams. Nezu slyly slid a test paper under Izuku's paws, followed by an ink pad right next to him. Talk and answer, dear, he urged the cat. Fair enough. It was multiple choices, so Izuku pressed his paw into the ink pad and started to talk while answering the honestly easy question. I've been having weird dreams. They aren't bad, not even nightmares, just weird, he explained as he went down the paper, pressing perfect little kitten paw prints onto each correct answer. Do you want to explain them? I would ... if I could understand them. I see two figures. They're hard to see, but I know they're figures. They're blurry and they're talking, but it's too hard to hear them. It's like my ears are clogged. One of the figures is reaching to me, trying to touch me, but he can't. It's like I'm just out of reach. Done. Izuku pushed the paper back to Nezu. Nezu took the paper and read over the answers. How interesting. Now, the dream could be anything. I'm sure it's nothing you really should concern yourself with. Now, what I'm interested in is this. Nezu turned the paper for Izuku to see. You got all of these answers right. These were all test questions from things you should have learned in Aldera Middle School. In fact, I took this from a test you already took. Every single one of them you answered correctly. However, here Nezu turned his computer monitor to face Izuku. You only scored a 75. Care to explain? Izuku stared at the paper and then at the screen. Look, Aldera sucked. I already told you this. Not only did they favor Kaken, but the teachers were just awful. One teacher constantly made the center of attention in class, thus making everyone remember, hey, the quirkless kid exists, and they would beat on me. And when I say center of attention, I don't mean in a good way either. In fact, the day I jumped, he told the class how I applied to UA. God, that was fun. Nezu's ears perked and brought his monitor back around. He then started to rapidly type. As for your question, my teachers thought I was cheating if I scored higher than an 80. So, I purposely got C's in class. That's why my grade average shit. Well, was shit. He muttered the last part and felt his shoulders slump and his ears lower. I guess it didn't help that if a teacher let me slide with an A, or God forbid a higher score than Kaken would corner me and call me a cheater. So, I just stopped trying near the end. I stopped doing homework and only did classwork, because it doesn't matter how hard I studied. I would just be called a cheater. I see. Nezu's teeth suddenly chittered and there became a rather scary aurora around the chimera. It made Izuku's skin rise up in alarm. Yes, I see. Are you aware of the smear campaign your old teachers tried on you? What? Izuku's ears perked and Nezu turned the screen around so he could see. I needed to see your application for myself, and I did find it, but not before realizing why I never noticed it before. You see, I would have known if a quirkless child tried to sign up for the entrance exam, but it never crossed my radar. Well, it turns out that your homeroom middle school teacher immediately blackboxed you. Blackboxed? Izuku whispered while he looked at the application on the computer. Blackboxing is simple. He put you under do not recommend, and when asked why he had this to say, Nezu pulled up another box on the screen and there a 5-paragraph essay on all of Izuku's faults showed up. To sum it up, he called you disruptive and easily jealous of those with quirks. He said you wouldn't get along with Bakugo Katsuki, and constantly got into fistfights with the others in the class. That's a lie. Izuku roared in indignation while looking at the monitor. His fur rose and he became a puffball in his ire. I would say so. Nezu turned the monitor back. However, and please don't take this to offense, I only have one side of the story, now don't I? Nezu inquired and he picked up his phone off the cradle. I think it's high time this school got a proper investigation. An investigation? Izuku whispered. Well, if what the things you are saying are completely true, then this school is not complying with the law at all. There are reasons why we don't want students using their quirks outside of a professional setting. And not only that, it's a clear abuse of power. Hello, Aburo. Are you doing anything? Nezu chirped. There was a second of silence before he continued. Great. Come to my office, please. Bring Shadow with you. Tell him it involves Izuku Midoriya. Thank you. Izuku's ears perked. Why does Eraserhead care about me? Izuku asked as his confusion grew. I mean, you went to great lengths to keep my actual name a secret from him. Okay, maybe not great lengths, but the point stands. Nezu hung up the phone and looked at Izuku. I'm going to admit something to you. Something that may upset you, maybe even make you angry. Nezu stood up and stared out his window looking at the grounds of UA. He put his paws behind his back and then cast a gaze at Izuku. The day you jumped, you were nearly saved. Nearly. Izuku stared at Nezu with wide eyes. What? He whispered. Yes. You see, young Izuku, Eraserhead was the one to try and come to your aid. He saw you on that building that afternoon. Izuku shook his head. Eraserhead only works at night, not that day. He took the day shift because he and his husbands had plans that night. He saw you and he tried to save you, but, well, we know how it ended. Nezu looked back out the window. Izuku didn't know how to feel as he breathed in and out heavily. His chest felt heavy with each breath in and out. That's why I didn't tell Shouta your real name that day. I just couldn't put him through that hurt again. Not only that, he may even see it as a sadistic prank. I still won't tell him. I'll leave that to you if you wish to. This way he doesn't see it as anything sadistic on my end. But, now that I have some proof of Alder's alleged misdeeds, I think it's time for some actions to be taken against them. The door to the office opened and Inaburo and Shouta came. Both men took seats at Nezu's desk. Their faces were both serious. The most serious Izuku has ever seen, in fact. Especially for Aburo. Boss, you may go. We have much to discuss and I'm sure the foundational hero study class should be ending shortly. Nezu dismissed Izuku with a wave. Izuku's heart felt heavy. There was no other way to describe it. Still, he jumped down from Nezu's desk and made his way out of his office. The door shut behind him and Izuku looked back at the door. Still, he perked himself back up and rushed to where Toshinori was holding foundational hero studies. The door was not a push open, so he had to scratch on it a few times before someone heard. Welcome back, Mossy. Momo picked him up with a whisper of her voice. You're just in time. Hitoshi just finished his battle against Minta and Ajiro. He was paired with Ochako and they were heroes. She filled him in while scratching under his chin. He and Ochako won. Bro, Denki was the first to officially greet Hitoshi and Ochako when they stepped through that door. Hitoshi was finally wearing his hero costume. His costume was similar to Eraserhead's own costume in that it was a jumpsuit and he even had a utility belt around his middle used for holding medical supplies for those that may need it. However, his wasn't completely black, but more of a deep purple. The suit was arguably tighter on Hitoshi than Eraserhead's, as Hitoshi wanted to minimize any sounds the fabric may make. His capture scarf was wrapped around his neck and he wore black combat boots. Hidden inside one of those boots was a mini baton for self-defense, of course, and judging by the welts on Minta's face it was put to use. Hitoshi took a step back in surprise when Denki stepped up to him. Your quirk. It's so opus. How are we supposed to compete with that? Denki demanded with a laugh. It's what? Hitoshi asked in alarm. Opus, overpowered. It's a strong quirk, my guy. Denki complimented. Ida joined in next. He was looking a little banged up, telling Moss that his fight had been an intense one. I have to agree. And judging by the fact that we didn't even know you had it only gave you a big advantage. It's a useful quirk for sure. Useful. Hitoshi breathed out. He then smiled and scratched his face. Thank you. I was honestly afraid of how you guys would take it. Which is why I kept it a secret for so long, he admitted. Izuku slid out of Momo's arms and came up to Hitoshi. Hey, Mossy. He picked his cat up. We had the fastest win time. He grinned at his cat. That we did. Ochako poked Hitoshi's cheek. Couldn't have done it without you and that useful quirk. You're making me blush. Hitoshi laughed a little. It wasn't much. All I had to do was put Ajiro under and had Ochako go after the bomb while I fought with Minta, which ... wasn't hard. That's only because you pulled out that baton. Something like that should be illegal. Minta yelled while pointing at Hitoshi. It's not. Toshinori quickly diffused the situation. The baton would have been illegal if it were made like an actual baton, which are heavy to cause blunt damage. Can I? Toshinori asked, and Hitoshi leaned down and whipped the baton out of his boot. He tossed it to his teacher. Toshinori made a quick movement to bring the baton to its full length. He then flicked it. The baton was hollow. This hollow, it's enough to hurt, to sting even, but not enough to cause horrible blunt damage like a normal baton. Trust me, his parents did their research on what's allowed and what's not. Minta huffed a little, but let it drop. Don't be jealous because you got beat. Izuku hissed out and Minta's eyes narrowed. For a service animal, he's not exactly calm, and isn't that a thing for service animals? I mean, he tore into All Might's cape because All Might wouldn't let him join. He hissed at me and Bakugo more times than I can count. Are you sure he's properly trained, or are you just trying to sneak your cat into school? Trust me, buddy, he's trained. Hitoshi defended Izuku. He's just not like other cats. He has a mind of his own. Minta's eyes rolled and he shook his head. A cat's a cat. Yeah, this one may seem smarter, but at the end of the day, he's still a cat. So don't go claiming he's something he's not. You're just mad you lost this cat yesterday. Izuku narrowed his eyes right back at Minta. See, it's not like he's actually saying something. Denki shook his head with a smile. Bruh, just say you're jealous of a cat and move on. A couple of others laughed, but a small voice spoke, one that made everyone turn in alarm. Everyone turned towards the voice in alarm. There, in the far corner of the room, hiding behind his hands, stood Koda, the boy that was so quiet that people often forgot he was there. The boy that didn't utter a single word to anybody until right now. Even Toshinori was looking at him in alarm. You can understand me. Izuku asked from Hitoshi's arms. Kota nodded. He continued to whisper in a voice so small that he was almost inaudible. He lowered his hands, his face red while he touched his index fingers together nervously. Kota swallowed hard before saying something a little more daring. No. Kota turned away just as quickly. Toshinori blinked. Well, Kota just shook his head. Fair enough, I suppose. Toshinori then stood. Well, then, Moss wouldn't mind if I asked this then. What did he say? Kota turned scarlet and covered his face with his hands. He then rapidly shook his head back and forth. His refusal was clear as day. Hitoshi started to chuckle. It was just a soft chuckle as he put Moss on his shoulder. What am I going to do with you, Moss? He asked, and Izuku gave a purr as he sat. Then, allow me to ask this, Moss, since we have a translator. Why do you hate me so much? Toshinori asked as he stepped up to the cat. I did nothing to you. Nothing, Izuku challenged with a growl erupting from his throat. Nothing. I guess to Moss you haven't, but to Izuku he stopped himself. Forget it. You don't deserve to know the damage you've caused. Izuku turned his head up and away from Toshinori. Kota, clearly not wanting to be the center of attention any longer, jogged up to Toshinori and whispered something into his ear. I don't know, in Izuku. Toshinori shook his head. Bakugo tensed. Izuku tensed. The room became silent as eyes were on Moss. Izuku felt anger, white-hot anger. He turned to face Toshinori. Liar, he roared. He roared so loudly that his voice hurt. Mother-effing liar. Moss. Hitoshi breathed out, almost looking afraid as Izuku just screamed. Jesus Christ. Denki and the others quickly covered their ears at Moss's wailing. Even Hitoshi had to cover his ears as it sounded like Moss was being tortured. Toshinori took a startled step back and looked genuinely afraid at this outburst. Izuku's dead because of you. You crushed his dreams and you have the balls to look me in the eyes and claim you don't know. Do yourself a favor and retire. Clearly, Alzheimer's is setting in early. Then Izuku jumped from Hitoshi's shoulder and was gone. He walked up to the door, jumped onto the handle, and used his own weight to let himself out. Moss. He heard Hitoshi call for him, but he didn't turn back. No. Izuku found himself back in the classroom, where he would find Shouta inside of his sleeping bag. The Racerhead looked at him and raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? He stopped when Izuku wiggled himself through the tiny face hole Shouta had made for himself. Akue. Shouta breathed out in surprise, even doubly so when Izuku just pressed himself against the man's chest. This is rare. Izuku's chest hitched and he realized he was crying. Slow tears trailed down his face as he whined. Hey, why are you crying? Shouta inquired and wiggled into the sleeping bag with Izuku zipping it the rest of the way up to give them both privacy. There. He then pulled Izuku into his chest. I'm here, he whispered and wrapped his arms around Izuku. I am here, Shouta whispered again while he rocked Izuku just a little. It's okay. Izuku just couldn't help it as he envisioned a different ending to his life that day. One where Shouta saved him. Would he hold him like this? To a sobbing Izuku clutching onto his jumpsuit for dear life. He hoped so. He reached his paw up and gently extended his claws out to grab onto Shouta's jumpsuit. God, did he hope so? Izuku laid in his bed and had his head resting on his paws. He just stared blankly at the wall in front of him. He could hear Hitoshi and the others talking while eating at the table. Izuku's advanced hearing allowed him to hear everything. You heard him talk? Oboro had asked. Yeah, me and the entirety of Class 1A. Hitoshi grumbled. It was almost scary. I've never seen him act like this. What did he say exactly? What was the context? Shouta inquired. Izuku sucked in a breath and sighed. We found out that Kota could understand him and All Might just wanted to know why Moss hated him, Hitoshi explained. I don't know what Moss said because Kota whispered it into All Might's ear. All Might just said that he didn't know. Sorry, Hitoshi whispered weakly. I can't remember all that was said because Moss just exploded in anger and I'm telling you, all of you, he called All Might a liar. He screamed and excuse my language, but he then added it up by calling him a motherfucking liar. We all heard it. Hey, language, Hizashi gently scolded before moving on. Regardless, Oboro, did you say you heard him talk once? Yeah, I did. I thought he screamed no, but I figured it was all in my head. Shouta hummed. Did he say anything else, Hitoshi? No, he just started screaming. I mean, legit screaming. Not yelling, not caterwauling, but screaming. It was so loud that we all covered our ears. Then he left. I just can't believe he ran to you. Then again, I'm not that surprised. I am, Oboro yelled in indignation. I was right down the hallway. Shouta chuckled. You've had your moments with him. Now it's someone else's turn. Regardless, now that I have some context, I am concerned now. We may need to set a peace meeting of sorts up with Nezu as a mediator between All Might and Spicy. The door opened slowly and a gray and white cat poked their head in. Is everything okay? Jelly asked as she walked into Hitoshi's room. Izuku shrugged. I guess. He lied and looked away from her. Oh dear. Jelly shook her head and before Izuku knew it she shoved herself against him on his bed. Izuku had to scooch over to allow her some more room. Jelly made herself into a loaf and then rested her head against his shoulders. She then sighed once she was comfortable. Izuku looked at her, and if he had an eyebrow he would have it raised. Are you going to say anything? He asked, and she looked at him. No, she stated. What's there to say? Fair enough. There you are. Brat came into the room next. I got cold. She half whined and then also allowed herself into Izuku's bed. She literally sat between Izuku and Jelly. Much better. Izuku's ears went back and he narrowed his eyes before turning to the side. This was fine. Oh, you're all in here. Erg. Izuku could feel a headache forming as Tiny Tim came trotting in. Like the two before him, the little munchkin cat wedged himself on the tiny bed in a way that he was resting his body under Izuku's chin. Tiny Tim stretched himself out and clawed at the fabric of the bed. This is nice, he purred. Izuku snorted a little. I'm glad you guys are comfortable. No, Izuku stated firmly when Pumpkin came into the room. The orange cat looked at the other cats, then at Izuku. No, growled, but Pumpkin didn't care. The orange cat, who was getting larger by the day, came up and then stepped into the bed. No, Izuku batted at Pumpkin with both of his paws. There's no room. Pumpkin paid Izuku no heed. He stepped inside the tiny overfilled bed and then laid down. Because of the compact space and many cats, Pumpkin was forced to lay on top of Izuku. Come on. No means no, Izuku yelled. Suddenly he felt a tongue against his face. Izuku couldn't tell who was attempting to bathe him. He had to guess because it was coming from his right. It was Brat. MPH. Stop. Izuku tried to move away but was squished between Pumpkin, Brat, and Tiny Tim. He had nowhere to wiggle out of. Suddenly a second tongue joined the first. Izuku grumbled as another tongue joined in. I'm clean, he grumbled, but he felt his anger and sadness slowly start to dissipate. A set of teeth started to gnaw and help get behind his ears. Why are you guys doing this? Izuku asked while trying to suppress his purring. Jelly shrugged. You were sad, was the only response she gave before resting her head across Brat's back. Pumpkin continued to run his teeth along Izuku's ear while Tiny Tim used his paw to drag Izuku's face closer to him while he lapped at Izuku's cheek with his rough tongue. Then it slipped free, a purr. Oh, all four of them said while looking at him, not in surprise, but in glee. Izuku felt the tips of his ears heat up and he quickly hid his face in his paws. Do it again, Jelly urged. Izuku relented and allowed himself to purr. Yeah, he was sad, but somehow these cats always knew how to put him in check and cheer him up. The next morning Izuku witnessed something he never thought he'd see, an angry Hisashi. Hisashi wasn't angry at the children, or even the cats. No, he was angry at their neighbor and he was letting his anger show. Train it or leash it, Hisashi yelled to their neighbor as the two of them met at the backyard fence and were practically nose to nose. The Hisashi was referring to was the neighbor's new dog. Hisashi's ire came from the fact that the dog, an Akita mix, had managed to wiggle under the wooden plank fence and charged at Eri. Eri was, thankfully, right at the back door and managed to rush inside, but not before screaming about the monster outside coming for her. Hitoshi ran and shut the sliding door before the dog could charge inside right after her. He nearly shut the door on the dog's snout. It was that close of a call. The dog, the size of a husky and black and white in color, slammed into glass. It let out a series of loud barks while snarling and dragging its claws along the glass, scratching it. Bite, bite, small animal, bite. The dog yelled as it zoned in on Brat on the kitchen table. Pumpkin and Izuku both let out hisses while their fur rose and they got on their toes. It was a moment where they were both in agreement that this dog was encroaching on their territory. Hisashi was quick to grab the dog by the collar and get it back to its side of the fence. Hisashi was livid. Thus, the commotion happening right now because let me tell you something. I will not hesitate to kick your dog in the face if it comes after my little girl like that again. Do you understand me? Well, if your cats wouldn't taunt her, she wouldn't have crawled under the fence. My cats. Buddy, only 2 out of the 5 cats I own go outside and they don't taunt your mutt. They weren't even out. They're inside. You cat people. The neighbor waved Hisashi off. You might want to keep them away from my yard then. Who knows what might happen. If you touch my cats, you're going to have more than me to deal with, Hisashi growled between tightly clenched teeth. I promise you. That was the end of their exchange with the man dragging his dog inside by the collar. Hisashi came back inside and shut the door firmly. Bastard was lucky Shouta and Oboro both had business to attend to. He growled while storming into the kitchen. Shouta wouldn't have hesitated to show that dog the end of his boot for coming after Eri like that. It was truly a scary sight to witness as Hisashi slammed cabinets and drawers. He was livid and it was showing. Both Hitoshi and Eri went to great lengths to stay out of his way. Hitoshi went as far as to hold on to Eri, but staying huddled in a corner to try and stay out of Hisashi's line of sight. After a few seconds, Hisashi put his hands on the counter and just stared at it. Several exhales left his mouth as he forced himself to calm down. Okay. He clapped his hands and turned to the children only for that smile to fade when he saw how Hitoshi had curled himself around Eri to protect her from any blows that may come their way. Hey. He was gentle and took a few steps forward but didn't completely approach. I'm sorry, he whispered and he squatted down. I wasn't mad at you two, I promise. As Ashi continued to be gentle, Hitoshi was careful as he looked cautiously at Hisashi. I lost my temper and you shouldn't have seen that. Come on. Hisashi offered his hand to the two of them. Hitoshi looked at Eri, who still had tears in her eyes from the whole incident, then back at Hisashi. His own hand was shaking but still, he reached out for the blonde. They held hands and Hisashi helped them both stand up straight. There we go. Now why don't you two go and get dressed for school and I'll whip us up a quick breakfast. He urged them away. Both children would hurry away to get dressed and Hisashi looked down at Izuku once it was just them. Would you have kept calm? He inquired. Izuku shook his head. Yeah, I thought so. It should be me. No, me. You UFers have the intelligence of a dipstick. Obviously, it should be me. What was one of fighting about so early in the morning? Only the most important decision regarding their class for the next 3 years. The class representative and vice representative and everyone wanted to be in those seats. It shows leadership skills and being able to handle a large crowd of people. Izuku watched mildly amused by the whole thing from his usual spot on Hitoshi's shoulder. When they walked in that morning, some people shot him wary glances. However, he's proven that he's docile when Ochako was the brave soul to reach out and pet him with permission. If you want to risk it, be my guest, were the exact words Hitoshi had told her, and she had. She scratched against Izuku's ears and he leaned into her touch, purring loudly. The moment he was shown as docile, the class relaxed and others wanted to pet him, which he allowed. Back to the point at hand. The class wanted a rep and a vice rep. The problem, everyone wanted to be it, and the solution came from Ida. A tally system, completely anonymous, as they would write who they wanted on a piece of paper and hand it to Ida and vote for who they think should be rep, and second place would be vice rep. It was so obvious that Ida wanted to be class rep with all this planning. The second problem, everyone would just vote for themselves. However, Mr. Aizawa was growing impatient in his sleeping bag, so they rolled with it for now. Ida was adding the names when Denki hopped from his seat once Ida was done. Kaminari Denki was grinning as he took the marker from Ida. You forgot someone, my dude. Denki grinned devilishly, uncapped the pen, and added a new name at the very bottom. I can assure you I did not. Denki moved to reveal Moss's name. No, he's part of the class too. Denki fought and blocked Ida from erasing Moss's name. He has a point. Zero was grinning from his seat. I agree. Moss should have an opportunity. He's a cat, Ida argued. Who's like wicked smart. Denki fought for Moss and suddenly he came up and picked Moss up. Hey, Hitoshi snapped. We discussed this, but his words went on deaf ears as Denki put Moss in front of Ida. He had Moss by his underarms. Also, are you going to deny this face? Denki demanded. Go ahead. Tell him he can't participate because he's a cat. Discriminate against his feline race. Do it, he ordered. Izuku rolled his eyes at this. Ida sucked in a calming breath and spoke gently to Denki. It is not discrimination. Moss is a cat. Moss cannot give out orders. Moss is a service animal, who is here because his owner has a severe shellfish allergy and could die if he ate the wrong thing. Moss had a screaming fit at All Might yesterday. Moss is not a part of our class. All Might is correct. It is asinine to treat him as such, but fine. If you guys wish to play, I will play. Moss's name can stay up and I expect you all to take this seriously because there are no do-overs. Moss won, by a lot. Izuku was sure nearly every girl in the class voted for him because a lot of the girls didn't have marks by their names. Denki also didn't have a point by his name, which told Izuku enough, and neither did. How are you going to vote for your own cat? Ida demanded of Hitoshi as he chopped his arm in the boy's general direction. Thankfully, he was far enough away that Hitoshi didn't see it as a threat. Hitoshi shrugged. I'm biased. Okay, it wasn't completely anonymous after all. So, Moss was the class representative with Yaoyorozu being the vice representative as she got 2 votes. Izuku got to bask in the glory for all of 5 minutes, especially when Bakugo started screaming about how they never should add Moss in the first place and threatened to beat Denki into the ground. Still, Izuku knew it couldn't last. He looked at Yaoyorozu and patted at her hand to get her attention. She looked down at him. Yes, he simply moved so he was beside her on her right and she was technically in front of him. Koda, can you please tell her I stepped down to vice rep? Izuku inquired. Koda looked nervous but shakily stood and did just that in a quiet voice, telling Yaoyorozu exactly what Izuku said. Oh, are you sure? I mean, we do have a translator. Yaoyorozu reached up and patted Izuku between the ears. I can't use Koda like that, so I'll be a silent vice rep. Koda paused, smiled softly, and repeated it to the class word for word, but not before adding a soft at the end of his sentence and sitting back down. So yeah, Izuku's now the vice representative of a class. That's something he'd never thought he'd see in a million years, especially not as a cat. Those reporters are the worst, Monoma grumbled as he sat next to Hitoshi at lunch. Yaoyorozu was sitting with them as well. Izuku was vigilant on Hitoshi's shoulder, now officially in service animal mode. Tell me about it. Hitoshi shook his head. I walked to school with Eri. One of the reporters tried to grab her this morning and I nearly used my quirk on her. Then a reporter grabbed at Moss and I actually had to use my quirk, he admitted softly while eating from his bento. I know the feeling. Yaoyorozu shook her head. One of them made a grab for me and just, thank goodness for Bakugo. He grabbed the man and tossed him down. Kaken doing something nice. Izuku almost couldn't believe it. Hitoshi ate a few mouthfuls of rice. I don't understand why the teachers just let them stay at the gates like that, he admitted. Because they haven't harmed anyone yet, and because they haven't crossed the gates. Also, they're civilians, Monoma informed Hitoshi and then went for his own lunch. The moment the lid was cracked open, Izuku smelt it and he let out a hiss as a warning. Monoma stopped and looked at Izuku in alarm. Izuku was staring intensely back at him. What's in your lunch? Hitoshi asked without stopping his own eating. Shrimp curry, Monoma whispered, clearly confused. Good boy, Moss. Hitoshi gave Moss a piece of his salmon, which Izuku took happily. He's not angry with you. He's warning me that someone at this table has shellfish, Hitoshi explained, and Monoma let out a soft "oh," and then went to his food. So, Yaoyorozu, how's your chow chow? Hitoshi asked, changing the subject. He's getting up there in the years, she admitted sadly. It won't be too long until. She licked her lips sadly. ... But he's hanging in there. I know what you mean. Monoma joined in. My poor Tweety is nearly 8 years now. It's getting hard. Tweety is Monoma's pet budgerigar bird. One he got when he was 7 and has been raising them ever since. Hitoshi met the bird once. They bit his finger. Hitoshi looked over at Izuku and Izuku could see the thought forming in his head. Will you die of old age? Or will you just keep living? That's a question Izuku asked himself on many occasions, especially late at night when there's nothing but silence and his thoughts to keep him company. He thought long and hard about it and didn't know if he wanted to outlive Hitoshi and the others. Suddenly the lights above them turned a dark red and everyone jumped. We have a code red. Everyone is to report to the mess hall at once. This was quickly followed by an alarm. What the F? Hitoshi whispered while looking at Monoma and Yaoyorozu for answers. Someone bypassed the barriers. Yaoyorozu got up quickly, and Hitoshi and Monoma followed her suit. They hung back and could see everyone panicking and running for the main hallway for safety. Hitoshi nearly followed suit, but his arm was grabbed by Yaoyorozu. Everyone is going to crowd around the main hallway to get there. Follow me, she ordered. We'll go down a path that others don't know about. This is why I wanted you to lead. Izuku knew his choice was a clear and good one. The three of them avoided the crowds by going down a staircase that also went down to the first floor. How do you know about this? Hitoshi asked her as they ran. I studied the ins and outs of this place like my life depended on it. I wanted to make sure I was fully prepared for anything this school threw at me, she stated firmly, and didn't even break a sweat as they rushed towards the mess hall where they were instructed to wait until further notice. Izuku wasn't surprised that there was virtually no one in this place, mainly because he knew everyone was still upstairs in the main hallway. They weren't alone, however. There were a couple of third years in here who probably had the same idea as Yaoyorozu. Kitty, a girl with purple hair, bounded over to Hitoshi eagerly. She reached out and Hitoshi backed up. Service animal, he grumbled. Izuku nodded at this girl in a firm way and a no-nonsense face on. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I pet him? She politely asked and put her arms behind her back. Hitoshi nodded. If he wants you to. She reached and scratched at Izuku's head. He's adorable, hey. Tamaki. Suddenly Izuku was grabbed. Hey, Hitoshi yelled. If you eat this cat, will you gain claws? Or cat ears, she gasped excitedly. Will you finally be a cat boy? Tamaki looked at her with nothing but anxiety in his eyes. Why would you ask that? He twisted and pressed himself against the furthest wall he could find. I just want to go home, he whispered. Oh, now this is a beauty. Izuku was grabbed out of the girl's hands by a burly blonde. The blonde had Izuku by his underarms and was holding him up like, I do not tolerate being held like I'm Simba from the Lion King. You forced my hand. Izuku warned this boy before he threw his head back and whined. Hitoshi, okay, that's enough, you're stressing him out. Hitoshi came up to the third year. Please, give me back my cat. He's a service animal. Oh, my bad. The blonde was gentle as he handed Izuku back to Hitoshi. Hitoshi held Izuku in his arms like a toddler. Thank you. Say, what's he for? I mean, I've heard of service dogs, but never a service cat. The blonde inquired in a gentle tone. I have a bad shellfish allergy. He detects that kind of thing, Hitoshi admitted. Oh, hey, Tamaki, why don't you get a service animal, for your anxiety? The blonde asked his friend. His response was the depressed aura around Tamaki growing darker. Hey, I know you. Monoma sauntered up to the blonde. You're part of the big three. That's right. You're Mirio. That's me. The blonde grinned. And that's Nejire. Monoma pointed at the girl. She grinned and waved. And that's Tamaki. Home, Tamaki whispered nervously. It's nice to actually get to meet you guys in person. Monoma politely bowed and Nejire grinned at him. I loved you guys in last year's sports festival. There's no need to be so formal. Wow, Nejire spotted Yaoyorozu and bounded over to her. You are so pretty. You'll have to tell me your secret. Yaoyorozu sputtered nervously, her face looking hot as she started to blush. I have so many questions. Monoma came up to Mirio. Mainly about your quirk. You see, I can copy quirks and I was just wondering if I can test it out on you. And then there were two. Itoshi looked at Tamaki, who was still pressed against the wall firmly like he was trying to phase through it. The poor boy looked like a nervous wreck as he even started to quake a little. Itoshi looked down at Izuku and Izuku looked at him. Then, he nodded. They knew what they needed to do. Itoshi walked up, pressed his back to the wall, slid down it until he was sitting, and then raised Izuku up like an offering. Do you want to hold him? He offered softly. Tamaki was absolutely shaking as he turned his head to stare at Hitoshi. You won't mind. I don't tell people this, because they might not take Moss seriously as a service animal. But the allergen detection is only part of his duty as a service animal. He helps keep me calm in stressful situations and he's damn good at it. Tamaki reached out and picked Izuku up. He held him against his chest and Izuku started to purr on command to calm the boy. Tamaki held Izuku similarly to how Hitoshi was just holding him, like a baby. He then slowly sat next to Hitoshi. I like your boots. He complimented Hitoshi's boots. Thank you. I like your eyes. Okay, he panicked. Sue him. Tamaki smiled and scratched Izuku under the chin, making another purr leave his chest. He's a sweetheart. You said his name was Moss. Yep, or Mossy if you'd rather. Or Spicy. Izuku continued to loudly purr as Tamaki continued to stroke under his chin. You're right, he is good at this. I feel calmer already. It felt like an eternity they were waiting in that mess hall. But eventually, others did come and the place started to fill up rapidly with students. Tamaki handed Moss back after a while and the two went on their separate ways. Hitoshi wasn't too thrilled to hear that it was just the reporters that came storming past the barrier that caused all of this ruckus. But he was glad it wasn't anything too dangerous. Never a dull day in heroics. He could only tell himself with a headshake. Never a dull day. The voices were closer this time. Closer than normal. It's nearly time. A blurry figure moved in front. I don't mean to question you, but will he be ready? Of course, he has to be. The hand reached for him, but stopped. He was just right there. He tried to move his hand up, to reach for the hand, but it required too much strength. What about the girl? The girl. Yes. The hand moved away to face the second blurry figure. Do what you want with her. I have no need for her any longer. Release her, kill her, it's entirely your choice. Very well. The hand came back around and reached for him once more. Soon, but for now. Dream. Izuku's eyes snapped open and he quickly jumped to his feet. He looked around quickly and relaxed after a few seconds. He was in bed. Tiny Tim on his left and Brad on his right. Everything right as rain. Everything good. He made himself into a loaf and shut his eyes. Dream. My son, I wish I could see you. To compliment you and tell you that you look as perfect as the day you were born. As when you were alive. The voice was soft, fatherly in tone. Izuku stared blankly at the man in front of him. This man was his father. He searched through his memories. Because he was Izuku Midoriya. My father ... his black hair ... You have no hair, Izuku whispered. Nor do you have a face. Yes, I apologize for any confusion ... Come here. His father, sitting in a bed, on life support, opened his arms wide for an invite. I can prove that I am the same despite my appearance. Izuku's body felt stiff, yet still, he came over into his father's arms. His father wrapped his arms around Izuku's body and pulled him down so he was sitting in his lap like he was a child. His father ran his fingers through his knotted hair. Do you remember when you would sit in my lap like this after you had nightmares? His father whispered. Izuku ran through his memories. I dreamt you hated me, he whispered as the memory started to become clear. Never, Izuku. In fact, if your memories are correct, from what all of us saw, what drove you to harm yourself? What drove me to my death? Izuku whispered and his father tutted his tongue sternly. No, he whispered and gently pulled Izuku in. He caressed Izuku's arm. You're not dead, not anymore. His father's mouth pulled a frown. I just need to find the right quirk. I got lucky with that blood-replenishing quirk to keep your blood from coagulating while in that body. The regeneration quirk is doing a good job at healing your head. His father reached up and touched the back of Izuku's head. Izuku gasped a little when his father touched the crack at the back of his head. I should consider a transferring quirk to get you in a stronger body. To transfer your consciousness, but he swallowed hard. Well, try that on another day when you start to be more like. Well, you, father. The door to the room opened and Tamura, as well as Kirigiri, came through the doorway. Both of them laid eyes on Izuku and then on All for One. We're getting ready to leave. All for One nodded. Izuku, do you remember those that hurt you? Izuku squeezed his fists tightly as a sudden anger flooded through his veins and his very being. He gnashed his sharp vampire-esque teeth together in anger. Bakugo Katsuki. And, oh might, he hissed between those new teeth of his. I hate them. I hate them both. I want to see them pay. He said every word with venom and vitriol. His whole body bristled as his anger rose. I will scratch Bakugo's eyes with my claws, if he tries anything, and I will never ever forgive All Might for what he said to me. He looked at his fingers. I didn't give you claws. All for One whispered. Regardless. Yes, my son. Let that hate fuel you. Use that hate against them. Don't forget you have a copying quirk on you. The one I managed to get, combined with the shape-shifting quirk, should allow you to take any quirk you desire, as long as you have the blood of that person. Yes. Yes. Izuku relaxed and fell into a bit of a lull. I will use their own quirks against them. Make them pay. And once One for All is mine, it'll be my gift to you. To my son. All for One whispered, and he finally let Izuku go. My son that I have brought back from the dead, who will punish those who pushed him over the edge. Izuku shut his eyes. He could see something just off in the distance, and he reached for it. What's he doing, Kurogiri? Tamura inquired as they watched him raise his hand up, reaching for that thing just off in the distance. Izuku felt his father's hand reach, touch his arm, reach some more, before touching his hand. He then held onto Izuku's hand. The figure behind Izuku's closed eyes moved closer, reaching for him just the same. Do you see something? All for One asked after a moment. I do. His eyes are closed, Tamura stated softly to All for One. What are you seeing that we aren't? Just a little closer. If he were just a little closer. The barrier between them was too far. The figure was just a little too blurry to make out any features. But there was one feature that Izuku could see. Purple. Moss. Hitoshi gave his cat a gentle shake. We're coming up the unforeseen simulation joint, you have to get up. Izuku smacked his lips and lazily laid his head back down. He didn't want to get up. His head hurt. It hurt bad. In fact, it's been hurting all day. From the very base of his neck was where it started, and it was throbbing upwards to the very back of his skull. He wanted nothing more than Tylenol every time he was forced to open his eyes, which was why he's been sleeping a lot more often today. He just wanted to sleep the pain away. I can't believe he's still asleep, he heard Denki say. Denki sounded too close to for this be in the classroom. So, Izuku was forced to crack an eye open. No, they were on a bus. Not only were the seats a dead giveaway, but all of the students looking over the seat at him in worry from every angle told him that as well. He spotted Tsu, Kirishima, Achako, Denki, and Aoyama all stared at him. On a normal day, he would try and play with one of them, maybe bat at Tsu's long green hair like it was a toy, but not today. Not with this migraine he had. I don't think he's been feeling good at all today. Hitoshi whispered and picked Izuku up to cradle him against his chest. Maybe I should leave him with Aizawa. Hitoshi quickly corrected his mistake. Were you about to call him? Tsu stated, but Hitoshi cut her off. Nope, was not. He's still sleeping, came the familiar voice of Aizawa as he was probably coming over to check on the commotion. He's awake but not very energetic, Hitoshi whispered, and Izuku could feel the rumble of his friend's chest make the pain in his head intensify. I'm honestly a little worried. He didn't act like this before, not even with the mold. Hitoshi dropped his voice into a hardly audible whisper, but because of the fact that so many were staring they probably heard. Hand him to me, Shouta demanded, and Izuku was passed on. He hardly raised his head. He didn't have the energy to do so. He just gave a weak mew once in Shouta's arms. I'll keep him with me while you guys train. I hope he's just tired, Shouta whispered. What do you mean by that? Hitoshi was smart as a whip and picked up on Shouta's tone. Shouta shook his head. Don't worry about it, kid. But I need to ask. Has he been drooling uncontrollably at all? No, Hitoshi shook his head. Has he been walking straight? I mean, when he does walk the few steps he can, yeah. Why? Any vomiting? No. Okay. All good. Hopefully. Shouta held Izuku in the very crook of his arm, and then he stalked back to the front of the bus. Dude. He was asking if Moss has been poisoned. Kaminari whispered to Hitoshi once the teacher's back was turned. Poisoned? Hitoshi bristled at the mere idea. Yeah, now that I think about it, poisoned cats often act really lethargic, Tsu stated rather sadly. But Hitoshi grabbed onto his hero costume. That can't be right, Aoyama suddenly added in. It is. The things he was asking sounded like poisoning symptoms for animals. Not only that, but I have had some sad experiences in this field. I had a beautiful dog, but she barked a lot. Our neighbor hated dogs and hated how often mine would bark. One day, my dog comes inside. She was like Moss at first, lethargic and sluggish, not wanting to get up. Then the next thing we know, she's vomiting, drooling, and seizing all at once. We would take her to the vet, but alas, Aoyama shook his head sadly. She didn't make it. We later found she's been poisoned with rat poison. We knew it was our neighbor who did it as we don't own the stuff, but had no proof. Bad neighbor. Hitoshi was reminded of the altercation just a day prior, and he bit his lip nervously. Stop it, you guys. Ochako hissed to all of them. Suddenly she then reached over to Hitoshi and put a hand on his shoulder. Mr. Aizawa was just making sure he didn't have poisoning symptoms. Hitoshi. He's not saying that Moss has actually been poisoned. She reassured him and squeezed his shoulder. And these four aren't helping. She growled to her classmates. Besides, even if he were poisoned, we all know Moss can come back from the dead, right? Hitoshi almost fell for her trap. Almost. He rolled his eyes and slapped her hand off of him. Stop it. Damn it. She cursed her defeat. Hitoshi looked forward toward Shouta and Moss. I'm just going to take this off of you. He heard Shouta whisper as he removed Moss's vest. It made Hitoshi's heart spike with worry. He wasn't allowed to worry for too long as the bus came to a stop. There, 13 was waiting for them. Yaoyorozu had them get off a single file in a neat and orderly line. Hitoshi almost felt naked without Moss on his shoulders or Moss's leash in his hand. He looked over at Shouta, who was talking to 13 briefly before anything was said to the students. 13 seemed concerned about the cat in his arms, but Shouta explained it and she relaxed, but not before petting Moss quickly and gently. Then she addressed them. She spoke to them about her quirk and how dangerous a quirk could truly be if kept unchecked. How, if she wanted, she could kill someone with her quirk. Hitoshi was only half listening as his eyes trailed back over to Shouta and Moss. Shouta was giving Moss a little shake, but the cat did not move from his arms or even so much as stir. Did he die? Shouta and Hitoshi locked eyes and Shouta just gave him a look that was telling him to pay attention to 13. Hitoshi didn't think he could, but he forced himself to at least look like he was, even though he was really watching Shouta out of the corner of his eye. They eventually moved into the USJ, which did cause a few people to giggle at the name as it resembled Universal Studio Japan. Once inside, Hitoshi was almost taken away by how big the whole area was and how many disasters it seems to hold inside. It was crazy. Izuku didn't die. He was just resting his eyes against the light. Really. It was strange. Behind his closed eyes he could see someone, a figure. And there was a string connecting them. He couldn't really describe it. It wasn't actually a string but something resembling a string. He thinks. He patted up the figure but something stopped him from getting too close. The blurry figure turned to him in alarm. Izuku tilted his head and the figure mimicked this movement before taking a step forward. Are you the cause of my pain? Izuku's voice mimicked as if the other figure was asking this question the same as him. Then, in his own voice, the figure turned and started to walk away, but not before saying something that turned Izuku's blood to ice. It's time. Izuku snapped his eyes open. They're here. He thought all of his pain dissipating at that very moment as he jumped from Shouta's arms. Oh, Shouta gasped in alarm. There he goes. Izuku jumped to the railing in front of them and looked down intensely at the center of this strange area. Moss, he heard Hitoshi call him. Izuku let out a growl, low and threatening, while he continued to stare. He could feel it, the change in the air pressure and the weird thickness that started to fall around them. Izuku felt his fur bristle. Moss. Hitoshi sounded closer now and Izuku saw it. Orange smoke started to swirl around them in thick wisps. There, in the center of the area, a deep orange void that felt way too familiar started to open up into a portal. Then came a hand. Hello, Yue. An equally familiar raspy voice spoke through the portal as a lanky man with baby blue hair came through first. He had hands ... like ... disembodied hands were attached to him. Hands clutching his arms, his legs, and one hand planted firmly against his face, a clever way to keep his identity hidden. Shit. Shouta jumped on the railing with Moss. Is this part of train? And Hitoshi took another cautious step forward and Izuku turned and for the first time ever he hissed at Hitoshi. Hitoshi stopped dead in his tracks at his, and Shouta mimicked Izuku's exact words. Stay back. But what's Denki tried to take a step forward and Shouta wasn't having it. I said, stay back. He full-on snapped, making everyone stop dead in their tracks. Those are villains, he clarified. This isn't part of training. This is real and you are all to stay back. More and more and more. And more villains piled out of the portal by the droves. So many, too many. We were told All Might would be here today. We, the League of Villains, request his audience for today. The leader yelled loudly and Izuku's fur continued to bristle as he let out a hiss, as if that would stop them. In fact, we have someone here who really wants to meet him. The last person to exit stood by the leader. They were wearing just the same as the leader, normal blue jeans and a plain-looking green t-shirt. However, their face was hidden by a motorcycle helmet, the type with the reflective strip so you couldn't see inside. It almost looked ridiculous because the person clearly looked to be 13, maybe 14, hard to tell exactly with their face hidden, but there was just something about this person, something that made Izuku start to shake, something almost achingly familiar, something nostalgic. 13, get the students out of here, Shouta yelled to the other teacher. He reached and grabbed his capture weapon, his eyes going bright red behind his goggles. He's going to fight them. Izuku realized. There are too many and he's best with one-on-one fights. Izuku felt his paws shift nervously. Dad, you can't, Hitoshi yelled and Shouta looked back at him. Listen to 13, Hitoshi. I'll see you later. Then, just like that, he jumped. Then, the next thing Izuku knew, he was leaping down with him. What are you doing? Shouta demanded once he spotted Izuku joining him. Izuku only looked at him and winked. Izuku charged at the first villain in his path. The villain looked at him and laughed. A cat. Is that the best UA has to offer? The villain wasn't laughing when Izuku clawed himself up her legs and leaped high in the air once he managed to get a good enough way up. The villain certainly wasn't laughing when Izuku raked his claws down her face while coming back down from his jump. She wailed and screamed and covered her bleeding face with her hands. It was more than enough to stun her as Shouta wrapped her in his scarf, reeled her in just as quickly, and punched her square in the face, knocking her out instantly. There was no time for talking as Shouta shot his scarf out at another villain, one with guns for fingers. He couldn't use his quirk as Shouta was looking directly at him. Shouta's scarf wrapped around his arms and Izuku jumped on it. Using the scarf as a ramp of sorts, he charged at the villain and bunny kicked the man directly in the face with his hind legs, accidentally backflipping while doing so. You know, Shouta tossed the stun gun-fingered guy like he was nothing, knocking him out by slamming his head into the pavement. You're rather lively for someone who I thought died no more than 5 minutes ago. Izuku heard screaming and looked up to the second floor where the rest were. There was an orange mist surrounding the class for a few seconds before snap. It was gone, as were half of 1A. Here, kitty kitty, I'm going to turn you into a bloody mash. A villain tried to grab Izuku and Izuku slipped between their legs and turned to bite down hard on their Achilles tendon right under their ankle. The villain screamed when Izuku felt something snap against his sharp fangs. Down like a falling building, the villain went clutching at his leg once Izuku let go. Motherfucker, Izuku snarled while he growled deeply. He looked for his next victim, his next prey to meet the ends of his teeth or claws, and he wasn't going to go easy. First, Hitoshi was on the ground. Then the next thing he knew, he was flying through the air with Mina, the both of them screaming as the ground was approaching and fast. It was somewhere along these lines did Hitoshi remember, oh right, I have a capture scarf. He then grabbed Ashido's wrist with one hand and pulled her into his body, and he grabbed his capture scarf in the other. He shot the scarf out to the nearest object, which happened to be a street light. It wrapped tightly around the arm of the light, and the two of them screamed as the momentum did not stop, and they did a whole circle loop around the arm of the light. They came to a halt after that terrifying moment with a sigh. For just a moment they both gave another sigh of relief before looking down. They were still a good enough ways off of the ground to twist an ankle if they landed wrong. Well, their savior came only moments later. Are you two all right? Takoyami jogged over to them from the ground below. Yeah, thank goodness for Hitoshi's quick thinking. Mina breathed out heavily and then looked down at Takoyami. Think you can help us down? Of course, Dark Shadow. On it. Dark Shadow shot out of Takoyami's body and grabbed Mina first by holding on to her. Once Hitoshi was sure she was stable, he let her go and Dark Shadow gently lowered her to the ground. Hitoshi waited for Dark Shadow to grab him, and once the quirk got a good enough grasp on him, Hitoshi unwrapped his capture scarf from around the light arm before he was lowered to the safety of the ground. Thank you, Hitoshi said to both Takoyami and Dark Shadow as he wrapped his scarf back around his neck. Okay, he breathed out and then looked around. They looked to be in a darkened city of sorts. Where are we? Are we still in the USJ? He asked. Yes, I believe we are. Takoyami looked up at the ceiling. Yes, Hitoshi realized. There was a ceiling, not a sky above them. What do those villains want with us? Mina whispered fearfully as she tugged on her jacket. What did we do? She gave a soft whimper and both boys had to think about it. They mentioned All Might, didn't they? Hitoshi asked. So, it might not be us. They could be after All Might. After all, he was supposed to be with us today. This is his class. Hitoshi whispered and brought his thumb up to gnaw on his nail and thought. But how would they know that? Mina asked, slightly panicked. Hitoshi just didn't know, and he continued to chew on his nail and thought. What if the reporters coming in a few days prior was just a distraction? He said as the pieces almost seemed to fit in place. Like, think about it. How could reporters get past the barriers to start with? Mina and Takoyami did think about it, and Takoyami nodded. You're right. It really doesn't make sense for simple reporters to be able to get past UAS barriers. With all of them on the campus, it would make sense that all of the staff would have their eyes on them and not on the actual threat. The villains. A chill swept over Hitoshi and he looked around, suddenly having a feeling of being watched. We need to leave, he whispered. Let's see if we can find a way out of this zone. As soon as he finished his sentence, the first villain made themselves known. Well, all three of them turned towards the villain in question. A man, at least 6 feet tall, dressed in some raggedy clothing that looked like it was sewn together by himself. He was scruffy with a scraggly beard and eye bags that could rival Shouta's or Hitoshi's own. He was flipping a knife up and down in the palm of his hand. His hair a wavy blue that hung down his face in oily curtains. Looks like we got a couple of Rugrats. The man grinned, showing missing teeth for a moment before his teeth suddenly showed up, showing that he had sharp, retractable teeth. Hitoshi got into a fighting stance and so did the others. The man held onto his knife tightly and stopped walking. Now, this doesn't seem like a fair fight. The man grinned. Why? Because it's 3-on-1 and you know you're going to lose. Mina growled while raising her palms up ready to shoot off her acid at a moment's notice. No, because you don't stand a chance versus all of us. All at once more villains emerged from the alleyways surrounding them. At least 5 or 6 of them, all in different shapes, sizes, and with different powers. The 3 of them were quickly outnumbered. Hitoshi grabbed both ends of his capture scarf in his hands and narrowed his eyes. You don't want to cross us. He snarled bitterly and got down in a stance ready to lunge like a wild animal. Ah, this one is spunky. I'm going to love it when I cut your tongue out with my knife. The man charged, and when he charged so did the other villains. Hitoshi immediately knew what he wanted to do when he and the man were close enough. As expected, the man pulled his knife back as he was getting ready to thrust it forward. When someone comes at you with a knife, I need you to remember these steps, Oboro told Hitoshi, and he put his goggles down over his eyes. Something he always did when training. Him and Shouta were demonstrating for this, and then it'll be his turn against one of them. Shouta pretended to hold a knife. It was just a stick, and Oboro nodded at his husband. Shouta knew what to do and he charged, brought the knife back like he was ready to stab him with a violent thrust. Oboro was swift and he knocked the hand with the knife down with his non-dominant arm, and just as quickly he grabbed Shouta by the throat. Now Oboro turned to Hitoshi. I'm grabbing him by the throat. However, you're going to want to actually strike your opponent in the throat. Knock your first as hard as you can against their windpipe and they'll be down. The only reason I'm not striking him is because he's my husband, and if I hit him in the throat I'll wake up to him strangling me. Damn right. Shouta smirked while looking at Oboro with a knowing smile. Hitoshi knocked the man's arm down with his non-dominant hand, cocked his dominant hand back and punched the man right in the windpipe. The man gagged before going quiet. His mouth was open and his eyes wide, but no sound escaped his mouth for several long seconds, so long that his face started to go red. Hitoshi wasn't done. Not by a long shot. Now, if your opponent is a man, there's something else you can do. If you really want your opponent down after you struck them in the windpipe, then you're going to pull them in. Oboro grabbed Shouta by his collar and pulled him in close. Like this. And you're going to bring your knee up and you knee them in the crotch as hard as you possibly can. Hitoshi grabbed the man by his raggedy jacket, pulled him in, and put as much force behind his knee as he possibly could. Finally, the man made a noise, a painful groan from deep inside of his belly before he just collapsed and grabbed onto his crotch while writhing on the floor. Dark Shadow. Hitoshi watched as Dark Shadow grabbed a villain, a woman, and threw her into a building. There was a sickening crash and thud as she broke through a window. Hitoshi saw movement out of the corner of his eye and he reacted by grabbed his capture weapon and wrapping it around the person rushing for him. He didn't see any features. No, the only thing his mind was to get this villain away from him. He pulled them in with capture weapon and gave them his boot directly to the stomach. The person gasped and Hitoshi threw himself backwards into an arch like he would when dancing, and he kicked the person from under their chin before doing a backflip and landing back on his feet. He breathed in and out heavily when the person fell back. These villains suck. He panted with a snarl and reeled his capture weapon back around his neck. Amateurs, he whispered. Hitoshi wasn't even the best at fighting. He was nothing compared to his fathers who had years and years of experience under their belts, and he was able to take down 2 villains. There was a scream from a voice that Hitoshi didn't know, and he turned to see another villain grabbing onto his face. Hitoshi saw blood and flesh leak down from between the man's fingers and felt sick. He then slowly turned to Mina. Mina had a pout on her face with her acid leaking from her fingertips. Hitoshi didn't have time to ask as he saw another villain coming up from behind her. Mina, he called to her and she turned, but it was too late. The villain grabbed her into a chokehold and put the first villain's knife to her throat. None of you move. The villain was a girl. A girl with the face of a Labrador and the ears to match. She snarled, showing off her canine-like teeth. Both Hitoshi and Takoyami stopped. That's better. The villain grinned and looked down at Mina. Don't you dare use that acid of yours on me. Girlie, I'll slice your throat to shreds. The villain growled aggressively. Why are you doing this? Hitoshi asked while keeping his hands up so the villain can see he had nothing. What did we do to you? He whispered, and the dog girl smiled an unsettling smile. We're here for All Might. You pups were just caught in the crossfire. And we were given permission to do whatever we wanted with you brats. That's all I needed. Hitoshi was actually happy as he used his quirk. The woman went under in a matter of seconds. Let her go, he ordered, and the woman did as instructed. Mina rushed to Hitoshi's side but still stood her ground. Hitoshi scratched his face as he thought about what he wanted to do with this woman. He looked around for what to do and he spotted some abandoned rope. Give me that knife, he ordered, and she handed him the knife. He then walked off to the rope that was on the road. Help me tie her, please, he asked of his classmates, and they did just that. They tied her tightly with the rope around her ankles, and then they tied her hands behind her back. Hitoshi even tied her mouth shut. I'm going to let her go when we get out of this zone. Hitoshi told the two of them, and they looked at the bodies of the unconscious villains surrounding them. Takoyami. Hitoshi turned towards his classmate. Can Dark Shadow fly above the buildings to find the exit? He asked, and Takoyami nodded. Yes, Dark Shadow, please lead us out of here. He instructed, and his quirk flew high, high above the fake buildings. There was a silence as they all waited with scared and bated breath. It's this way. Dark Shadow pointed towards the east. Let's go. Takoyami called and took off in a run. Before others show, Hitoshi nodded firmly. Agreed. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. Mina was right behind them, and the three of them took off in a run for the exit. As they were running, Mina looked at the knife still in Hitoshi's hand. Are you keeping that? She asked him, and he nodded. My quirk, as you know, isn't the best for combat. And my baton will only make welts, not great for fighting off people who want to kill you. He told her. So, I have some better defense. He whispered and looked at the knife. It was a hunting knife. Not something you want to mess with, as the length was large and will do damage for sure. I won't use it, not unless I have to. Mina nodded. Might as well. She whispered to him. This isn't a game, and these people mean serious business. She wasn't kidding there. So, in his other boot, Hitoshi stored his new knife. He hoped he wouldn't have to use it, but knew that it was there just in case. Izuku was panting. Shouta was panting. Both were reaching their limits, but the villains just kept coming. One by one the villains were brought down by Shouta. Izuku just did a good job at stunning them. His teeth had bits of flesh and blood on them from how many of them he bit. One by one they bite the dust. The leader cooed from a rock he was sitting on as he watched this. I should have known these villains were second-rate. Wouldn't you agree, baby brother? He asked while turning the other that was swaying from side to side. The one that, as Izuku got closer and closer, looked just so familiar despite not being able to see their face. The person just continued to sway, not saying anything, just observing. Another villain down, kicked unconscious by Shouta. Izuku charged at another villain. He clambered up the villain's leg, only to be grabbed by the villain in question. The villain grabbed him by his head. I'm going to snap your neck. The villain roared in anger and applied pressure. His hands were close to Izuku's mouth, and Izuku sunk his fangs into the man's palm. He felt the skin snap as he poked through it. The man screamed in pain. Izuku tasted blood as he lifted his fangs out and then reinserted them into the wound. The man gave up on trying to snap his neck and just threw him into the water. Izuku flew before he hit the cold water. Izuku was wet and his equilibrium was thrown off when he did a flip in the water. Once he was able to get his bearings in the water, Izuku swam up with a gasp. He started to swim back to the shore, which wasn't too far. As he swam, he saw the villain with a helmet come up to the shore. Baby brother, the leader asked. Izuku, realizing what was happening, tried to turn around, but it was too late. He was picked out of the water by cold hands. Release me, Izuku hissed and yowled as he struggled to strike at the villain. The villain remained silent with only a soft leaving his mouth. A capture scarf wrapped around the villain's arms, and Izuku turned to see Shouta in the air getting ready to kick the villain right in the head. His boot made contact with the helmet. There was a loud crack as the villain's body tilted heavily to the side from the attack. Izuku was dropped and he scrambled for safety. The helmet cracked at the side, the reflective glass hardly hanging on. The villain fell on their side almost lifelessly. There was a growl, and before Izuku knew it, the leader had Shouta's throat in his grasp. Don't, the villain hissed between tightly clenched teeth. Don't touch my little brother. Shouta breathed in and out heavily, cocked his arm back, and went to throw a punch. Shouta stopped as a sound of pain escaped his mouth, and Izuku saw it. The villain had Shouta's forearm tightly in his grip. All 5 fingers wrapped around the flesh that was starting to crumble into dust and bleed as he went down to the muscle. It only took a second for Shouta to get his bearing back. He activated his quirk, stopping the villain's own quirk, and then he slammed his shoulder into the villain's chest to get him to let go. You must be the final boss. Shouta snarled and jumped back a few steps. The villain laughed a sinister laugh. How perspective. Yes. And no. Isn't that right, Izuku? Izuku's ears perked. What? He whispered as he looked at the villain, but the villain wasn't looking at him. He was looking the person wearing a helmet. They stood slowly and started to remove their helmet. Izuku's mouth dropped open in shock as they realized why this person looked and felt familiar. Because it was him. It was his body. That's not me, he whispered and felt frozen in place. His legs started to rock together as his fur rose. This him was different than he remembered. His skin was gray, the freckles along the body muted in color. His green eyes lightless and not as vibrant. Dark bags under his eyes, he almost looked like he wanted to go to bed. The baby fat around his face gone. Now his face was slightly gaunt. Shouta turned and his eyes went wide just as well, and he took a step back. He breathed, his voice failing him and his breath actually hitching. I saw you die, he whispered almost fearfully. It was the first time Izuku has ever seen Shouta look like that. But he couldn't blame him. He was afraid too. That hurt. The voice sounded so similar to his own but lifeless and tired. He touched his head where he was starting to bleed, where glass had cracked into the side of his face. The blood started slow, but it soon flowed over his eye, the first bit of color to be seen on this not Izuku. He touched the blood. "I saw you die," Shouta yelled again. "How is this possible?" he demanded in a sudden fervent anger. "Anything is possible in this day and age of quirks," the leader yelled. "And my little brother has lots of them, why don't you show him?" Izuku Midoriya has no brothers. The fake Izuku grabbed Shouta's arm, and before Shouta could stop him, he sunk his teeth deep into Shouta's forearm, drawing blood from the man. Shouta did not punch this fake Izuku like he would any other villain. No, he pushed him away. Granted, he pushed the boy hard enough to send him flying to the ground. Izuku felt afraid as he watched this not him get him slowly, his arms dangling in front of him, and he started to laugh. The laugh was slow, almost like his movement. He moved his head up and smiled, showing teeth that Izuku knew for a fact that he didn't have before. His canines were now sharp and almost fat. They were like vampire teeth. "You taste delicious," this fake Izuku whispered before his features started to morph. His body became larger, thicker in every way. His hair straightened and became just straight black. His body continued to change until he was a complete exact copy of Shouta. His breathing suddenly hitched as he looked at his hands. He opened and closed them rapidly like this was the first time he's ever done this. The leader patted his shoulder, keeping his pinky up and away. "How do you feel?" He dipped his head back, letting his newly blackened hair fall back with this movement. Then he opened his eyes and erasure activated, and he looked directly at Shouta. "Oh now, this is a quirk." He grinned in Shouta's direction. "I demand answers," Shouta yelled loudly, his anger never leaving. Not once, just fear. It made the leader look at him almost boredly. "I saw that boy die. I know he died. How is he here?" "You're too loud for my liking, Eraserhead. Kurogiri, can you do something about him?" The actual Izuku and Shouta, were so wrapped up in this fake Izuku that they failed to realize that the orange portal guy had come to join them. A portal formed directly from under Shouta, and just like that he was gone, the portal sucking him and then spitting him out somewhere inside of the USJ. Izuku's fur rose and he just stared at his not-self in fear. "This can't be happening. This can't be happening," he thought over and over again. "Tamura Shigaraki, I'm sorry, but one of the students managed to escape." "Oh, Kurogiri," the leader Tamura hissed and began to scratch furiously at his neck. "If you weren't our ticket out of here, I might have dusted you for this," he growled and then looked over at Izuku. "Dad, no." Izuku turned to see Hitoshi, Takoyami, and Mina rushing their way. However, they were smart enough to all hang back and not get too close. "Dad, huh?" Tamura whispered and then turned to the fake Izuku. "Well, I guess Daddy should go to his boy, huh?" The fake Izuku titled his, Shouta's, head and started to step forward. That was when Izuku, the real Izuku, snapped out of his fearful state. He charged and put himself between Hitoshi and whoever the F this is. Of course, this made the clone, yeah, that sounds better, a clone of him, stop and look down at him. "That cat looks familiar," Tamura whispered while staring down at Izuku. Izuku snarled and puffed his fur up. "Boss, it's it's Dad." Hitoshi stepped forward and, once again, Izuku turned and hissed at his owner. "Stay back." He cried and prayed that Hitoshi understood that he wanted him to stay away. He then growled at his clone slowly and dangerously. Then, he charged. He knew his chances were slim. He knew what he was doing was dangerous, but, damn, he was caught with a speed he didn't expect from his fake self. He was grabbed from around his neck and the fake him squeezed. His breath was immediately taken from him. He waited for the snap of his neck or to black out from lack of oxygen. He didn't expect a mouth, nor teeth. His head was shoved into the clone's mouth. Izuku tried. God, did he try. Those teeth clamped down on his neck and his head was forcibly ripped away from his own body. Those moments before death was a pain he never wanted to feel again. The pain of his flesh tearing and his spine snapping in two. Hitoshi stood there, a soft cry leaving his mouth as he watched his foster father rip Moss's head from his body with his teeth. Blood. Moss's blood spilled endless from his decapitated body and stained his father's shirt and pants. He then dropped Moss's body in a puddle of blood. Hitoshi's mouth opened in pure horror as he could only shake and tears just fell down. He thought Moss's first death, being stabbed, was bad. Mina put her hand to her stunned mouth as she started to shake violently. Even Takoyami looked horrified at the sight before him. Shouta spat Moss's lifeless head out of his bloody mouth almost lazily. He raised his bloody hands up and started to lick them clean. "Brutal," the leader laughed. "Just absolutely brutal." Hitoshi's mind finally caught up to what happened and he screamed. "Moss," he wailed so loudly that his own voice echoed fully around them all. "Tamura, we should leave." The portal villain warned Tamura in a sharp tone. "The heroes will be here any moment." "Warm," Shouta spoke softly, causing everyone to look at him. "What?" Tamura asked. "I'm..." The shape-shifting quirk started to end and Shouta began to melt away. Hitoshi knew. deep down, that it wasn't his father that bit Moss's head off, but he was glad to know that it really wasn't him but a boy around their age. This boy was completely naked once shadow was fully melted away. He was looking at his hands. His skin was pink, hair a curly lively green. And his eyes ... His eyes looked so similar to Moss's it made Hitoshi want to cry. Warm, he whispered in amazement. That cat ... made me warm. Huh, could he be quirked? Tamura asked. Hitoshi knew exactly where this was going and he shot his scarf out, wrapping it around Moss's body and pulled his headless cat into his arms in his panic. I'll take that as a yes. What quirk does that cat have? Hitoshi wrapped his body around his cat and ducked down. This boy seems to know more than he's willing to tell. Tamura scratched at his neck. Baby brother, do what you must. I can't. What? I can't hurt him. Why? I won't. There was a firmness in this boy's voice that made Hitoshi start to shake. The boy approached and that was when Mina and Takoyami jumped in front of him. Dark shadow shot out from Takoyami's side. The boy stopped and then squatted down to stare intensely at Hitoshi with a gaze that could make Shadow shudder. I know you, he whispered. I don't know. Hitoshi breathed as tears fell from his face and he continued to hold Moss tightly. I don't know you. I don't know you. He continued to cry. I know a lot about you. Like your shellfish allergy. Hitoshi shook even more, if that were possible, and he slowly turned to stare with the other boy. They locked eyes and Hitoshi only felt fear. I know your uncle beat you with a wooden spoon and put you in a muzzle. There was an almost demented smile on this boy's face showing his vampire teeth. The teeth used to decapitate Moss. I know how much you love marshmallows, to the point that you have to stop eating them because you'll eat a whole bag in a day. He put his hand down and started to walk like he was on all fours. Stop it. I know how you're making strides in belay about how afraid you are of the cellar but won't tell anybody. They were so close now and Hitoshi looked into those green eyes and he swallowed hard. Boss, he whispered, feeling completely and utterly stupid. But the thing was, Moss was the only soul he told about the cellar. Nobody else in the family knows about Hitoshi's fear of the cellar door. Only Moss. This boy tilted his head slowly. There was a knowing in his eyes as he reached out. Hidashi. There was a suddenly and violent bang as the doors to the USJ were blown open. I was wondering why neither Aizawa nor 13 were answering their phones. I cannot begin to think about the horrors you children face, but fear not, for I am here. All Might's voice boomed loudly throughout the entirety of the USJ. It made Mina tear up. The villains that dared to try and fight him were knocked down like bowling pins. Nobody stood a chance against an enraged All Might, and in a matter of seconds All Might was there and the boy was knocked away by the wind the hero had created in his speed. Where's Aizawa? All Might demanded as he stood in front of the three of them. All three of them shook their heads. So, you've finally come, All Might, Tamura hissed. PSD. Hitoshi. Dark shadow poked Hitoshi's shoulder. I got his head. The quirk whispered and showed Hitoshi's Moss's decapitated head. Hitoshi was shaking. Thank you, he whispered and took his cat's head from Dark Shadow. He felt crazy as he lined Moss's head back up to his body. He then pressed his cat's head against the stump of his neck. He almost couldn't believe it when he watched as Moss's head started to thread and fuse with his neck. He quickly looked back up to see All Might and Tamura were still talking. You villains have gone far enough. Why is that child naked? He demanded while pointed at the boy who was being helped up by Kurogiri. Kurogiri's orange smoke patted against the boy's shoulder. Tamura almost looked smug as he crossed his arms. Come on, All Might, don't you recognize him? Granted, last time he was wearing clothing. His face should still look familiar to you. All Might looked at the boy and narrowed his eyes. I see ... When I told you to be more realistic ... This is not what I meant. He spoke almost solemnly to the child. You. The boy snarled between clenched teeth and put his hand to his face. He dragged his hand down, scraping his own nails against his face. You ... Liar. He screamed. Motherfing liar. He cried before almost seeming to fight with himself for a moment. Do you not see what you have done, All Might? Tamura asked while pointing at the boy who was thrashing around. Do you not see how you've hurt him? How you've drove him to be like this? Do you not see that you're more harm than good? What are you talking about? All Might. What the F? Bakugo, Kirishima. And Todoroki came rushing up and Bakugo stopped so suddenly that he actually slid on thigh. Bakugo, for the very first time, looked afraid as he stared at the boy. What the F? What the F? What the EVERLOVINGF? Bakugo started to move back on his hands. Ew. The boy almost seemed to contain himself for just a moment as he glared down at Bakugo. I hate you, he hissed. Deku, I went to your funeral. Bakugo stood up quickly and pointed at the boy. I saw your body in that casket. He yelled accusatory at the boy. What kind of sick joke is this? What do you mean, young Bakugo? All Might demanded with wide, almost knowing, eyes. What do I mean he killed himself? Bakugo yelled to the symbol of peace. Hitoshi's blood turned to ice and he looked down at Moss, who was slowly healing. I did. The boy didn't deny it and it seemed he regained control of himself as he stood up a little straighter. those green eyes burning with absolute hatred and vitriol. Then ... he smiled. Do you want to see the crack in my skull, Kaken? His voice turned sickening sweet. Bakugo covered his ears. Stop it, he hissed. You're not him. You're not. The boy then turned to All Might. What about you, All Might? Would you want to see the crack in my skull from when I jumped off a building? This sick joke has gone on long enough, young man. All Might growled, and the boy just smiled, turned his heel, and pulled his hair back where, yes, there was a giant crack in his skull. Well ... it depends on your definition of crack. Hitoshi would call it a crater personally. A large gap in his skull showing a pulsating pink brain. Even regeneration can't heal this beauty. I think I'm going to be sick. Kirishima put his hands on his knees. You left me on that building that day, All Might. The boy snarled, his gaunt face twisted in anger. You told me I couldn't be a hero. You told me to be realistic. And you... The boy turned to Bakugo and kept that twisting snarl. You told me to take a swan dive off of a roof ... and I realize hey ... that's the most realistic thing I could do at this point in time. I jumped. He threw his arms out and laughed like it was the most hilarious thing in the world to him. I jumped. He continued to laugh. All Might, yes, All Might was shaking. I just wanted you to be safe. F you. You told me to be realistic. And I do something realistic, and that's not good enough for you. The boy roared. And what's worse, you can't even remember my name. The boy you drove to suicide. Deku, shut the F up. The boy turned to Bakugo next with gnashing teeth. I want nothing from you. You were my friend. But you thought you were better than me and you turned into an ass. And once again, nothing bad ever happens to Bakugo Katsuki. But that's fine. I don't need you anymore, Kaken. The boy, Deku, walked up to Tamura and Tamura put an arm around Deku's shoulder. He's got more quirks than he can count now. Tamura grinned. He doesn't need either of you. Izuku Midoriya. All Might softly spoke, making the boy turn and narrow his eyes. That was her name. I never forgot. Bullshit. Izuku made a motion with his hand, curving in a way that Bakugo does when he makes explosions. But he stopped and looked at his hand in confusion. Right, no claws, he reminded himself. Claws, the cat. Hand him to us, Izuku demanded while pointing at Hitoshi. Never. Hitoshi snarled and kept a tight hold on Moss. Tamura took several steps towards Hitoshi, but was stopped when All Might put himself in between them. His own face now twisted into a snarl. What do you gain from doing this to people like him? All Might demanded while pointing at Izuku. What does he gain? Tamura's eyes narrowed behind the mask and he grinned a devilish grin. Don't you know, All Might? Izuku is my baby brother. He's our father's son. The son that you and Boom Boom Boy pushed into suicide. Bakugo stood and raised his gauntlet towards Tamura and Izuku. You're not Deku, he finally growled. You may look like him, but you're not. Don't go acting like you cared for me now. You don't get that privilege, Kaken. Izuku didn't even look fazed. Don't act like you didn't cause the scares on my body. Don't act like you didn't make school hell for me. Now that Hitoshi was forced to look, yeah, there were a lot of scars on Izuku's body. Scars in the shapes of stars, even one in the perfect shape of a handprint on his waist. I will never forgive you for what you've done to me. Never. Bakugo's whole body started to shake. You're not him. You're right. I'm a better version of him. One that will make you bow to and beg for my forgiveness. A gunshot rang out and the boy's shoulder was shot through in a spray of blood. Master Tamura, Izuku. Kirigiri wrapped around both boys. The shots just kept coming, hitting Tamura and Izuku both in various places. Then, just like that, they were gone. I'm sorry for being so late, but I brought the teachers. Ida's voice rang out. Everyone was shaking now and finally. Hitoshi was the first to break. He let out a loud sob as tears endlessly fell from his eyes. Mina collapsed next to him in her own fit of sobs and wailing. Young Hitoshi. I think Moss's All Might reached for Hitoshi's beloved cat, as it was clear he was dead. His head only halfway on at this point. Hitoshi jerked away violently. No, no, he cried. He's immortal. He's going to come back. Hitoshi sobbed out the truth, something he knew he would later come to regret. But he was afraid that All Might would just take Moss from him if he truly thought he was dead. What adult wouldn't? Yeah. Hitoshi flinched at his Ash's yell and watched as he and Oboro made quick work of any remaining villains in their path as they worked together. Kids. Oboro came flying down on his cloud and stopped in front of all of them. He hopped off of his cloud and looked at them, checking for injuries. Papa. Hitoshi ran from his spot and ran into Oboro's arms. Oboro caught him in a hug. Hitoshi continued to sob. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Oboro whispered while running his fingers through Hitoshi's hair. Where's Shouta? I don't know. He let out a shuddered sob. Oboro looked down and he paled at the sight of Moss and Hitoshi's bloody state. Hitoshi's hands were coated in flaky dried blood and so was his chest from trying to shield Moss from the villains. Here, Oboro took his coat off and covered Moss, so the others don't question it. Just say he got hurt, he whispered. Oboro, Shouta, soaked to the bone, came swimming up to the shore with Tsu directly behind him. Minda was on her back. Shouta grunted and flicked the water off of him. He then put his goggles on his head and swallowed hard. He looked flustered and like he couldn't bring himself to say what he wanted to. Oboro came up and the two of them embraced. Hisashi was right behind Oboro and he pulled Shouta into a hug. I was so worried when you didn't answer your phone, Hisashi whispered to Shouta. Hitoshi dried his eyes and turned to see Tokoyami. The boy offered Hitoshi his hand. I'll walk with you. The others have already returned, he whispered, and Hitoshi took it. Thank you. He looked at Moss, but his cat was covered. The thing way, every time Hitoshi closed his eyes to even so much as blink, he kept seeing that other boy. The boy with the eyes similar to Moss's. The boy who crawled to him on all fours. The boy that knew everything about him, but he knew nothing about personally. The boy that Hitoshi, for a very real moment, was sure was Moss because of the amount of things he knew. Izuku Midoriya, Hitoshi thought, and his mouth went dry as he looked at All Might as they passed him. At that moment he remembered exactly what All Might said just a day prior. I don't know an Izuku. Hitoshi had the exact same thought as Moss and as Izuku at that moment when he and All Might locked eyes. Liar. Izuku and Tamura were thrown to the floor of the bar. Damn it, Tamura seethed as he started to scratch almost violently at his neck. We were so busy monologuing we never even got to attack him. Next time, he raved. Yes, young Tamura, next time. Now please, let me heal your wounds. Hirajiri got down and started to inspect Tamura's wounds. Cold, Izuku whispered while looking at his hands. His skin now gray once more. Here, Hirajiri was quick to make a portal so he could grab a blanket and wrap it around Izuku's shoulders. I'll look at you once I've finished with Tamura, just hang tight, Hirajiri told him and went back to Tamura. The TV flickered to life and their father could be heard, not seen. I take it did not go to plan. No, Tamura grunted. If we had the big Namu it might have gone better. Yes, I do agree, however, I had to pull regeneration somewhere for Izuku. Once I am able to get my hands on another regen quirk we'll try that Namu. Now, Izuku, how did your quirks work out? Izuku looked at his hands. There was this ... cat. He whispered. I bit him in. He has this quirk. I am unsure of what quirk ... but I felt warm. But Hidashi wouldn't give him to me. Izuku almost cried out in frustration. I don't understand. I'm his best friend. I didn't see a Hitoshi in your memories, their father said rather firmly. And you certainly didn't have a best friend. Regardless, this cat had a quirk. Yes, and I want it. I want to feel that warmth again, Izuku whispered as his hands continued to shake. I felt alive. He did gain some more color after he ripped the cat's head off with his teeth, but, baby brother, it's dead. The cat is no more, Tamura agreed. No, Izuku shook his head firmly. I can't explain it, maybe it's the quirk. But that cat isn't dead. That quirk made me feel alive. It's more than healing. Tamura lowered the hand from his face so he could look at his brother. Is it what you want, baby brother? More than anything. I'll see what I can do once I'm healed. The school was cancelled for the remaining 2 days of the week. Combined with the weekend, they had a grand total of 4 days off, which, honestly, Hitoshi was thankful for. He wasn't sure he could handle going to school after all that he had witnessed and learned. For the first time since living in that house, he went to Iri the night following the USJ, not the other way around. He was alone, and despite the fact that Pumpkin tried to sleep with him, he couldn't do it. So, he went into Iri's room for comfort because he was too proud to ask his foster parents if he could sleep in the bed with them. So, he went to Iri and his little sister was more than happy to invite him into her bed. By Friday morning, the second day, Moss still hadn't woken up, but he was alive, just healing. According to the Fosters, this was longer than the time he got hit by the semi. It made Hitoshi more than a little worried. He knew that this was probably the most damage Moss has taken next to getting crushed by a semi-truck. So, it would only be logical that it would take so long for him to heal. Hitoshi checked on Moss that very morning. Moss was sleeping, healing in his little cat bed with a blanket over his body so as to not scare her. The first thing Hitoshi did upon waking up was pulling the blanket back. Looking better, he muttered. At least Moss had his fur back around his neck. Hitoshi narrowed his eyes and got a closer look at Moss's neck. That's new, he muttered once he saw a white jagged ring of fur around Moss's neck like a necklace. Hitoshi knew this wasn't a coincidence. In fact, when he flattened the fur with his hand, he was sure the newly whitened fur looked like teeth marks. There was a knock on his door and Hitoshi turned. Come in, he croaked out, and Hisashi poked his head in. His hair was down in a loose ponytail and it moved as he only poked his head in. How are you feeling? Hisashi asked in a soft voice. He would be lying if he didn't say he didn't have a nightmare last night. It was just that image, the image of Shouta completely ripping Moss's head from his shoulders. It was playing on repeat like some sort of sick video that wouldn't stop. He knew his face must have given his feelings away before Hisashi walked in and put his hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. It's going to get easier, Hisashi whispered. And Moss, healing still, but look. Hitoshi didn't pick Moss up. More rather, he moved to the side to show his foster father the new ring around Moss's neck. His fur turned white where he was. Bit. Hitoshi swallowed hard, and his mouth had a bitter taste in his mouth as the memory replayed quickly in his head. Hisashi hummed in thought. I wonder if it's like scarring. You mean he was hurt so badly that his body couldn't fully heal it? Hitoshi whispered almost fearfully. Perhaps, however, he was crushed by a semi and stabbed. But this might have been the first time he lost a body part, and you said it yourself, you had to reattach his head. Hitoshi's mouth twisted in worry as he stared down at Moss's newly whitened fur. My question is ... what if? What if that guy would have swallowed his head? What if we never found it? What if he took it? Would Moss be here now? Would his head regrow? Would he be dead? Hitoshi felt dizzy with all of these questions, and Hitoshi patted his shoulder gently. Don't think about the what-ifs. Okay, Hisashi whispered before leaning in and gently holding onto Hitoshi in a hug. Moss is okay and healing. Shouta is okay save for a new scar. And you're okay, and that's all that matters, Hisashi told him gently before pulling away from Hitoshi. Let's give Moss some space to rest. He'll be back on his paws in no time, I'm sure. Okay. Hitoshi gently put the blanket around Moss's shoulders. Now that his neck was healed, there was no need for secrecy. Hisashi left, and Hitoshi quickly got dressed in his crop top hoodie and black baggy high-waisted jeans. He put his socks on and walked out of his bedroom, leaving the door cracked a bit in case Moss woke. Pumpkin let out a mew and rubbed himself needily against Hitoshi's legs. Hitoshi gently nudged Pumpkin away. Maybe later, he told the orange cat and kept on walking. Are you hungry? Hisashi asked, and Hitoshi made a bit of a face. Not really, he confessed. He hasn't been hungry since the attack. He couldn't bring himself to eat all the first night. He only just managed to down some crackers and juice when his stomach threw a fit about the lack of food. You have to eat something, Hitoshi. Hisashi was already pulling a bowl out of the cabinet. How about oatmeal? Just a little. I can try. Can it be the dinosaur egg ones that Eri eats? I know I'm on a diet and all. Absolutely. Hisashi pulled the packet out and started to make the oatmeal for Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked around the quiet living room while Hisashi made quick work of making the instant oatmeal. Brat and Tiny Tim were cuddling on the couch fast asleep and basking in the early morning rays. Jelly was poking her head into his bedroom, as was Pumpkin. Hitoshi almost went to shut his door, but was stopped when Hisashi called only a second later. Done. He put a bowl of steaming hot oatmeal on the table. So, Hitoshi let the cats be and went to sit at the dining table. He picked up his spoon and looked down at the colorful sugary dinosaur shapes in his oatmeal. He took in a deep breath, spooned a small bit up, and ate. It was super sugary. As expected, it was said to be maple flavor, but Hitoshi only tasted the sugar. He wasn't complaining. After a bit of silence, when Hisashi came to sit with him with only a cup of coffee in his hands. Where are Dad and Papa? He asked after the silence became too much. Out. They have to do something. Hisashi sighed. Unpleasant, he finished in a soft voice. Hitoshi looked at his food and took another small bite. Did you ever have moments like this? He asked as he twirled his spoon in the goopy oatmeal. Moments where you couldn't eat, where it was hard just to wake up in the morning. Many times, Hisashi told Hitoshi softly. I would say my worst was ... when Oboro nearly died. Hisashi nodded sadly at the memory. I still have nightmares about that, and it happened back when we were all in high school. Oboro nearly died. Yeah. Hisashi shook his head as his voice turned solemn at the memory. It was a scary time in our lives as we weren't sure he was going to make it. The three of us were interning and we basically got ambushed and separated. To make a long story and painful memories short, a building fell on top of Oboro. By all accounts, he shouldn't have lived, but we managed to recover his body from the rubble, and Hisashi smiled. Only Oboro. Sure, he was in a coma for a few months and lost his eye, but he's alive and we're damn happy about it. I can't imagine our lives without him, in all honesty. Hisashi played with his wedding ring absent-mindedly before smiling just a little. Well, I'm glad he's alive even if I was. What? One. At the time, Hitoshi ate a little more food. Hisashi reached over and patted Hitoshi's hair. You know what's funny? You kinda look like him. It's the hair. You both have the gravity-defying hair gene. Their moment was disrupted when someone knocked at the door, making both of them turn toward it. Now, how could that be? Hisashi muttered and got up to check the door while Hitoshi finished eating his oatmeal. Turns out he was a little hungry after all. Hitoshi, you have guests, Hisashi suddenly said from the doorway, making Hitoshi perk up. I do. He almost couldn't believe it. Sure enough, when Hisashi moved to let the guests in, their Monoma, Momo and Takoyami were. Takoyami looked a little more embarrassed as he looked around the house in stunned surprise. Guys, what are you doing here? He asked as he stepped up to them all. We came to check up on you, of course. Monoma scoffed as he came up and grabbed Hitoshi by his arms. Are you all right? I tried texting you, but you never answered. Oh right, he put his phone on silent last night because it was blowing up. Blowing up mainly from his own class wanting to talk about what happened and he just couldn't. So, he put his phone on silent and forgot all about it. Sorry for worrying you guys. I had my phone on silent all night, he told them while scratching at the back of his head. He then looked at Takoyami and Takoyami looked at him before suddenly gaining an interest in the pictures on the walls. I figured as much, but still, I had to make sure you were all right. Momo sauntered on up to him. I heard about Moss. I'm sorry, he was such a good cat. Momo shook her head and Hitoshi felt both relieved and a little confused. He knew he announced Moss's immortality around 6 people. Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, Takoyami, Mina, and All Might to be exact. Had they not blabbed? Or ... even better, did they not believe him and just thought he was delusional with onset grief for his decapitated cat? This relief didn't last long and even Hisashi knew why. Because Moss was going to be coming back to class with him sooner rather than later. Hitoshi, I think you have to tell them. You don't have a choice because they're going to find out sooner or later. Tell us, Momo asked with a head tilt and even Takoyami perked with wide eyes. Tell us what? What all do you know? Hitoshi asked. I know what Mina told me. Momo admitted first. That his head was bitten off. She looked sick as she said this. That's what I was told through the grapevine. Monoma let his eyes lower. I thought there's no way. But they mentioned the cat was green. He tutted his tongue and shook his head firmly. Disgusting. How could someone do that to an animal? I was there so you don't need to ask me. Takoyami mumbled nervously. Well, you're all right. His head was bitten clean off of his shoulders and Hitoshi scratched at the side of his neck. Just follow me, he ordered and lead his friends to his bedroom with a wave of his hand. He knew they were giving each other concerned looks but followed him regardless. He walked into his room and paused. At some point, Moss had not only woken up, but all of the other cats had decided to join him in bed. Moss looked blearily and weak. His whole body was shaking as he let out a weak mew the moment Hitoshi and he locked eyes. Hitoshi's breath hitched with happiness at seeing Moss up and awake. Hey, buddy, he whispered and quietly got down on his thighs once he was next to the bed. Moss let out another weak meow. Oh my gosh, Momo whispered the moment she and the others laid eyes on him. She put both of her hands to her mouth in shock. Monoma put one of his hands to his chin as he stared wide-eyed at Moss. And Takoyami ... well ... he didn't look shocked at all. So, you were telling All Might the truth when he tried to take Moss's body from you? Takoyami asked and Hitoshi nodded. I was. Guys, Moss is immortal. It's either that or he has a healing factor so powerful it could heal that boy's head. He thought and felt his stomach churn. He let the sentence drop and turned to pet Moss gently. Moss was still shaking while letting out another weak meow. Rat started to run her tongue along his head to help comfort him. Regardless, Moss is a fighter both physically and mentally, as I'm sure you're all aware. How did you guys find this out? Momo's voice was soft as she stared at Moss with wide disbelieving eyes, like she was trying to see if this was a different cat. Hitoshi looked back down at Moss and felt his mouth twist just a little. Well, I was the first. I witnessed him being stabbed. Hitoshi rubbed his nose with his thumb while he couldn't make eye contact with his friends. He died. I know he died, but a couple of hours later there he was again. The Fosters saw him get hit by a semi and sure enough 12 or so hours later there he was up and on his feet again. Honestly, his quirk is a miracle in its own right, but he's smart, as you guys guessed by now. Even Nezu says he's practically human with his intelligence and understanding. Moss suddenly stood up, making everyone look at him in surprise. Moss, you need to. Hitoshi grabbed Moss to put him back down in his bed with the other cats. Moss, in one big movement, attached his claw to Hitoshi's sleeve. Oh, Hitoshi gasped a little when Moss used a little strength to keep himself attached. Okay. Okay. He put a hand on Moss's rump and another on his back and held his cat in a hug. Are you aware that if the Hero Commission learns of an animal like Nezu, Monoma whispered almost fearfully, they'll try and take him, doubly so for his immortality. They'll want to know his limits, Takoyami added while shoving his hands in his pockets. You need to keep this quiet. I know. Hitoshi held on just a little tighter to Moss. Trust me, I know. I wish I never would have opened my mouth during the USJ, but All Might was going to take him and I couldn't bear the idea him being taken from me like that. So, I panicked and let the truth slip. You could blame hysteria and nobody could fault you. Takoyami squatted down and reached out to touch Moss. Moss's ears went back and his eyes narrowed slightly. I don't think anybody believed you when you said it. Takoyami has a point, Hitoshi. Monoma nodded towards Takoyami in question. Just leave Moss at home from now on. Well, Moss had something to say about that as he turned and looked at Monoma. He let out the weakest hiss. I don't think he likes that idea. We'll think of something. For now, I'm just glad he's okay. I was really scared he wouldn't fully heal from this. Hitoshi pulled Moss in just a little tighter. I won't lie, I don't like that idea either. There was a knock and all the teenagers turned as Hisashi opened the door. He poked his head in and smiled. Hey, look who's finally awake. Hisashi gave a nod to Moss and then looked at the others. Are you guys staying long? I just need to know in case I need to make some extra lunches. The three of them looked at each other and then at Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked at them and smiled. I could use the company, he told them, and they nodded firmly. Yeah, if it's not too much trouble. Yaoyorozu stood and then bowed. Thank you for your hospitality, Present Mike. Oh, we're outside of school. There's no need to be so formal, Yaoyorozu. Hazashi smiled before leaving for only a second as poked his head back through the door. Moss. He addressed the cat. Moss slowly blinked while looking at the blonde. You hungry? Shouta made a bottle for you. Moss's ears went way back as a look of irritation crossed his face. Hazashi frowned and sauntered over. Don't get me that look. Come on, you need to eat and you're too weak to hunt, and I know for a fact you won't eat kibble. Hazashi grabbed Moss by his middle and tried to take him. Moss clung to Hitoshi's sweatshirt. Moss meowed and Hitoshi didn't need a translator to understand when no was being said. Yes, Hazashi argued. Another meow if no, as Moss refused to let go of Hitoshi's hoodie. Yes, Hazashi, clearly knowing how to deal with a stubborn cat, leaned down and used his fingers to press under Moss's paws to force his claws to retract. Once Moss was freed, Hazashi hoisted him up and held him like a toddler. I'll be back. You kids have fun. Moss let out a hiss. Yeah, you baby. Hitoshi smiled a little before standing. Come on, I'll show you guys around. I'm sure Uri will be excited to have some company as well. As the others piled out, Hitoshi stopped Momo for just a second. So, you and Monomai understand showing up, but Takoyami, he whispered once it was just them. Momo shrugged. He found me. He knew we were close and he wanted to check on you. I was already on my way with Monoma and figured it wouldn't hurt. Hitoshi didn't know how to really feel about that. It wasn't bad. He just never would have expected it. Shouta thought the hardest thing he had to do was tell a mother that her 13-year-old son killed himself. He was wrong. Way wrong. This was the hardest thing he had to do by far. Inko sat at the couch, the Bakugos sitting with her, save for Katsuki, who was standing with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. Then, on the opposite side of the couch stood Shouta, Aburo, and All Might. Inko's eyes were already watery, despite the reason for their visit having yet being stated. Shouta was sure his presence alone told Inko that something bad must have happened. He cleared his throat and pushed a paper on the coffee table for her. I'm sorry to have to ask you this, Ms. Midoriya, and it's not an easy ask, but we heroes are requesting permission to excavating Izuku's grave. It wasn't just Inko who gasped, but Mitsuki and Masaru as well. Why? Her body shook as tears started to fall. Why can't my baby just rest? She asked through her tears before she started to sob. Masaru reached over and patted her hand. Shouta shut his eyes as the real hard part was coming. There is no easy way for me to say this, but we believe Izuku's remains were stolen. The sob that left her mouth was absolutely heartbreaking. She covered her hands with her face while letting out loud and shuddering sobs. No, it can't be. She cried into her hands. Mitsuku quickly got up to hug Inko tightly. Are you sure? Mitsuki asked in her own small voice. Are you absolutely sure? Her own body began to shake as tears perked in the corners of her eyes. Shouta looked from her to Katsuki. Katsuki had looked away now and was facing the wall, his own body shaking. No doubt remembering the thing he encountered just a day prior. This is just to be 100% sure, he told the woman as he resisted the urge to paper even closer to Inko. Why would someone take his remains? What sick joke is this? Masaru demanded. He's just a boy. It wasn't like he was buried with jewels or anything like that. Maybe ... it was the suit. Inko said between sobs. You guys did make it for the Fu funeral. They didn't rob him for a dumb suit. Katsuki spoke for the first time, now fully with his back turned toward all of them. His whole body shaking now as it seemed like even he was fighting back tears. What do you mean by that? Mitsuki started while wiping her eyes, and All Might stepped in to gently get them back on track. I apologize, but we're sidetracking here. Young Izuku wasn't robbed for any possession he may have had on him. We just believe that his remains were stolen for villain purposes. No, Inko all but screamed while clasping her hands over her ears. Shouta and Aburo both turned to glare at the number one hero. All Might quickly put his hands up. Apologies. All Might bowed. But it's the truth and we just need to be absolutely sure it was his remains. Which is why we're here to request permission to look into his casket. He told Inko, and the woman started to weep and blubber helplessly. This can't be happening. This can't be. She cried while shaking her head vigorously. I know it's hard, but we're begging you to allow us to do this. This way, if this is the case, we can find the sick people responsible. Shouta gently requested. Inko sniffled, though it did little to help her as she had both tears and snot running down her face at this point. What did I do to deserve this? She asked herself. Yet still, with a shaky hand and an equally shaky signature, through her own tears that splattered on the paper before her, she signed a barely legible signature. Find the bastards that took his remains and make them pay. Mitsuki demanded through clenched teeth before she helped Inko up. Come on, dear. Me and Masaru will make you some tea. Neither of them talked as they got to the car. Once the doors were shut, Aburo turned in the front seat and slapped a now deflated Toshinori Yagi. Why don't you just tell that poor woman her son's a zombie? Have you no compassion? he demanded with a snarl. Toshinori looked stunned for a moment. Of course I do, he snapped back. We weren't getting anywhere by talking in circles, and that woman deserved to know that her son's remains were stolen by villains. He yelled back while holding his cheek. Cleary, you don't have compassion. Not for her son and not for her. Shouta grumbled while clicking his seatbelt in. What? Driving that poor boy to suicide wasn't good enough for you, Yagi? Toshinori frowned before looking down at his lap. I didn't think you would. No, you didn't think. You certainly didn't think when you left him on the roof of that building, did you? Shouta hissed as he felt his eyes glow. He was 13. Let's just go. They would unearth the grave hours later. Aburo and Shouta both had to open casket open once it was out of the grave, as they refused to let Toshinori near it, as they feared the casket was empty. How are you feeling, Moss? Nezu asked after Shouta dropped Izuku off in the office that Monday morning. Okay. Izuku shrugged half-heartedly before laying down on the desk. Oh, you don't look okay. Nezu reached over and picked him up. Not only that, but you got new colors, the stout observed while holding Izuku by his underarms to observe the new marking around Izuku's neck. Why, that almost looks like O. Nezu's eyes went wide as his ear twitched lightly. Yeah, oh. Izuku's ears went down. Nothing humbled me faster than that. He looked down at the ground below. Nezu placed Izuku back down on the desk and sighed heavily. We're looking into who stole your body. Nezu quickly informed Izuku while typing away at his computer. We have an idea, but I figured I should ask you as well. Are you aware of a man that goes by the name of All for One? All for One. Izuku perked his ears up a little at that name. He then shook his head. No, did he take my body and make me that thing? The gray skin, lightless and dead eyes, and gaunt cheeks. That's not how he remembered himself before he jumped. We have reasons to believe that, yes. Though, at the moment we have no solid proof. Well, we might. Izuku, who is your biological father? Izuku looked at his paws. His name is Hisashi Midoriya. He has a fire-breathing quirk. He looked down at his paws. I haven't seen him since I was 8, maybe 9. Obviously, before I jumped. 5 years ago, basically. Nezu whispered while looking almost grim. I was afraid of that. He let his teeth glitter and then looked at his screen and went quiet as he typed and looked to be researching something. After a prolonged period of silence between the two, Nezu clasped his paws together and turned to look at Izuku. Despite him being a rat-bear-dog stout creature, Nezu's face was seen as pained and awkward. I was fearful of this, and I do wish I wasn't the one to tell you this. Hisashi Midoriya doesn't exist. Izuku flicked his ears. Pardon? He whispered, completely stunned at the news that was given to him. I don't believe I heard you right. Hisashi Midoriya isn't a person that exists. Nezu spoke again, only this time a little slower so Izuku heard and hung on every word that left his mouth. Izuku just stared at Nezu. His mind was trying to put the pieces together, to do the math. It just wasn't adding up. But, I don't understand. He shook his head when he and Nezu locked eyes. Let me just give you the theory both All Might and I have come up with. Nezu focused all of his attention on Izuku and even made it a point not to break eye contact to let the cat know just how serious this was. Providing the information we know with what undead you and what Tamura Shigaraki provided us during the USJ and eyewitness accounts. Your body was used by your father to bring you back into, most likely, exact revenge on those that drove you to suicide. That's outlandish. My dad isn't some evil mastermind with the ability to raise the dead. He can breathe fire and he's some guy. He's just a guy. Izuku's paws twitched and before he knew it he was pacing the desk at a fast rate. Izuku, the last time you saw him around 5 years ago. What happened? I dunno. I was 8 or 9. Izuku stopped his pacing and sat down. He shut his eyes as he tried to relive the day he last saw his father. Hisashi held on to Izuku tightly, holding the boy in his arms while running his fingers through his curls. I dreamt you hated me. Izuku cried into his father's chest. Like everyone else because I'm quirkless. Izuku continued to weep. No, Izuku, never. His father pulled him in tightly and looked at him, his red eyes soft with kindness. If anything, I'm relieved. Relieved. Yes, quirks are becoming too powerful with too many drawbacks nowadays. The last thing I need is for you to get hurt because you don't know how to control or tame a power. However, let me give you a little secret. Come closer. Izuku moved closer to his dad as instructed and his father whispered into his ear. I have a surprise lined up for you, but I have to go out and get it first. His dad then pulled back and kissed his forehead. So, be a good boy and I'll see you when I come back from this business trip. Okay, champ. Izuku needed eagerly, his nap nightmare now all but forgotten in his mind. Good boy, I love you so much. His father stood and put a hat on his head. Izuku loved watching his dad put his hat on because every time his hair would change colors. He didn't think Izuku would notice, but Izuku always did. It was a shame that the color was always white and not something cool like blue or red. Hisashi turned to Inko and kissed her cheek. I'll be back soon, I love you. Then his father was gone. Izuku ran to the fire escape once his father was out of the doorway. Out on the balcony, Izuku leaned against the railing and waited. He always waited. Soon, his father would walk down and out of the apartment, and he did. Out of the apartment. His father turned his head up towards Izuku and waved, and Izuku always waved back. Always. Then, he was gone around the corner, never to be seen again. He had a meeting, I presumed. I never asked about his job too much. Izuku made himself into a loaf before too long as he stared at the intricate lines of the wood on the desk. He said he had a surprise to give me whenever he came back, kissed me on the forehead, and he left. I never saw him again. Which, I guess was odd considering that he always told me how much he loved me and Mom. Izuku shuffled his paws. I just figured that it was because of my status at the time. And, now I'm going to ask you something a little sensitive. Do you remember the day you jumped, more specifically the words you and Toshinori exchanged about his injury? How can I forget? I mean, I did try and headbutt him there because I knew exactly where it was. Izuku almost wanted to laugh, but he didn't. Instead, he felt his tail flick lazily as he recollected the conversation with All Might he had before. Well, he said he got it from a fight with a villain 5 years ago. No. Immediate refute. My father is a businessman. A businessman that doesn't exist. Izuku. Nezu was firm but not unkind in his tone. I really need you to understand that and listen. Hisashi Midoriya isn't real. But All for One isn't. All for One fought against All Might 5 years ago. If your father was All for One, it would make sense for him to want to bring you back. Izuku shook his head. He turned away from Nezu. My father isn't that deranged. He was a man that loved me until I was diagnosed, and then he left. That's what everyone told me. Izuku now stood and walked to the edge of the desk where he sat and peered out of the window. That's what Bakugo told me. Izuku almost wanted to cry. This couldn't be happening. It didn't make sense. Yes, Bakugo Katsuki will be dealt with accordingly for his role in your suicide. Trust me, but this isn't about that. Izuku's ears went back as he stared out at the early morning outside, at the still dewy grass that was visible from this high up, at some students, 1B as Izuku could see Monoma, outside exercising under Vlad's supervision. Despite his wanting to refute and fight Nezu on this whole ordeal about his father, his curiosity was just too strong. Let's say you're right. He turned to Nezu. Just who the hell is All for One, and why did he fight All Might? Why did he injure All Might like that? My father could breathe fire, and that's it. Nezu sighed and pulled his chair out. Sit. He offered his lap up, and Izuku, though a little stunned, wasn't turning down this opportunity. He jumped into the principal's lap and sat. Once seated, Nezu patted him while speaking. Nezu spoke at length about a man who was 200 years old and had the ability to take quirks at his will and even give them out if he saw fit. This man had a brother who was sickly and quirkless, a brother with a strong sense of justice and hated what his brother was doing with his quirk. All for One loved his brother, but to the point of possession, as he locked his sick brother away in a vault to keep him safe. Eventually, it was revealed that his brother did have a quirk called One for All, a quirk that helped him get better, but could also be passed down. It was the only quirk All for One couldn't get his hands on, and it infuriated him. So, for the next 200 years, All for One made it his mission to get his hands on that quirk, even if it was the last thing he did. The last fight he had was with All Might, and he was declared dead. Until recently, when Izuku Midoriya's body is now missing from its grave and walking around with more quirks than he originally died with. You see, young Izuku, from what I was told and from my own research into the subject, a quirk isn't a universal thing. There are people whose body can't handle having such a thing, and sometimes when All for One would give a quirk to those that asked for it, their body wouldn't always take well to such a power. Sometimes their body would reject and fight off the power. Other times, in more extreme measures, their bodies would become catatonic. Nezu explained. It doesn't explain how he could use my corpse and make it walk and talk, Izuku whispered while looking away from the principal. I know, we don't fully grasp it either, but we're going to get to the bottom of it, okay? I don't suppose you have a picture of All for One, do you? Izuku sighed. That would put this whole is he my dad or not thing to bed. No, do you? I'm the cat. Nezu smiled at that and gently scratched under Izuku's chin. This forced a purr out of the cat. It also did something else. It made Izuku remember something. My mom. Izuku moved his head away to look at Nezu. My mom has a picture of him, I'm willing to bet. We got professional photos done when I was 7. She might still have one on her, or at least laying around. Nezu perked. That's perfect. Let me inform those looking into this case as soon as I can. Until then, would you like me to walk with you back to class? You are aware that the others are going to freak when they see me, right? Nezu smiled a very much knowing smile. That's why I'm asking to walk with you. It was the pitying looks that Hitoshi couldn't stand the moment he walked into the classroom without Moss. Nobody bugged him. Nobody talked about it. Well, nobody except for Minta. Typical, the little grape struck when no teacher was around. You know, I'm surprised you're still here. I mean, I figured without your cat you would have dropped out. Minta shook his head. Dude, not cool. Denki sighed a little and then looked at Hitoshi. Seriously, I'm sorry about Moss. He was a cool dude ... when he wasn't screaming at All Might. Don't pity me yet. Hitoshi grunted as he took his seat rather unceremoniously. I'm not out of the game. I mean, I'm sorry, but am I the only one who thinks it's just a little sad that your cat had to defend you to start with? I mean, you're a human, an apex predator, and you had to get saved by a 5-pound cat. Minda was next to Hitoshi, and Hitoshi rose his nose in distaste. And you had to get saved by me. Sue's tongue flew out and slapped Minda across the cheek. And you're the guy. Stop talking about the effing cat, you grape effer. Bakugo hissed from his seat while glaring at Minda. How about you just stop effing talking altogether? We're all still stressed from the attack and your whiny effing voice isn't helping. Minda looked like he was about to argue but was stopped when Dark Shadow pushed him away from Hitoshi. He has a point. Stop talking. A few others agreed and Minda put his hands up. All right. I mean, I guess this just means Hitoshi can't hide behind his pet anymore. That's all I was trying to say. Hitoshi scowled and twisted in his seat to look at Minda. I don't need Moss to kick your ass from here to next Friday. He threatened. I'm really scared of a boy wearing a skirt. Minda put his hands up and smirked a little. You should be. Hitoshi growled and got up from his seat. You really should be because I don't only have about 75 centimeters on you, I also have about 45 kilograms. I can knock your ass out if needed, and you think it's a good thing to talk smack about my cat that I saw get decapitated. Takoyami came up and put a hand on Hitoshi's chest. Do not let him win, Takoyami urged softly, making Hitoshi look at his friend. Yaoyorozu also came over and stood on the other side of Hitoshi and put her hand on his shoulder. He's not worth it, Hitoshi, she whispered and pushed him just slightly. Hitoshi sucked in a slow breath before allowing himself to relax and slacken his shoulders. You're right. But I'm telling you now, Minda, I'm going to be the one with the last laugh by the end of homeroom. Then he backed up and got back into his seat. He propped an ankle up on the edge of his desk and Ida was by him in seconds. I understand that you're hurting, but if you're going to wear a skirt you need to at least sit like a Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Say it, he urged, like a gi. You need to sit properly, Ada yelled finally, and Hitoshi smirked a little. He sighed before sitting up straighter and lowering his leg to the ground. Better? He asked with little resistance. Why yes, thank you, Ada, clearly used to resistance, sputtered before scurrying away. Before too long the bell rang and class got started when Mr. Aizawa walked through the doors. I'm glad you're all right. Their teacher started and shut the door behind him. I want you all to know before we get started. That hound dog has personally told me to tell you guys that his door is open if anyone needs to talk about what happened to them during the USJ. Personally, I'm glad you all are okay. He let his words hang in the air for a moment or two before moving on. Now, on to other matters. I hope you all have your game and are in top shape because the UA Sports Festival is coming up within the next 2 weeks, and if you want to shine, the Sports Festival is where it's at. The rest of homeroom was just about the Sports Festival. And what to expect and why it was vital to stand out during the Sports Festival is that's where all the heroes would be watching. Hitoshi hung on his foster father's every word. Near the end was when things got interesting. There was a knock at the door, and before Mr. Aizawa could say anything the door was opened by Nezu. Then came the screaming. Moss came strolling in like he owned the classroom, ignoring the horrified screams from those that absolutely saw him die, minus Takoyami and Yaoyorozu, of course. Moss strolled on in and hopped up on Hitoshi's desk before jumping onto his shoulder with ease. Hey, buddy. He scratched Moss behind the ear. I knew it. Achako screamed while pointing at Moss accusingly. I knew you can come back from the dead. I saw his head get. Mina was actually shaking as she stared at Moss like he was some sort of eldritch god. I saw his headless body in your arms, Kirishima whispered as he stared at Moss almost the exact same way as Mina. Even Bakugo looked completely and absolutely stunned as he stared Moss dead in the eyes. You weren't kidding. He's immortal. Hitoshi now had to do what he did best when it came to Moss. Lie, as rehearsed by him, his fosters, and his friends. Oh no, he sadly shook his head. I'm afraid I was hysterical. I mean, my cat died. Some of you even witnessed this firsthand. Moss isn't immortal. He can still very much die. He just has a healing factor. His head was bitten off. Mina yelled. He looked pretty dead to me. Well, you see, I was able to get his head reattached as we got him to a vet. It's just a healing quirk, but it's not perfect. See the ring? Moss turned his head to the side to show off his new necklace, as they like to call it. I won't lie to you guys. It was iffy and we nearly lost him if it wasn't for a vet with an even more powerful healing quirk. I apologize for any confusion, but my cat is not immortal. He scratched the side of Moss's head as he spoke to his classmates. As I said, I was just hysterical with grief because I feared I had lost him. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at this. It was clear that he didn't buy it, not for a second. However, the others did buy it as murmurs and mumbles broke out amongst the class. Nezu was chuckling gleefully from the doorway. Oh, before I forget, so he doesn't get dress-coded. Nezu walked over and put the tie around Moss's neck, obscuring the white fur ring. Don't forget the tie next time. Farewell, students, he called as he left the room. The door shut and 20 gobsmacked students just looked at Hitoshi and Moss. Moss started to purr loudly from Hitoshi's shoulder before too long. School was ending and everyone was getting ready to leave for the day, ready to start their homework or just go home and relax after a long day. Hitoshi stretched his arms above his head and walked up to his dad's desk. I'm going to visit the library for a little while with Takoyami and Momo, just to let you know. I can walk home by myself. Shouta nodded while looking over the papers on his desk. Very well, don't stay out too late. You know Hisashi doesn't like you out when the sun is down. Of course, there was a surprise scream that made Hitoshi and Moss both turn in alarm. In the doorway, where everyone was crowding, seemed to be a commotion on the outside. You guys cannot be blocking our path, Ada yelled while chopping his hand vigorously at those causing said commotion. Hitoshi walked up and leaned into Jiro, who was standing in the back. What's happening? He asked, and she ticked her tongue a little. Looks like some classes are just ogling hours, she huffed in irritation. Sure enough, Hitoshi could see some of 1B and some other students standing around the door. Excuse me. He gently pushed through some of his own class to get a better look. There he is, the one with the cat. He heard someone whisper almost excitedly. Moss's ears went back and Hitoshi nodded. I'm with you, buddy. Excuse me. Some of us have things we need to get to and you're blocking us in. He told some of the onlookers once he was fully in the front. Why are you even watching us begin with? Isn't it obvious? Bakugo demanded as he walked up to Hitoshi. Not only are we the best class being 1A and all, but we just got attacked by villains and survived ... though ... not all of us should have. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at Moss as he said that. Regardless, they're scoping out the competition for the sports festival. Yeah, because some of us actually deserve a spot in the hero course and the sports festival is a good place to show it. It's also a good place to show less desirable heroes in training, like someone who needs their pet to coddle them all day. So, I think you can kiss your place goodbye. Minda whispered because of course the slippery effer did as he passed Hitoshi by. He then turned and started to walk backward so he and Hitoshi were facing each other. You might as well put free space on your head. Hitoshi felt a growl leave his mouth, but was suddenly avenged rather swiftly when Monoma stuck his foot out and tripped Minta up. Hitoshi snorted a little and tried to hold his laughter in at this. You're right, Monoma smirked. At least about the whole undesirable student part. I'll be happy when I get your place in Wano where I belong. He boasted proudly and even put a hand on his chest. Bakugo, growing impatient, huffed angrily. Just ... get the F out of my way, you damn extras. He then pushed past several students. You can't just call people extras. Hitoshi called after the blonde. Are you trying to make them hate us more? Like I give a damn. He heard Bakugo snarl and retort. I have no problem believing that a hole drove someone to suicide. Hitoshi heard from behind and he turned to see Mina talking with Hagakure. You just expect better from those trying to be heroes. Hagakure whispered back to Mina. Guys, maybe there's a story. I mean ... that villain was crazed, right? Kirishima looked like he was trying to convince himself more than he was trying to convince them. Hitoshi didn't know why, but he looked at Moss at this exchange and saw his cat's ears were back in irritation and his face looked pain. Hey, Hitoshi looked over at them now. He had to say something, right? He was there. The others looked at him and he paused for a moment, unsure of what to say exactly. He licked his lips and then added, if that villain is to be trusted, it wasn't just Bakugo, it was All Might. Well, I mean, some things were confirmed. All Might did tell them to be realistic and Bakugo did tell them to what? Jump off a roof. However, considering that villain bit my cat's head off of his shoulders, it might be reasonable to assume that not all is what it seems. Don't just talk about it behind his back. Talk to him about it. Hitoshi told them before turning and stalking off towards the library, having to push past some of the others still watching their class do so. It was going to be a long 2 weeks till the sports festival. That's for sure. Did you tell Izuku Midoriya to take a swan dive off of a roof and pray for a quirk in your next life the day of his suicide? Nezu asked Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo shut his eyes. Yes, he admitted with no resistance. Yes, I did. He heard a sigh of disappointment from behind and squeezed his eyes shut as he was sure Mr. Aizawa was shaking his head, the teacher just standing by the doorway. He was there to observe as, apparently, he was the one who found Deku's body. Lady Luck was laughing hard at Bakugo Katsuki. I see, and why? Why? Yes, why? What did you gain from saying such a cruel thing? Nezu demanded. Bakugo's mouth twitched. Nothing. I just wanted him to stop. Stop what? Living? No. Bakugo yelled and his breathing picked up. I didn't want him to. I didn't think he would. He bit his lip. I just wanted him to see how useless it was for him to even attempt at applying for UA. He had no quirk, and he kept going on and on about how he was going to be a hero. Nezu hummed softly and didn't look impressed. Not at all. So, if I got this right, your classmate had a dream of being a hero despite his unfortunate status, and you took that personally despite it literally having no effect on you. He looked down on me. How? What? How? Explain to me how Izuku Midoriya looked down on you. I mean, it must have been bad for such an extreme reaction on your end. Bakugo continued to gnaw on his lip, to try and push his damn tears back. Because he's Bakugo Katsuki and he doesn't cry. Deku cries. Deku cries all the time. Not Bakugo Katsuki. Just expel me and get it over with. He finally huffed out. That's why you brought me here, right? What you did was serious, Bakugo Katsuki. Serious indeed. Nezu looked at the file before him. Aldera here says you were a model student, and normally I would be inclined to believe such papers. But considering what happened at the USJ and witness testimony, Nezu took the file and put it in the trash. However, as a teacher and principal, I would be remiss if I were to expel you outright. Which is why I'm willing to give you another chance to prove yourself as hero-worthy. Seriously. I'm not done. Nezu silenced Bakugo swiftly. You were young and dumb when you made that comment, yes. But that is not an excuse because it was a year ago. So, we're going to discuss punishment. If you wish to stay in the hero course, there will be serious stipulations. For starters, mandatory anger management classes. Don't think I, nor Shouta, haven't seen how you treat classmates and peers alike. Constantly screaming, yelling, getting to people's faces, and abuse of your quirk are only a few things we caught. Nezu got up and started to pace. Okay, not done. You will not participate in the sports festival this year. What? A gasp of disbelief left his mouth. Yes, the sports festival is a privilege, Nezu stated firmly while continuing his pacing back and forth as he started at Bakugo with those beady eyes. You forwent that privilege in time to shine by saying as disgusting as telling a quirkless peer to take a swan dive off a roof. You see, the sports festival is to show off our heroes, and because you did something so unheroic, you don't deserve that privilege. Instead, during the sports festival, you'll be helping Recovery Girl with the injured, and she will report to me everything you say or do. He huffed angrily and turned his head away. Fine, still not done. There's more. Yes, Nezu chirped excitedly while clapping his paws. Because you won't be participating in the sports festival, you won't be doing work studies with your fellow student. So, it was talked about amongst us teachers, and Shouta here has offered to take you in during that week-long study. You'll be shadowing him and he'll be your mentor. Suddenly, Mr. Aizawa's aura seemed to grow darker and more aggressive by the second, and it made Bakugo sweat. He squirmed in his seat uneasily. Okay, he growled between almost clenched teeth. Not yet. Oh, come on. Bakugo wanted to cry now. Oh, this is just the start. You see, young Katsuki, you've single-handedly lost all of the trust of the staff with this, and you need to earn it. You need to be a model student from now on, and I mean a real model student. Not the fake student that Aldera sent me. Nezu gave his trash can a little kick as he said this. If you want our trust, you're going to have to earn it. That means missing out on more than just a few fun things that your fellow students will be doing. It also means listening to us and treating my school with the respect it deserves. No more screaming at other students. No more calling people extras. Because you think you're the main character. Because that ship, young Katsuki, sailed when Izuku Midoriya. Nezu pulled a small picture out of his pocket and placed it in front of Bakugo. It was Deku's last school photo. He was smiling that dumb smile that Bakugo always remembered. He looked so different, so alive. Took a swan dive off of a roof with the hopes of getting a quirk in his next life. Soft classical music filled the dance studio. Izuku yawned as he watched Hitoshi dance with his fellow ballet peers. Hitoshi looked graceful and made this look effortless. Izuku was happy with how far Hitoshi had come. No longer the scrawny kid in a muzzle who wouldn't dare talk back to anyone. The Fosters did a great job at bringing Hitoshi and Eri both up. Izuku gave another yawn as he looked at the time. He still had an hour before Hitoshi was finished with classes. Yes, Izuku could nap, but he's been falling slightly lazy since becoming something akin to a house cat. He looked over at the doors and decided to go on a small adventure while he had the chance. Izuku stood, stretched his front legs, immediately stretched his back legs, and then took off in a trot towards the doors. He still had his vest on, so no human should bother him about being a stray, not that anybody would. The door sensors caught Izuku and he was free. The outside was his for the taking, at least for an hour. He trotted forward with his head held high. What should I do? He wondered while walking down the sidewalk. He could hunt but didn't know what for, if not for fat rats versus the small mice he gets at home. Coming up to an alleyway, Izuku peered inside. He was met with nothing of interest and kept on trotting along. He raised his nose up and sniffed. He stopped and looked around when a familiar scent caught his nose. His fur immediately started to bristle as he was expecting to smell this scent so soon ... or ever again. Izuku looked around and he spotted the person behind the scent. Junouchi Shinzu. The man was walking the opposite way of the dance studio. He had his hands in his pockets and his eyes facing forward. He looked as unpleasant as the day Izuku saved Hitoshi from his grasp. though he did look different in some aspects. His face, which Izuku never once really focused on, was gaunt, and his eyes, which bore the same color as Hitoshi's, were lifeless. His hair, a deep shade of blue almost identical to Ada's, was oily and looked unwashed. His clothes hung loosely off of his shoulders, showing weight loss. His face was scuffy, almost like Shouto's own face, but it was also riddled with adult acne as his face looked unwashed, the same as his hair. Izuku narrowed his eyes and crossed the road. He started to follow the man, making sure to keep his distance as this man would absolutely recognize him. Izuku padded along silently and just watched Jounouch's every move. The man would walk into a corner store, to which Izuku would duck into an alleyway and silently wait for him to come out, and he would. He would come out with a small grocery store bag in his hand and continue down his merry way. Izuku kept his distance while stalking the man as Jounouchi was clearly unaware. During the walk, Jounouchi reached into his bag and pulled out a cheap-looking beer. He cracked it open with one hand and started to drink from it. Yeah, that's what you need. Izuku rolled his eyes. It was 10 a.m. on a Saturday. Still, they both kept walking with Izuku, realizing that Jounouch's spatial awareness was garbage. Then again, he didn't expect much from a man that was having a beer at 10 in the morning. Although at one point in their walk Jounouchi did pause before turning around, but by the time he did Izuku was already hidden. Eventually, they came to the destination and Izuku was honestly surprised. A cemetery. Jounouchi walked through the gates and Izuku paused for a moment as he looked up at the cemetery name. He then looked at Jounouchi, who was just walking forward with his beer in one hand and the bag in the other. Izuku knew he should probably just turn around and leave, but his curiosity was too big at this point and so he pushed on. Down the rows of graves, the two of them walked with Izuku deciding to stay behind the graves so as to not be seen in case the bastard gets wise. Finally, they came up to the grave that Jounouchi was here for. Izuku stayed hidden behind the grave beside the one that Jounouchi was looking at and just stared. The man opened the bag and pulled out a small container of freshly steamed rice and he placed it by the tombstone. He then pulled out some incense and quietly lit those with his lighter from out of his pocket. You know, Katsuya, I really tried, Jounouchi whispered. I tried to whip that boy into shape, tried to set him on the right path, but now look, I'm wanted by the police for child abuse, which is bullshit. Jounouchi huddled up next to the grave as he sat with his back to the tombstone. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. I honestly wish you never made me his guardian in case of your death. Should have given the boy to his mother, I say. He inhaled the cancer stick, held it in, and then exhaled slowly, and a cloud of disgusting smoke left his mouth. Being a cat and so close to the man, Izuku could smell even more than a normal human and it made him want to gag. Oh well, if the brat wants to live out of garbage bags then with me, then fine. He's not my problem anymore ... but if I see him again, if we ever cross paths again. A face of rage crossed over Jounouch's features as he gnashed his teeth together, nearly cutting the cigarette butt in two with his teeth. Well, let's just say you might see him sooner than you think. Izuku's fur bristled at the obvious threat towards Hitoshi as he got on his toes. He resisted the urge to hiss and start swatting at the man. I should have killed him the moment he was in my custody, in all honesty. It was his fault you died. His quirk came in late while you were driving. Jounouch's face scrunched up as he recalled the memory. It's not fair. The brat threw a tantrum and you paid the price while he didn't even get a scratch on him. Made you wrap your damn car around a pole while under his stupid quirk. Izuku blinked. Hitoshi never told him about that. His quirk came in when he was 6, meaning it was delayed for at least 2 years. It sounds like Hitoshi was in the middle of a temper tantrum of sorts when he must have accidentally put his father under while the man was driving. I highly doubt a 6-year-old would tell their father to crash the car into a pole. No, more than likely, Hitoshi freaked out and didn't understand what was happening and must have kept his father under for too long, causing him to veer off of the road. No wonder he has trauma with his quirk. It goes deeper than it just being villainous in his eyes. Jounouchi sucked on the end of his cigarette once more to try and calm himself down. Yeah, sure, his mother is an addict or whatever, but she would have been a better fit for the brat than he deserved. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he kept his back high in the air. The urge to fight this man was strong, but he held back. He wasn't animal. Okay, he still had a conscience and didn't want to fight someone in a graveyard of all places. It was just disrespectful to the dead. Jounouchi snubbed his cigarette out on the ground and quickly got up. I have to go now. My break is almost up and they're expecting me at work. Gotta make that money if I want to keep staying in that crappy motel. See you next week, Katsuya. Izuku was tempted to follow Jounouchi out of the graveyard and bombard him the moment the man stepped out. In fact, he was going to do that if Bakugo hadn't bumped shoulders with the man on his way in. Boy, watch it. Bakugo huffed while he kept walking. Someone ought to teach you some manners, boy. Jounouchi snarled at Bakugo's back and Bakugo looked over his shoulder at the man. Whatever, was all Bakugo had to say before he kept on going. Izuku let Jounouchi go. No, he just had to see what Bakugo was doing here. Izuku followed along the graves, keeping an even greater distance this time as he knew Bakugo was more aware than Jaunouchi. Like Jaunouchi, Bakugo had a bag on his arm. This one was not from a corner store, but it was a tote bag. When Bakugo stopped a freshly unearthed grave, Izuku knew immediately. Bakugo stared at the grave for a long time before tisking out in annoyance and dropping down. "You're filthy," he grumbled out, and Izuku took a chance. He darted to the other graves, the ones behind Bakugo, to see just what he was talking about. Thankfully, Bakugo was too involved in his tote bag to notice when Izuku changed lanes. He did, however, perk his head up once Izuku crossed, and he looked around quickly before shrugging and going back to his bag. Izuku frowned to himself once he saw what Bakugo was looking at. Izuku's gravestone was vandalized. Someone had spray painted the word useless across the entirety of the stone in bright red spray paint. It honestly hurt Izuku to look at. Bakugo pulled out a spray bottle and a bristle brush. "This is the third time this week I had to clean you up. When are you going to pull your weight, Deku?" Bakugo demanded before spritzing the gravestone down. Whatever was in the bottle immediately started to strip the paint down. Bakugo took the brush and started to scrub the paint. First, it just smeared over his tombstone in a watery red before he pulled back and dosed the grave in water. The red spray paint was gone. "There," he whispered. He stored the brush and spray bottle away. "Clean, I'm not your effing maid, Deku. Here." Izuku smelt pork and his mouth watered a little when Bakugo placed a bowl of pork katsudon on the grave. Bakugo reached into his tote bag again and pulled out 2 incense sticks, which he placed them in an incense holder. He gave the area a quick look around before lighting the incense with his own palm. A small explosion was made and soon the sticks were lit and the sweet smell of Nag Champa filled the area. Bakugo then sighed softly. He reached up and touched the gravestone gently. "I know that this grave is empty ... but that Deku I saw the USJ wasn't Deku. It wasn't you." He almost seemed to whisper. "I'm more inclined to believe Hitoshi's stupid cat is you than that thing." Izuku ears perked in that. "So, yeah, you're probably rolling in your grave. Or in the spirit world about how they defiled your body. I never told Auntie, didn't have the heart to do so, but she along with my parents know that the grave is empty. All she does is cry now. I think she was even fired from her job because she can't go a shift without breaking down. She's lost so much weight. It doesn't help that the heroes are saying your effing dad is the cause of the empty grave. It's effed up." Bakugo covered his eyes with his hand. He gritted his teeth and inhaled a sharp breath. "Why'd you do it?" he asked in a pained voice while he started to breathe heavily as he tried to keep his emotions at bay. "I know it wasn't just because of what I said. I know there has to be more. You wouldn't just..." Bakugo turned away from the grave and crossed his arms. If I would have known that this is where we'd be at in life. That I'd be hearing Auntie sob into her pillow every night when she thinks everyone is sleeping." Bakugo looked up at the sky. It was a beautiful day for such a sad moment. "Why'd I say it?" he whispered lowly. He then turned in a way that he was facing the graves that Izuku was hiding behind, and he sat next to the grave. Bakugo wrapped his arms around his knees. "I guess it's karma coming to bite me in the ass. I know what it feels like now. The others in the class won't even look at me since they learned about what happened. Turns out when you're trying to be a hero, telling someone to kill themselves is looked down upon by other heroes. Now the class hates me, which is fine. I wasn't there to be buddy-buddy with anyone." Bakugo tried to say he wasn't affected by the ostracization he was now facing. It must have been a wake-up call to go from Mr. Popular to the person nobody wants to associate themselves with. "I guess it is kinda crap. The one with the shitty red hair seemed cool. I wanted to see how much I could blast him before his quirk couldn't keep up. But now he won't even look at me. Talk about a wake-up call. They talk behind their hands like I can't hear them." Bakugo gritted his teeth and sucked in a sharp breath as it looked like his demeanor was going to break. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He shook his head and Izuku saw tears. "You weren't supposed to actually go through with it, Deku." His breath shuddered and huddled in himself so far that he was actually on his knees with tears flowing from his eyes and down his hands that were now covering his mouth to keep himself from crying out. I'm sorry, okay." Bakugo finally cracked as he cried out for anybody to hear him, for someone to maybe come and tell him it was okay. Nobody came. All he was met with was silence. Izuku just stared in amazement. Bakugo sniffled weakly, wiped his tears, and stood up. He let out a shuddered breath and then grabbed his bag. "I'll see you next week," he grumbled. "And you better be clean." Bakugo stopped suddenly and Izuku quickly realized that he had been caught. Bakugo had moved at just the right angle to see Izuku's tail that was sticking out from behind a gravestone. "You," Bakugo whispered, and the tote bag was dropped. "What are you?" the blonde demanded, and Izuku's ears went back as he could only stare right back at Bakugo without an answer to give. "How long have you been watching me? And where's your stupid owner?" "Huh." Izuku arched his back when Bakugo approached him and the blonde paused. "I don't care what the others say. What Hitoshi says, you're not a normal cat. I knew it the moment I saw you in Loud Cloud's arms. I knew it the moment you jumped with Mr. Aizawa to fight off those villains. Every time you hiss at Minta for his stupid comments. Every time you do something that no normal cat should. What are you? Bakugo demanded almost frantically. Izuku looked at his own grave. He didn't really know why he did this, but he did. Bakugo followed his gaze and Bakugo blanched. His fists then balled up so tightly that his knuckles turned stark white. That's not funny, Bakugo snarled, and his eyes turned aglow with a fury that Izuku had almost never seen before. What sick game do you think you're playing at? Huh, do you just get a rise out watching this sort of thing? Both of his hands started to glow bright orange to show that he was ready to start blasting. Izuku went low to the ground as his fur bristled, his ears went back, and his eyes felt wide. Well, Bakugo must have realized that he was terrifying a cat, or maybe he realized that he was going to try and blow a cat to smithereens in a cemetery. Either way, he backed off and his hands dimmed until the flame died out. He pointed at Izuku almost aggressively. You stay the F away from you freaky F-er. He then snatched his tote bag back up and stormed off. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and looked back at his own grave once he was truly alone. Honestly, he expected that sort of reaction. Still, he walked over to it, the newly disheveled dirt collecting on his paw pads as he padded up to the grave and looked at the Katsuden just sitting there looking pretty. Hey, it was meant for him, right? Nezu looked at Toshinori and Toshinori looked at him. Let's talk about Izuku Midoriya, Nezu demanded. Toshinori scratched at his face. Look, Toshinori sighed heavily. If I would have known that my words would have caused him to kill himself, I would have been less harsh in my wording. He tried to explain to the principal. As the #1 hero in all of Japan, I honestly can say I expected better from you, Toshinori. Any hero with functioning eyes and a brain could have seen that the child was clearly hurting because of his status in life. Nezu started. He clasped his furry paws together. And let's get this out of the way. You were just plain wrong. I don't feel I was, Toshinori challenged while jutting his chin towards the chimera. You can't be a hero without a quirk, and I stand by that decision. I see. I'm going to hand you these student files. You tell me what you see. Nezu immediately pushed 4 student files toward him. Okay, Toshinori, unsure of where this was going, just opened the first file. Hagakure Toru quirk, invisibility. He made sure to enunciate the word quirk to prove his point in this battle. He nodded and grabbed the second one. Ajuru Meshurao, quirk, tail. He put that one down and opened the next one. Hitoshi Shinzu, quirk, brainwashing. Finally, the last file, he opened it. Monomanito, quirk, copycat. Okay, what am I looking at? They all have quirks. Yes, they do. But you failed to look, Toshinori. Their quirks are all non-combative. They have to rely on their bodies to defend themselves when the time comes for it. Ajuru has been taking martial arts for 10 years and is a black belt. Hagakure takes taekwondo to help her defense on the off chance she could be caught. Hitoshi trains every day in self-defense with his foster parents. And if push comes to shove with Monoma, he knows submission grappling. Every single one of them relies on their quirkless sparring should the worst come. Nezu sternly explained. Think of a quirk like a tool. Is it helpful? Yes, but you should never rely on it. And I am particularly ashamed of you. You should know the pain Izuku Midoriya was going through being quirkless yourself. But I see all the fame has clearly gone to your head. Toshinori frowned as he looked over at each student that was placed in front of him once more. I just didn't want the boy to get hurt and go over his head, he stated softly. He was just a kid, and I figured if I tell him, then he'll look into something less dangerous. Nezu sighed. The sigh sounded like it was from deep within his body, the body of a tired soul. He sipped at the tea in front of him and then placed it back down on the saucer. Aburo and Shouta told me how you handled confronting Mrs. Midoriya. Piled with this, he raised his hand. I believe classes are in order for you. Classes? Yes. You lost your compassion somewhere along the way. So, if you wish to stay employed and I don't ask for an investigation into your heroic deeds in the last few years, then you'll do this. Nezu chirped almost happily. We're going to start with on-site trauma training first. Then we'll move to how to respond to those that have been attacked by villains, which includes an 8-hour video on everything that needs to be done. Like, oh, I don't know, calling an ambulance after a child has been attacked and nearly died from a villain made of sludge. Yeah, then after that, we're going to move on to how to talk to someone who lost a loved one. We're going to dabble into how to prevent suicides and what to do there. Oh, and how can I forget, you're going to learn about quirkless discrimination the youth of today face. Nezu clapped his paws happily as Toshinori's jaw dropped. You can't be serious. I am, and if you want to keep working here, you should be too. It was a mistake that drove a 13-year-old to suicide. Don't you dare forget that, Toshinori, Nezu warned with a soft hiss nearly leaving his throat. Izuku Midoriya was 13. Toshinori's face crumbled at that. Your words drove him over the ledge. Without a doubt in my mind, if you, and someone else who will not be named in this conversation, wouldn't have been so heartless that day, that boy would still be alive. I don't want to come off as crass. Toshinori kept his tone steady. But why do you care? He finally came out and said it. You didn't know him. I hardly knew him. I care because that boy's body was up and walking around the USJ announcing to everyone your wrongdoings. I care because Shouta was there the day he jumped and has been wrecked over the fact that he wasn't fast enough to stop his death. I care because he was child. I care because Nana would care. Yeah, that hit Toshinori where it hurt. Nezu could tell. Toshinori's eyes went wide and his face blanched because he knew Nezu was right. I care for the same reason you should. You're a hero and you should care more about this. The fame has gone to your head, Toshinori. It's best you take a step back and really think about what you did that day. Truthfully, I don't like the man you've become and neither would Nana. There was a pregnant pause as the two of them stared at one another. Finally, Toshinori sighed. When do these classes start? Tomorrow. They'll take about a week to complete. There will be tests, and don't worry about your own lessons. Loud Cloud has more than happily agreed to teach the kids while you're away. Toshinori nodded. Okay, he whispered in defeat. I really didn't think he would ... jump. I want you to know that. It doesn't matter if you thought he would or wouldn't. What matters is that he did. Words are just as powerful as actions, Toshinori. Be better. For him. They had 2 weeks until the sports festival, and in those 2 weeks, it was work, work, work. They had to train to be their absolute best and be on their toes for whatever the sports festival may bring at them, as they didn't know what was going to happen. Today was no different. It was a foundational hero studies day in Class 1. I was surprised to see Oboro, or rather Loud Cloud, number 8, instead of All Might when they came out on the field all in their gym uniforms. Loud Cloud. Several students shouted in glee and some even clapped upon seeing him out on the field with them. All Might is going to be out the rest of the week. Oboro pointed at himself with his thumb. But fear not. I know exactly what I'm doing. He grinned at all of them. I hope you all are ready for what I have prepared. The man continued to smile a bright smile. Now, you guys have already done battle trials. Yes, a little too soon in my opinion, but no matter. Today we're going to touch upon some quirkless sparring. Hitoshi flinched a little when some classmates let out groans of annoyance. Oboro gave a weak chuckle at this. While yes, a little dull compared to battle trails, it is nonetheless an important aspect. You never know what could happen. You could run into someone with a quirk that turns yours off like Shouta, or you could be injured in a way that will make you unable to use your quirk. So, quirkless sparring. But I went ahead and made it just a little more bearable. Here they come now. Oboro was looking behind them and they all quickly turned to follow their gaze. 1B was coming up to them, also dressed in their gym uniforms. Flat agreed that his class needed some help in this aspect as well, so it was decided that you guys can spar amongst one another. There are 20 of you and 20 of them. Oboro crossed his arms and gave a smile. Hello, 1B. He waved the children over. A couple of the more excitable ones rushed right over while others took their sweet time. The moment Monoma was within arm's reach of Hitoshi, he came up from behind, wrapped his arms around his friend, and placed his head on his shoulder as he couldn't place his head on top of Hitoshi's hair. You rat bastard, you got taller. Monoma hissed. It's true, Hitoshi finally reached his growth spurt over the weekend and had at least gained an inch, making him now taller than most, not all, of his classmates. Shoji was still the tallest in class. However, Hitoshi considered it a win that he and Shouta were now at the exact same height. Monoma gave a grumble as he just continued to hold to Hitoshi as Oboro started to speak again. Now, Oboro clapped his hands together. During this quirkless sparring, your goal is to get your opponent pinned and on the ground for a grand total of 10. Oboro held up all 10 of his fingers. Seconds. This doesn't seem like a long time, but trust me, it is when you're desperately trying to pin someone to the ground. However, I made it fun. What we're doing here is a tournament of sorts. The top dog, if you will. We're going to pair you all off with the opposite class and we're going to pair you off from there. The person remaining wins. Oboro winked. It'll at least make quirkless sparring a little better for you all. And Oboro gave a smile that was not one of reassurance. You don't have to worry about your partners because I already picked them for you. Boom. A hologram suddenly appeared showing the first round and who they were paired with. Your height and weight have all been put into consideration, Oboro announced almost proudly as they all stared at the hologram. Ida versus Honuki. Tetsutetsu versus Kirishima. Achako versus Takage. Kaminari versus Monoma. Itoshi versus Kirwaro. Chouji versus Bondo. Todoroki versus Shota. Mainta versus Kinoko. Arazu versus Rin. Bakugo versus Kamakiri. Takoyami versus Koda. Siro versus Awase. Gyro versus Kendo. Sato versus Shishida. Koda versus Kaibara. Ajiro versus Rin. Tsuyu versus Tsubuarba. Aoyama versus Shizaki. Hagakure versus Fukudashi. There were some mumbles as they all looked at their opponents. Hitoshi looked at Kirwaro and Kirwaro looked at him before giving him a nod and he returned it. Monoma finally stopped being Hitoshi's backpack long enough for him to look at Kaminari. That's my opponent. Monoma almost seemed to laugh. He looks like an idiot. Hitoshi gave a weak chuckle. I can't say I've known him long enough to dispute that. He usually stays out of my way. Itoshi explained. Monoma huffed and rewrapped his arms around Itoshi. Where's Moss? Monoma finally caught on that Hitoshi's beloved cat wasn't with him. Oh, he'll show up later. He's chatting with Nezu. Ah, very well. If Hitoshi had ears like Moss, he was sure they would have perked when he heard Minta's gross comment. Oh boy, my opponent is a chick. Shame. The girls in 1B aren't nearly as hot as the one of girls. And it seems like I got the fat one too. He mumbled the last part to Kaminari, who gave his head a shake. She's not fat, and even if she was, you shouldn't be saying things like that. Hitoshi heard Kaminari lightly scold Minta. God, I can't wait to be rid of him. Hitoshi growled and patted Monoma's hands. I can't imagine. He sounds like a nightmare. Monoma grumbled against Hitoshi's shoulder. Are you comfortable? Hitoshi finally asked his friend. It was so strange seeing Monoma be so touchy-feely. Monoma grumbled sleepily. Mom took away my coffee as punishment for failing an English test. I need caffeine. He whined. Oof. Hitoshi bit back his laughter and just patted Monoma's hands once again. I'm sorry about that, buddy. Have you considered asking Yaoyorozu? She has a coffee maker on her. No, but she can make food. I've seen her do this with Moss many times. She's made him canned cat food all the time. Maybe she can make you a cup of coffee. Then, just like that, his human backpack was removed. Ms. Yaoyorozu, do you have a moment? He heard Monoma call out to her. Hitoshi smiled at the interaction as Monoma and Yaoyorozu spoke briefly. Yaoyorozu opened her palm and boom, canned coffee in an instant from her elbow. Monoma bowed profusely at the gift. You're a goddess, he cried to her in joy. He then took the drink and basically downed it in a single gulp. Hitoshi smiled and put his hands in his pockets. Okay, Oboro caught everyone's attention. Now that you all know who you're fighting, let's go ahead and get some rules out of the way. This is 100% quirkless sparring. No quirks allowed. I'm aware that some of you have quirks that are 5-finger contact. For people with those quirks, we have some half gloves for you. Please come up and take a pair. A couple of students, Achako being one of them, came up and grabbed the half gloves. As this was going on, Oboro continued. Some ground rules. This is sparring, not fighting. There will be no hair pulling, no eye poking, and absolutely nothing below the belt. If any of you break these rules, it's automatic detention with Mr. Aizawa. And let me tell you, you do not want one of his detentions. Am I clear? He spoke a little more sternly as he looked at everyone. Yes, sensei. Everyone shouted and Oboro nodded. Good. I'll be the referee for all of this and we'll go up one pairing at a time. Starting with the pairing. Ida and Honuki, you're up. And Oboro put a standard gym whistle in his mouth and blew. Thank you for telling me this, Izuku. I guess it does bring to life some things. Nezu hummed after Izuku finished telling him all he saw in the cemetery. It's also telling me that we need to make sure Hitoshi is completely protected from his uncle. I'll look into sending a few cops to the nearby motels around the dance studio. Hopefully, we'll catch him. Nezu typed away on his computer. Oop. 1 second there, Izuku. Nezu pressed on the intercom and spoke to a classroom. Please put your phone away, Yagi, and focus on your work. Don't make me take it from you. There was a gagging nose, no doubt from Toshinori choking on his own blood, and it was quickly followed up by an indignant I'm nearly 50, and I'll still take your phone away. Put it up. Then Nezu hung up the intercom. He focused on Izuku immediately after that. It's a good thing that young Bakugo is starting to show a little more remorse for his actions. I just find it odd that he's holding it all in. Nezu sipped his tea. Izuku had his own decaffeinated tea and dipped his paw in to lick a fat droplet off of the end. I don't. Kaken has always been emotionally constipated. The only emotion he's ever allowed himself to be seen in is anger. Why? I don't know. Well, hopefully, anger management should help him and show him that actual emotions aren't a bad thing. Nezu put his tea down and started to type away at his computer. Still, now that young Bakugo and all might have been properly dealt with and are now going to rectify their horrid behaviors, it's time for me to move on to the big one. Aldera. Oh right, I almost forgot you put them under investigation. Yep, Shouta and Kan are both there as we speak. That's why both of their classes are with Oboro today. And guess what? Nezu suddenly reached out and patted Izuku's head suddenly. What? Aldera has no idea the storm that's coming their way. It's a complete and utter surprise to them that 2 heroes from UA are coming to their school. Both Kan and Shouta are prepared, of course. Oh, the security footage is going to be so fun to look at. Nezu was positively happy as his whiskers twitched and so did his ears. What's going to happen to Aldera? A fine. A fine at worst, but I'm not aiming for a fine. Nezu stated and pushed away from his desk and stood up. Then he started to pace. Izuku turned himself into a loaf by tucking his paws under him. He knew it was going to be a long one. No, you see, no competent middle school should allow quirk usage so frivolously. I understand that accidents happen. However, I talked to every parent with a quirkless child in Aldera, and each and every one of them had made complaints against the school to no avail. Their children often came home beaten and quirk usage had been clear. Some parents even noticed the exact same situation with their children's grades as you have told me. That their child should be getting higher grades, but each grade was docked down to at least C. It doesn't just end there either. You see, young Izuku, I took it a step forward. Aldera is actually over capacity on the number of students they have. Their teachers have more students than they should. Yet, upon looking for myself, their doors aren't closed. They're still allowing students in. So, I did what any good principal would do. I hacked into their records, and you wouldn't believe what I found. What? Izuku hung on Nezu's every word, desperately wanting the tea more than anything right now. I have good reason to believe that Aldera Middle School is either money laundering, hence their need for more children, or they're lying on their records about the number of children they're accepting, which is also very illegal. Either way, I'm willing to bet this school isn't just getting fined. They're shutting down. Izuku's jaw dropped. Seriously? Yep. Aldera getting shut down. Izuku felt his shoulder relax a little as he then stared at the desk. I never thought I'd see it for myself. Well, it's thanks to you that their misdeeds are coming to life. Nezu reached and touched Izuku's head once again. I never would have known otherwise. What's going to happen to it? I'm glad you asked. Nezu was grinning as he rushed back to his seat like a happy kid. I already got plans in the works, as I'm always prepared and always wanted to do this. Moss, I present to you UAS very first public middle school. He then turned the monitor towards Izuku and his ears perked as he looked at the model of a building. All staff will be hand-picked by myself, naturally. And not only that, but I'm enforcing a strict quirk usage policy, as well as a policy on bullying. Obviously, because it's a middle school, there won't be any heroic training, but there will be studies and even extracurriculars, like a self-defense training program for those that wish to be heroes in the future. Oh, and before you ask, of course, I'm going to accept quirkless students. In fact, I was thinking of adding a program. If you'd let me. Izuku tilted his head. A program? What kind, and why should my opinion matter? Well, the very tips of Nezu's ears turned red as he scratched his neck almost nervously. It's a program for the quirkless. You see, it's a program to encourage them and help raise their self-confidence in these trying times of their lives. It's going to be there specifically to help them find a future career, get therapy, or even as just a small little safe haven for those going through a hard time. Wow, I'd give my left leg for a program like that. Izuku whispered. It sounds amazing, Nezu. What's it going to be called? This is why I need your permission. The Izuku program was the name I was thinking of. Izuku stopped, his eyes going wide. What? He whispered because he wasn't sure he heard the principal quite right. The Izuku program, to honor your memory of when you were alive, so you can keep helping quirkless children like you once were, even in death. It's like I said. This is all because of you, because you brought so much to my eyes. It's only fitting that you get this named after you. Izuku got up from his loaf position, and because Nezu was just right there, he was able to reach up and put his paws on the chimera's shoulders. This allowed Nezu to hold him in a hug. Oh, Nezu gasped a little as he wasn't expecting this. I love it. Then came the tears. Thank you, he whispered while sobbing. Thank you, was all he could say over and over again. Nezu relaxed in the hug and patted Izuku's back. I couldn't have done it without you, Izuku. Izuku came trotting out to the field. Oboro was the first thing he saw, so Oboro was the person he literally climbed up. Whoa, Oboro gasped and instantly jerked towards as Izuku's claws sunk into clothing and skin while the cat clambered up his back. Izuku climbed the man all the way to his shoulder. Once perched, the man looked at him. You couldn't have just rubbed against me, he asked. Nah, Izuku responded. Climbing is faster, he said, despite the fact that the teacher couldn't understand. Oboro broke away from Izuku and his face suddenly turned angry. His eyebrows turned downwards and scowl twisted his lips. Then he blew the whistle around his neck and the loud trill made Izuku flinch at the noise. Minta, that is absolutely not allowed. He all but snapped in a tone that made everyone look at him in alarm. Hitoshi, who was standing off to the side with Monoma, stiffened considerably at Oboro's less than pleasant tone. To be fair, at hearing Oboro angry made Izuku's ears go back in alarm. Then he turned to see just what made Oboro of all people angry. It looked like Minta was sparring with a girl, only Minta had taken his hand and shoved it right up her shirt to cop a feel while he was trying to get out from under her. The girl slapped him so suddenly, making his head whip to the side. She jumped back and let out a whine of disgust. Tears formed in her eyes at the clear assault. Kiwaro immediately rushed to the girl's aid along with a couple of 1A's girls as well. Of course, if anybody knew of Minta's perviness, it was them. I was just trying to push her off, honest. Minta tried to plead his case, but Oboro wasn't having it. No, out. You lost by default and you can expect detention for this. Oboro snapped at the teen while pointing away from everyone else. Minta mumbled something that did not evade Izuku's sharp ears. Sure, but when Hitoshi wants to be a perv. Izuku hissed at the teen for his comment. Hitoshi is nothing like you. Izuku snarled and jumped from Oboro's shoulder. The man was fast and grabbed Izuku's vest before he could charge. Apparently, his ears were in airplane mode, as Shadow likes to dub it whenever Izuku's gets combative. Easy there, Spicy. Why don't you go and help the girl? Oboro encouraged. Leave Minda to me. I'm the teacher. Izuku's ears went back a little before he just agreed and let Oboro take care of it. Izuku was placed on the ground and he trotted off toward the girl. He then heard Oboro's shout, Minda, I want to talk to you in private for a moment. I need you to repeat to me what you just said. I know I shouldn't cry, Izuku heard the girl say as he approached her. No, it's okay, Kanoko. When he groped me the first time I teared up, he heard Mina whisper to the girl. Kanoko sniffled weakly. Why hasn't he been expelled yet? He does it when the teachers aren't looking, Ochako told her while she patted the girl's shoulder comfortingly. That and I think his parents are part of the hero commission. Ochako spotted Moss and then looked at Kanoko. Hey, it looks like you have a visitor. She pointed over and Izuku came trotting up to the girl. He was careful when he rubbed against her legs so as to not spook her. Oh, he's adorable, Kanoko whispered. Is he yours? Oh no, he's mine. Hitoshi spoke up with a hand raised, but he didn't get too close. It's cool, he's not on duty if you want to pet him or even hold him. Kanoko wiped her tears and bent down to pick Izuku up. Once he was in her arms, she tilted him and held him like a baby. A popular way people like to hold cats, he was noticing. Still, Izuku purred at this and it made Kanoko smile a watery smile. He does everything he can to get close to girls. He dresses like them and he even does ballet. He's clearly a perv, and I bet he doesn't even have an allergy. I think he's just using that cat to get closer to the girls. Look, Izuku heard Minta yell. Stop bringing Hitoshi up. This has nothing to do with him. Oboro scolded the boy. Izuku shook his head before going back to making Kanoko smile. He had to be a little extra cat-like as he moved, sat up, and started to play with her bangs, which did make her smile a little more. Oh, he's precious, she whispered, like you wouldn't believe. Suyu smiled and scratched Moss under the chin. He's our vice representative, you know. A perfect little vice representative. A gentleman, Mina cooed. Izuku was sure Ida, who was just standing a little ways away, was fuming a little. Losing a cat must have been a blow to the poor guy's ego. Bakugo let out a snort. That guy is really reaching, isn't he? He tried to ask Todoroki, to which he got the retort of I don't talk to abusers. Todoroki practically snarled while looking away from Bakugo. To ch, now go. Hearing Oboro's final shout made Izuku look over to see the man pointing off toward the track. 50 laps. And you can bet Shadow will hear about this, so don't get comfortable. Minta sneered before jogging off towards the tracks, where he would start running. Oboro turned back around and came walking forward where his demeanor would change. Okay. He clapped his hands. Who's next? I believe it's Yaoyorozu versus Rin, he asked in his usual chipper tone. Izuku would eventually be let go by Kanoko, and he would join Hitoshi's side and eventually up and on Hitoshi's shoulder. That was when he noticed the two boys clearly wrestling off just a little ways away. He tapped Hitoshi's face to get his owner's attention. Hitoshi asked. Izuku used his paw to point to the two boys that were constantly trying to get on top of one another. It was just a mass of flying limbs as they struggled and refused to give up. He saw red and realized that one of them was Kirishima. Oh, that. Yeah, they were second up. They've been at it for over 15 minutes now. They just won't go down, so we had to move on. Oboro is hoping that by the time class ends one of them will wear out. It didn't seem like any time soon. Lunch came by and Hitoshi was a little more than surprised when Todoroki came up, dropped his tray at their table, and sat. Hello. Hitoshi smiled at Todoroki. How are you today? He asked. Todoroki swallowed hard and placed his hands in front of him. He started to wring his fingers together before sighing. I would like to befriend you, Todoroki suddenly said, and Hitoshi, along with everyone else at their table, minus Yaoyorozu, rose their eyebrows or even blinked in surprise. Todoroki has always been a bit of a recluse. I understand that this is sudden, but I have my own personal reasons for doing so. I learned things about you from the USJ. I feel that maybe it may be beneficial if we were to be friends, Todoroki almost whispered before turning away from Hitoshi. Hitoshi immediately turned to Yaoyorozu, and Yaoyorozu simply nodded her head at him, almost like telling Hitoshi that Todoroki's intentions are pure. Okay, Hitoshi said with a bit of a smile. Welcome to the table. He smiled. Takoyami came up to the table and sat beside Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked at him and smiled. What do you have today? Hitoshi asked. Simple red beans and rice. You. Homemade bento. Dad and Uri made some onigiri for me today. Spicy tuna. Todoroki opened his food and Moss, who was sitting on Hitoshi's lap, flicked his ears before giving a hiss. Immediately the dual-haired boy jumped. Have I done something? He asked in alarm. What's in your food? Hitoshi asked and took a bite of his onigiri. Some fried rice and miso soup with scallops. It's the scallops. You see, Moss has gotten into the habit of warning me if others have shellfish on their plates. He's not mad, just giving me a warning. Also good boy. Hitoshi took some of his tuna out of his onigiri and handed it to Moss. Oh, I see, so he can smell shellfish really well. Yep, he's good at that. Todoroki smiled and looked like he was going to reach to pet, but paused and drew back. He's on duty, he had to remind himself. He then grabbed his spoon and started to quietly eat. Can Moss have a scallop? He asked, making Hitoshi look at him. Hitoshi looked at Moss and Moss looked at him. Moss was looking at him almost like he was saying, it's up to you. I'd rather him not. It's just on the off chance of if I touch him and then touch my mouth it could transfer. It's that bad. He'd have to have a bath in order for me to safely touch him again. Fair enough. They ate their lunch, everyone making small conversation with one another. Monoma, are you aiming to get into one during the sports festival? Takoyami asked. Monoma smiled. Of course, 1B just can't handle me, and let me tell you, I deserve to be in one more than some people. Monoma looked over at Minta, who was sitting off with Kaminari. Though, if Hitoshi was looking right, Kaminari was more interested in talking to Mina and Sira the next table over than with Minta. But we'll see. When lunch was starting to end, with 5 minutes left, Hitoshi got up to go to the bathroom. Here, Moss. He put his cat on the table. I'll be back in just a minute. No need to follow. That does beg the question. How does Moss go to the bathroom? There's no litter boxes around, Todoroki asked. Hitoshi paused and smiled a little. He just uses the toilet. Todoroki's eyes went wide. He does. Yeah, he can flush it as well. He's that smart. Hitoshi patted Moss's head before walking off. Something that wasn't mentioned, because it didn't initially matter, but today for Hitoshi was a skirt day. He felt pretty and wanted to show it. It's an important thing to know now. Hitoshi went to the bathroom, not really paying much attention when he heard someone else follow behind. He did his business and walked over to the sinks to wash his hands. That was when little hands grasped the sides of his skirt and yanked down hard enough for Hitoshi to suddenly feel cold air where he shouldn't. It took a whole second, which felt like a lifetime for Hitoshi to realize just what happened. Still, it took him a whole other second as he just stared down at his skirt that was around his ankles. Maybe a part of him should be happy that this happened in the privacy of the bathroom ... but he wasn't. He'd rather this happen in the lunchroom. Not when he was alone. Huh, boxers, not what I expected, Minta commented. I guess you are a guy after all. I mean, your voice gave it away, but you never know with quirks these days. Minta shrugged. Then Hitoshi snapped out of it when Minta came into his field of view. Something overcame Hitoshi. Something deep and dark brewing from the depths of his soul. His fist clenched tightly. Then, Hitoshi cocked his arm back and swung. Izuku felt his ear twitch at a noise. It was so muffled from all the others talking, but he could have sworn. There was a scream, and next thing Izuku saw was Minta being thrown out of the restroom only for Hitoshi to come flying after him. Hitoshi grabbed Minta by his collar and then punched Minta straight across the face with an enraged curse of mother fur. Leaving his mouth, Izuku was rushing towards Hitoshi, same as all of his friends. Stop it, Yaoyorozu demanded as she grabbed Hitoshi's wrist to get him to let go of Minta. Hitoshi, release him. Monoma reached under Hitoshi's arms and used his own body weight to try and yank him away. Izuku had to wedge himself in between the two by sitting directly on Minta's chest and using some of his own weight to push Hitoshi back. It was Dark Shadow who was the one to succeed in fully separating them. The quirk used a good amount of strength to push Hitoshi back and away from Minta. Hitoshi fell back in alarm and immediately he started to scramble towards Minta. It took Monoma, Yaoyorozu, and Takoyami all to hold Hitoshi back. What on earth is going on? Hazashi demanded as he came rushing towards the commotion. He attacked me out of the blue, Minta cried while holding onto his obviously broken nose. F you, Hitoshi roared back while still struggling against his friends. Loud Cloud, we're going to need some help. Hazashi mumbled into his phone before addressed the two students. Hitoshi, you need to calm down. It was a type of anger and tone that neither Izuku nor Hazashi has seen from the boy, as both were clearly taken aback when Hitoshi practically screamed. I am calm. No, you're not. You call this calm? Hazashi gestured towards the boy. He then reached over and grabbed Hitoshi's chin in his hand. You need to calm down. Breathe, he instructed. He then demonstrated by breathing in slowly, holding it, and then exhaling. Izuku jumped onto Hitoshi's shoulder and started to loudly purr to help get him to calm down. Hitoshi's breath was shaking, yet he still started to mimic Hazashi's breathing. It started to work, and soon Hitoshi relaxed enough for the others to let him go, knowing he wasn't going to attack Minta like a wild animal. Aburo came into the cafeteria moments later, and both Minta and Hitoshi were separated. Hazashi took Hitoshi while Aburo took Minta. Izuku noticed that Hitoshi was looking at his knuckles with wide eyes. The knuckles on his right hand were split and bleeding. I didn't mean to go crazy, he whispered. I was just so angry. Start by telling me what happened, Hazashi urged. I went to the bathroom. I guess he must have followed me, then the next thing I know he had pulled my skirt down. I lost it. Hitoshi whispered while looking at his shaking hands. I never. He put his hand over his mouth. Damn. Hisashi grumbled and chewed on his thumb in thought. It had to be in the bathroom. The little creep sure knows how to play his cards. Well, it turns out not everything was going to work in Minta's favor today. Kaminari came up and tapped Hisashi on the shoulder. Sir, yes? Hisashi asked. Kaminari's mouth twisted a bit before he sighed. Would it help if I said Minta told me he was going to pull down Hitoshi's skirt to finally see for himself if Hitoshi was a boy or girl? Kaminari inquired. Because ... he did tell me. I didn't think he was serious until well. Kaminari started to chew and gnaw on his nails. Are you willing to tell Nezu this? Will it get Minta out of our class? Because I'm getting sick of him. It will. It might not get him expelled, but it will absolutely get him kicked out of the hero course, as this is his third strike for sexual harassment. Why we allow 3 strikes is beyond me. Hisashi shook his head. Please, just get this creep out of our class. Kaminari almost seemed to beg. By the end of the school day, Minta was expelled from just the hero course by Mr. Aizawa. However, because of his status with his parents, he was still allowed in Gen Ed while his parents fought against the claim. At least he was finally out of 1A. Hitoshi didn't go unpunished either. I'm sorry to have to do this, Hitoshi, but you will be serving after-school detention. I can't just let you get away with what you did. Nezu explained. Even if it were to be justified, there were still no cameras in the restroom and therefore no witnesses. Hitoshi bowed to Nezu. I fully accept that what I did was wrong. I know I never should have lost my temper like that. He told the principal softly. Good. Hitoshi looked at his scabbed knuckles again before sighing heavily. It seemed he had a lot to think about. Izuku watched this and nudged against his friend's face softly, trying to tell Hitoshi that it was going to be okay. Hitoshi would then exit Nezu's office, and he was surprised when he saw Todoroki sitting outside like he was waiting for him. They locked eye and Todoroki stood. I wanted to talk with you. Oh, sorry you had to see that earlier. I hope that didn't put a damper on you wanting to befriend me. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck. No, it just sort of solidifies it for me. It's almost as I feared. Hitoshi and Moss both tilted their heads almost the exact same way as they looked at Todoroki. The thing is, Hitoshi, I'm almost ashamed I didn't see it before, Todoroki said, and the two of them started to walk. See what? Bet you grew up like me. Isn't your dad number 2? Hitoshi almost wanted to scoff. Yes, but that doesn't mean he wasn't abusive. Hitoshi stopped walking for just a moment and looked at Todoroki. He truly looked at the recluse of 1A. Todoroki looked back at him and Hitoshi frowned. How ... did you know I was abused? Certain things only prove it. However, it was the USJ that told me everything. That boy mentioned your uncle beating you. Granted, he was a villain, but you expression told me it was true. Shoto scratched his hair. I know it's none of my business, however, for a moment. When I saw you fighting Minta, I saw myself, a boy that just finally had enough of the shit that life threw at him. Todoroki continued to twist and wring his fingers to the point that it almost looked painful. I don't know. It's up to you. But I figured, maybe we could even help each other. Then, just like that, Todoroki zoomed away from Hitoshi in a hurry. Huh, Hitoshi whispered while watching the boy run off. He then looked at Moss. What do you think? Moss simply shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I guess it wouldn't hurt to have another friend, especially one that knows what I go through. Bonus. Dabai chewed on the end of his cigarette as he walked through the alley. This better be worth my damn time, he muttered. Jin was a weird one. Yeah, his heart was in the right place for most things. Most, not all. And the guy had a serious case of dual personality disorder, but this was just weird. The man had personally called Dabai. This way, move your ass. Please. I didn't know what to do, or who to go to. He heard Jin call to him down the alleyway in different voices. If it were anybody else, Dabai would maybe fear this to be an ambush of sorts, but he's known Jin long enough to know that the man was mostly harmless. So, Dabai just followed along at a brisk pace while enjoying his smoke. Yeah, Dabai grumbled and shoved his hands in his pockets. He turned the corner of the alleyway and looked at the sight before him. There Jin was, living out of an abandoned building. He watched as the man walked through the dilapidated building with relative ease as if he were familiar with it. It looked to be an apartment complex that was now owned by the rats. All the windows were smashed in and the doorway was just a top half of a door. Dabbit hummed, ducked under the top half of the door, and walked into the darkened building. Jin had a candle on the table that was the sole light source. The man grabbed the candle in a hurry and urged Dabai to follow with a hand wave. What is this about? He asked Jin. I just found her. We did not touch her. She was unconscious. She's been this way for days now. If she weren't breathing, I would have thought she was dead. Twice yelled and Dabai felt a headache starting to form. Slow down. Who is her? He tried to request, but Jin just kept ushering him deeper into the apartment complex with the candle. They walked down into a tiny bedroom with a single dirty mattress. There laid a familiar face, for Dabai at least. Toga, he whispered in surprise. He traveled with her for a while, but before too long she stopped showing up. Dabai figured she just got sick of him, like everybody else, and left his sorry ass. But now, here she was. Her hair was down, out of her twin buns. And her clothes weren't the same clothes she last wore. She wore a school uniform, as that's what her parents kicked her out in. But now she was wearing a very loose-fitting white tank top and simple blue boxer shorts. Her eyes were open and she was just staring blankly at the ceiling. Jin was right, she did look dead, but she was clearly breathing. She was naked when I found her. She just laying face first on the ground. I really did think she was dead. Jin spoke clearly for once as his other selves kept quiet. She was naked. Dabai did not like that. Yeah, like I said, I did not touch her. I simply clothed her. And she's been like this for days. I'm worried we should take her to the hospital. Hospitals. Dabai rubbed at the area around his mouth, mindful of his stitches. He almost wanted to agree with Jin. Hospitals. But if she's been like this for days and she was found naked in the alleyway, then a hospital might be what they need. Do you have any idea who could have done this to her? Not a clue. But they will feel my wrath when I get my hands on them. Oh wait, I might know. No, I don't. Why did I say that? Dabai sighed. Jin, yes, call an ambulance. I think that's about the best thing we can do for her right now. You got it, man. Hospitals. It's for Toga. My point still stands. In the end, Dabai was the one who called the ambulance. He didn't like the idea of sending her to one, but he knew she was better off. Still, that didn't mean he wasn't going to watch and wait from afar. Someone had hurt her, and they were going to pay. A second bonus. Iri came up to Itoshi and placed her arms on his lap with a bit of a pout. Hey there. Itoshi put his book away and patted her hair. Is everything okay? No, Iri mumbled with wet eyes. Oh no. He tucked some of her hair behind her ear. What's the matter? Iri's eyes continued to water. I hate ballet. She whined while holding onto Hitoshi. I'm sorry, big brother. I hate it. I hate it so much. My feet hurt and my classmates are mean and I didn't want you to be upset because I don't want to do it anymore. She started to breathe in and out heavily as she was on the verge of crying. Hey. Hitoshi picked Iri up and placed her in his lap. Now, why would I be upset? He asked her. Iri sniffled and sloppily wiped her eyes. Because you love ballet. And you're my big brother and so I should love ballet, but it's awful. I don't want to go to another class. Hitoshi smiled at her and tried to hold in his laughter. He had to exhale slowly to compose himself. That's okay, he reassured her. Just because I'm your big brother doesn't mean we have to love the exact same things. If you don't like ballet, that's perfectly fine. It is, she whined and he nodded. It is, he told her firmly. Have you considered something else instead? Iri perked up a little more at this and she nodded. I don't like dance, however, I want to try the game. The game with all the other little girls where they hit a ball with a stick. Softball? No, the other one. Baseball? He asked, almost impressed. She nodded firmly. It looks so fun. And all the other girls that play it are much nicer than the ballet girls. The ballet girls are mean, she reiterated with a pout. So, I asked Dad if I could try that out instead. We're going to start classes next week and I don't have to do ballet anymore. I just wanted to tell you because I thought you'd be angry. Of course I wouldn't be angry. You're trying to find what you're good at and what you like and I can't be angry at you for that. He patted her hair. Iri snuggled up to him. Well, I'm glad. I'm really glad. That's right. It's a third bonus. Subways in Japan go about 320 kilometers per hour, which is more than fast enough to do the job. A train whizzed on by and it created a breeze that most would cause unpleasant as it tickled at their skin and at the base of their necks. If you got too close it could be deadly. Hood up, hands in pockets, they only watched as the fifth train passed them that day. They haven't moved from their spot at all today. Never even boarded a single train. Their legs shook. It's going to hurt, they told themselves. That's what was stopping them. That fear of pain. With a sniffle, they wiped their tears and turned their back away from the trains and out of the subway entirely. I'll try again tomorrow when I'm brave enough, they thought while wiping their tears away again as they stepped out into the day. Tomorrow for sure. Hitoshi looked at Moss and Moss looked at him. The two of them were only inches from one another with Hitoshi laying on his stomach on his own bed. Moss was sitting up and just waiting on Hitoshi. Hitoshi let out a bit of a breath while his hands shook ever so slightly. Moss, MRP. Hitoshi put Moss under and established a mental connection. He never even knew he could put animals under with his quirk. He figured it only worked with humans. Once again, Moss proved him wrong. Moss's eyes went white and he just lifelessly stood there. Okay, a connection has been established. Moss's mind and my mind are one. Hitoshi was itching for the book that Moss had gifted him for his birthday, but he was determined to do this right. This wasn't the first time Hitoshi has attempted to make a permanent link between him and Moss. In fact, this was the 15th time since he got the book. Each time ended in failure. But tonight they were trying something different, seeing how the normal methods weren't working. So, tonight it was decided that they were going to try the sleeping method. Okay, Hitoshi breathed out in a whisper as he got off of his stomach and sat up on his knees. The sleeping method was simple but also not. It was simple that they literally had to do nothing but sleep. The sleeping method was said to have a pretty high chance of succeeding, but it could have problems. It could make Hitoshi physically ill for keeping his quirk up for so long. Or the worst thing, it could cause Hitoshi to overuse his quirk, which could land him in the hospital. Or in his sleep he could simply cut the connection, thus making them start over again. He was hoping this one would do it. Hitoshi wiggled under his covers and then moved them up to his chin. Moss ... Go to sleep, he demanded, but did not cut the connection between them. Moss flopped lifelessly to his side and shut his eyes. Within seconds his cat was breathing steadily and knocked unconscious. Hitoshi gave a soft breath and rested his head on his pillow. He kept the connection up between him and Moss. Hitoshi envisioned a bright red string that was tied around his neck and moved to Moss, keeping them connected. He kept that vision in his mind as he laid there in his darkened bedroom, until his mind started to aimlessly wander and his eyes finally slipped closed for the night. Hitoshi was on top of a building. A tall building, one of the tallest in Musutafu, as he felt he was right there at level with the clouds. He felt that he could reach up and touch them, but he didn't. Instead, his eyes moved forward towards the very edge of this building where a familiar cat sat looking out at the orange glow of the sunset in the dazzling sky before him. Hitoshi looked at Moss and smiled before sitting next to his cat. He sat crisscrossed and rested his arms on his legs. He too looked out at the beautiful orange sky. Then, he looked at Moss. Hitoshi gasped suddenly and nearly scrambled back in fear. There was a boy who was sitting on the edge of the building, his legs dangling over the edge as he looked out at the area before him. He was dressed in a black gakurin. Hitoshi stopped his running and his breath hitched when he saw the boy from the USJ. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" The boy sounded calm, almost happy, as he picked Moss up and placed him in his lap. He looked different from the USJ. His face was full and skin was bright and bouncy. His freckles were prominent in color and his cheeks were big. Not the gaunt and angry face he remembered. Hitoshi couldn't bring himself to answer the boy. Izuku, was that his name? Izuku leaned back at his hands and gave a loud, almost dreamy sigh. "It was the last thing I saw before I jumped. It was beautiful." Hitoshi slowly relaxed as he was becoming aware that this boy and the boy from the USJ weren't the same. There was none of that anger or that bitter vitriol towards the world. His voice was soft. "Why'd you do it?" Hitoshi inquired while he looked down. Hitoshi felt sweat trickle down his neck when he saw the mangled body of the same boy on the ground below, a pool of blood surrounding him, leaking out of the crater in his head and staining the ground below. Hitoshi had to look away and back at the orange sky. The color never waned, it just continued to stay that same vibrant orange. Izuku sighed as he also stared at the sky above. "You of all people know what it's like to be so damn tired. Tired of always being pushed down. Tired of being God's favorite punching bag. So, I just wanted to rest. For once." Hitoshi frowned at this. "Yeah, but there was so much more you could have done. You didn't have to give up. The best revenge you can have on a person is to be happy and live your life." "You weren't listening." Izuku never once looked at Hitoshi. Hitoshi felt his lips pursed as he lowered his eyebrows. "I didn't do it for revenge. I did it because I was just so damn tired. Tired of being something I was never meant to be." Izuku tiredly lowered his gaze to his hands and refused to look Hitoshi in the eye. "You could have fooled me at the USJ." Izuku's eyes turned fiery with determination and aggression. Yet, Hitoshi knew that anger wasn't directed towards him. "That boy you met at the USJ wasn't me, Hitoshi. Please try to understand that." "I don't," he admitted with a headshake. "I really don't understand. How can I word it then?" Izuku put his finger on his chin as he looked a little ways away from the sky. Then he snapped his fingers just as quickly. "Okay, think of it this way. Well, yes, it was my body you met and saw at the USJ. It wasn't me. It wasn't my spirit. But ... that USJ you ... he knew things. He was so angry at Bakugo and All Might. And he knew things about me. Things that I only ever told Moss." Hitoshi wanted to pull at his hair as he was just reminded of that naked kid crawling towards him on all fours. The kid that spilled out Hitoshi's past abuse and things that Hitoshi has only ever told Moss. "That's news to me. What'd he bring up?" Izuku whispered and started to twist and pull at his fingers nervously. "How can you not know? I told you, we're separate." Hitoshi's mouth twisted downwards in a frown and he felt his brow furrow. "Well, he brought up my abuse, my uncle, and the cellar and how he knew that I was terrified of the cellar. Terrified that my dads are just going to chuck me down the stairs like my uncle did." Okay, the kid at the USJ didn't say all of that, but the point stood. "I've only ever told my cat this. I see ... then it's as I feared. So, we are connected but separate. I'm going to have to try and find a way to block him off from learning anymore. Or maybe it's because of something else." The boy looked at his scruffed up red shoes as he mumbled to himself. Hitoshi cocked his head to the side as he observed this boy. "You're a strange one." Hitoshi then sighed. "But I guess I can believe that you aren't the same boy from the USJ. That guy was a nut. Do you think maybe I could see you again? It must be lonely sitting here all the time." The boy blinked in surprise before he gave a smile. "Oh, Hitoshi," he whispered before reaching over to grab Hitoshi's hand into both of his. "I've only chosen to look like this so you'd get why I want you to understand that me and the person at the USJ aren't the same person," Izuku whispered, and his hands shook against Hitoshi's before he tightened the grip to stop his shaking. "You mean so much to me, which is why I'm entrusting you with my biggest secret, one that only one other person knows about." Izuku shut his eyes and moved away from the ledge of the building. He rested on his knees, and Hitoshi could only watch as Izuku's form started to morph and change. Hitoshi's eyes widened when Izuku finally revealed himself. There, Moss sat. Moss was as prim and proper as ever, his back straightened and his tail laying over his feet. Hitoshi stared at Moss, then at the body that was still on the ground below. "You're Izuku." "Yes, yeah, that was freaky hearing a cat talk like a normal person." But in the day and age of quirks, Hitoshi wasn't too freaked out about it. "But the boy at the USJ is not me, at least not in spirit. If anything, I am the spirit of Izuku Midoriya." "Why are you telling me this, Moss?" "Izuku, call me whatever makes you comfortable. In fact, between you and me, I prefer Moss." "Seriously?" "Mossuku, yes. Mossuku, that's what Hitoshi was going to dub them for the time being." Walked up and promptly sat in his lap. "Izuku is dead. Look, he's down there and dead. Now Moss is alive and living his best life." He rested his head on Hitoshi's knee. Hitoshi really couldn't argue with that logic. "But going back to your question, I'm telling you all of this because you're my best friend. It's more than that, actually. You were the first to show me kindness. Because you need to understand that Izuku Midoriya wasn't always angry and hateful. Izuku was just a kid given a bad hand in life. That even though Izuku is dead, he shouldn't be remembered or seen as what you saw the USJ. That ... and you were going to find out eventually with us trying to read minds." Mossuku explained weakly. Hitoshi's eyes softened. "I guess I can understand why you flipped out at All Might and screamed at him. I'm trying to be a little better about my bitterness towards everything. But as a cat, I don't have to worry about such things like ... the ramifications of my actions." Izuku wiggled with a bit of happiness. Hitoshi smiled at this and ran his fingers through Moss's fur. Hitoshi looked up at the sky once more. Hitoshi bit his tongue. "I'll keep your secret safe, Moss." He scratched his cat behind the ears, and Moss smiled the best a cat can. "I know you will. Now, why don't you wake up, buddy?" "I think the connection worked." Hitoshi gasped as his eyes flew open in alarm. His head was pounding from keeping his quirk active for as long as he had. "Moss, Moss." He called for his cat. He couldn't see him in the dark. "MRP." Hitoshi relaxed when Moss's head bumped against his chin. Hitoshi breathed out heavily, and he reached out to hold his cat close. He kept an arm under his rump while patting Moss on the back. "I had the weirdest dream." He breathed out. "I dreamt you were the boy from the USJ." He almost wanted to laugh. Clearly that was the PTSD talking, right? "Right. Wrong." Hitoshi. That familiar voice filled his head, and he pulled Moss back to look at his cat in disbelief. "I don't know how to tell you this, but that wasn't a dream. At least not fully." The connection worked, and Hitoshi could now read his cat's mind. His cat was Izuku Midoriya, but also not. His cat who was the soul of Izuku Midoriya, while the body of Izuku ran around terrorizing people who wronged him. Hitoshi had so many questions. Too many questions plus a headache the size of Japan equaled Hitoshi just sitting there, baffled. "Good night." Hitoshi could only think as he put Moss down. "See you in the morning, Moss." He felt Moss chuckle. "You'll get used to it." "Yeah, maybe in the morning." The morning came, but the headache didn't wane. If anything, it felt worse, and Hitoshi honestly felt awful. His body was hot, yet he was shivering madly. He felt weak, and his hands felt completely numb. He knew he must have looked awful because the moment he came out of his room with Moss being the one to lead him, Oboro pressed a hand to his head. Oboro moved his hand down and pressed it against Hitoshi's neck next. "You feel warm and you're pale," he observed. "Zashi, I think we need a thermometer." Oboro shouted loudly. "I'm fine," Hitoshi tried to say, but his body shifted and he felt one of his legs buckle. Oboro was quick to correct him before he fell into the wall. "Yeah, and I'm the president of Japan," Oboro commented with a bit of an eye roll. Hizashi came up with a thermometer in his hand. "Open," Oboro demanded, and Hitoshi did as requested. A thermometer was pressed under his tongue and they waited. Hitoshi's eyes slipped closed for just a second. Next thing he knew, he was stripped out of his blazer and back in bed with Oboro tucking him in. I'm fine," he protested weakly again while rubbing at his eyes. "Nope. 1. You fainted. 2. Your temperature is too high to safely allow you at school. So, you, mister, are taking a sick day," Oboro stated firmly as he finished tucking Hitoshi into bed. "Don't worry, you won't miss much." Oboro then kissed the top of Hitoshi's head. "I left you a water bottle on your nightstand, and there's a wastebasket under your bed if you get sick. I'll be back by noon to check up on you." Hitoshi then could only watch as Oboro left. Moss came up and wriggled under Hitoshi's arm. Hitoshi allowed this because despite everything he learned, Moss was still Moss. I think we overdid it last night, Hitoshi whispered as he got as much warmth as he possibly could. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have jumped to the last option and just tried another method, Moss stated and pressed himself against Hitoshi. But no worries, I'm not leaving your side, in fact. Give me a moment. Then, despite just saying he wasn't going to leave Hitoshi's side, Moss left. He was gone maybe 3 minutes, top, before he was back with all the other cats in tow. All the cats jumped onto Hitoshi's bed. Well, Tiny Tim needed Jelly to help him up, but they were all on his bed. Then he was the most popular amongst the cats as they all laid with him, Moss being the only one to lay under his arm while the rest laid on either side of him. Though, he did find it kind of funny when Pumpkin eventually came up and pushed Moss so he was also under Hitoshi's arm and the two were side by side. Moss looked at Pumpkin and his ears went back. But no fighting was to be had. Not now. Hitoshi, yes, tell Pumpkin I am not his mother. Why does Pumpkin think you're his mother? Hitoshi asked, and the confusion was making his head hurt even more. Moss sighed. It sounded like a deep sigh that almost made Hitoshi feel for him. I was too close while they bottle fed him and he imprinted on me as his mother. He hasn't changed his mind since then. That's hysterical. I'm not telling him. Hey, good night. Hitoshi got comfortable in his bed and before he knew it he was out like a light. Maybe a break from school wouldn't be too awful on his body. No young Shinsu this morning, Toshinori inquired when Oboro and Hisashi came into the teacher's lounge. Because of their teacher status, Hitoshi was usually with them in the morning. He would either do some leftover homework in the lounge or he'd just nap with Moss on a nearby couch until it was time to go to class. Shouta, who was at his own computer, perked at this. He has a fever, so we told him to stay home. Oboro got to his own computer but didn't long on. He actually fainted while in the middle of taking his temperature. So, yeah, we figured it was best to stay home. Oboro reached up and tangled his fingers into his own hair before he pulled it back and secured it with a hair tie before he finally logged onto his computer. Oh no, Shouta commented and looked up from his computer. However, sympathy he had was replaced with a knowing as he then chuckled. I bet he overused his quirk last night. He has been trying to read Moss's mind a lot more lately. Why would he be trying to read his cat's mind? I mean, what kind of thoughts can a cat have? Feed me. Toshinori gave a chuckle. Or, let me scream at the skeleton man. Did you forget that this cat has regular chats with Nezu? Shouta sighed at Toshinori. Did you forget that Nezu himself said that Moss is basically human with his intelligence? He is more than a cat, especially to Hitoshi. I am not joking when I said I'm absolutely certain that Moss saved Hitoshi's life. Twice. Right. I apologize. I guess I've always been a dog guy, Toshinori stated softly, and Shouta resisted the urge to roll his eyes. That's apparent. So, for a while the lounge was filled with small talk as people got their work for the day done. Shouta was grading some papers. Oboro was subbing for Snipe's first period and then going to sub for Heroics again, while Toshinori was still doing classes. Shouta and Ken were going to continue their inspection on Aldera Middle School during this time. Hisashi was sitting in his own chair with a sleeping Uri on his lap. Don't you guys think it's time for her to go to a preschool? Ken inquired as he walked past Hisashi. I know she's still learning and was isolated, but surely she's good enough to at least go to a preschool. We talked about it. She's learning at a decent pace and is doing great with baseball practice. If she keeps this up by this time next year, she'll be with other kids her age instead of being behind. Plus, she lives with 3 teachers who are more than qualified to watch her and help her learn. Hisashi was the one to explain while he ran his hands through Yuri's long hair. Ken shrugged and let it go just as quickly. She's not my daughter, he said, and took his seat next to Toshinori. For a while it went back to small talk with nothing note as a few other teachers came in to start on their own work. That was until someone knocked on the door. Hey, hello. All at once several heads snapped towards the door at the unfamiliar voice. Ms. Midoriya. Shouta was a little surprised to see the woman. There she stood, dressed down in a dirty-looking hoodie and jeans. She had lost so much weight since the last time they spoke, which is saying something. Was it a week ago? Her hair was greasy and she honestly looked a mess. It made his heart feel for the poor woman. Inko looked confused as she let her eyes fall over all the teachers in the room. I was hoping to talk to All Might, but tears were quick to make themselves seen as she continued to look around as if he'll just pop out of thin air. A shaky breath left her mouth as she looked just to feed it. He doesn't seem to be here. She then looked down and whipped her eyes. Then she turned, getting ready to leave. Wait. Toshinori shot up from his seat, nearly sending it flying as he scrambled to her. I'm his secretary. He put both of his arms on either side of the doorframe. Whatever you need, I can relay it back to him. He calmed himself down quickly so as not to frighten the poor fragile woman. She gave another sniffle. I just wanted an autograph, she admitted softly to him. Not for me, but for my boy, thought Toshinori was blocking her. Shouta could see the tears that she was trying to swipe away. He loved All Might more than anything, and her breathing hitched, wanted to give him the one thing he really wanted. I know some might see it as a waste. But, I thought. Tashinori's shoulders slumped. He was such a fanboy. Her voice went from a whine to one of fondness as she hiccuped. Sometimes I swear he loved All Might more than he loved me. Hang on. She paused, and the others only watched as she pulled her phone out of her pocket. I have a photo of his room here. Tashinori's face fell when he saw the shrine of a room that was just solely dedicated to All Might. There were action figures, rare posters from decades ago, stuff that would make Nine jealous. Inko gave a watery giggle between her tears. He absolutely adored All Might. He really wanted this action figure. One F from All Might's debut, and I told him that maybe for his birthday I could give one for him. She cut herself off with a shuddering sigh. I can't afford it anymore, but I know he wanted All Might's autograph, and I thought maybe I could at least get that. Mimiri actually had to turn away to wipe her own eyes. She and Shouta locked eyes, and she could only shake her head. Tashinori felt pressure behind his eyes, something he hasn't felt in a long time. His arms gave just the littlest of shakes. I'm sure I can get you that autograph. Come back after school. Inko gave the weakest of nods. I can do that, she whispered and pulled at the drawstring of her dirty hoodie. How's around 5? He'll be here with that autograph, I can promise that. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting your day for this, and I'm glad you understand. Tell All Might I apologize for this as well. She bowed, then she was gone. Tashinori stayed in that doorway, his shoulders quaking. Nobody said anything as they just watched, almost amazed. I gave ... that boy an autograph, Tashinori whispered, to which Shouta replied, and he tore it up. But are you going to tell his mother that? He worshipped the ground I walked on. Tashinori swallowed hard, but didn't turn from the door. He had so much merch, some that were hard to find. And I need some time alone, Tashinori whispered harshly and reached up to wipe his eyes and nose while keeping his back to the others. I need to think about some things. Then he was gone. The silence in the lounge became uncomfortable as all the teachers just sat there. Death was never easy, but hearing a mother crying about her deceased son and wanting an autograph from the hero her son worshipped, from the same hero that drove him to suicide, he needed a wake-up call. Shouta sighed and finally went back to typing. But no mother should have to go through what Izuku Midoriya has. It never should have happened in the first place. Was it harsh what Shouta said? Yes, but it was deserved. Tashinori crushed the dream of a 13-year-old boy with almost no remorse, it seemed. This was the wake-up call that Tashinori needed to see. Izuku Midoriya wasn't just some kid. He was a son, a child who worshipped All Might, and it was All Might who caused his death. At least partially caused his death, and Tashinori needed to see that. Shouta was just upset he didn't think about bringing Inko into the school. He looked at the cameras before going back to his work. That clever rat knew exactly what he was doing, sending her in here. This is my mind, Izuku growled while pacing. He was in his cat form. He found in his mind he could change between human and cat, and he preferred to stay as moss. If he concentrated hard enough, he could see the undead version of him. This not Izuku was blurry and far, very far, but he was still close enough to be considered a threat, to be listening in. Izuku padded along in a pace as he thought about what he wanted to do. How he could block this other him out of his mind, to stop the not Izuku from peering into his memories. Then, he stopped and sat firmly on the ground. This is my mind and you aren't welcome. He hissed at the not Izuku, unsure if he was heard. Well, he looked around and then shut his eyes. This is my mind and I want a wall between us. You're dangerous, especially to Hitoshi. He's my friend, not yours. And I want a wall between us. He roared in defiance to the other him. And, to his surprise, it worked. A firm brick wall seemed to materialize out of nothing, keeping the two of them separated. Izuku looked at the wall and sighed. And stay out. He turned his back on the wall and started to trot away. As Izuku paused at the noise. It was an awful noise. The noise of nails raking against something hard. His heart pattered harshly against his chest and he turned towards the wall. As Izuku's ears went back to the noise that permeated through his ears and made him wince. You can't keep me away forever. A wall is steady, yes, but it's not permanent. His own, slightly demented, voice hissed and Izuku's fur rose. That was so fast. He was just a speck in my vision. Craved. I'll break this wall down sooner or later. You can't keep me away from my best friend. Izuku gnashed his teeth together while his fur continued to rise higher and higher. His heart raced and the tips of his toes and ears turned numb. He's not your friend. He doesn't even know you. But I know him. I know lots about Hitoshi, and that's all thanks to you. You can try and keep me out all you like, but I will break this wall down. Craved. You're not me, Izuku whispered at first before he gnashed his teeth again. You're not me, but I am. You and I. We're one and the same. That's why we're connected. You hate All Might. I hate All Might. You hate Bakugo. I hate Bakugo. I didn't always hate those people, Izuku whispered. He remembered a time where he loved All Might and loved Kaken. Maybe so. Izuku turned his back to the wall. Stay out of my head. This wall won't last forever. Then I'll build another. I'll get stronger and stronger every time. Walls crumble, and with each one you build it'll get weaker while I get stronger. You won't be safe forever. Toshinori came up to Izuku Midoriya. It was 5 p.m. on the dot. Her face crumbled when she saw Toshinori and not All Might. He couldn't come, she whispered fearfully. He was busy. But fear not, for I am here, with a present. Toshinori reached into his oversized coat and pulled out a mint condition action figure. One from his debut, the one he was sure young Izuku was looking at before. He signed it personally for you, Toshinori whispered while handing the present over to the woman. Inko's eyes filled with tears again as she grabbed the present. Thank you, and tell All Might I said thank you as well. I'm going to put this at his grave. He'll love it. Oh, and All Might wanted to gift you something as well, for your troubles and heartbreak. Toshinori reached, again, to his coat and pulled out a small bouquet of flowers. White and purple flowers meant specifically for grief and condolences. He immediately thrusted the flowers towards Inko. Inko wiped at her tears and took the flowers from him. Thank you, she whispered and her voice went high-pitched. I appreciate it. She rested the flowers across her arms while cradling the action figure under her left arm. She sucked in a breath and looked at the ceiling. I know it doesn't bring your son back, but All Might personally said if you ever need anything. Toshinori pulled out one final thing from his pocket, a slip of paper, to give him a call. I may answer, but that's just because I'm his secretary. Toshinori put the paper in her hand and then closed both of his hands around hers so her hand covered it. I can't accept this, she whispered in a numb voice while looking at his hands on hers. All Might insisted. Inko sniffed again and then gave a nod. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate all of this, and I'm sure if he were still alive, Izuku would as well. Inko looked at the wall for the time. I'm going to miss my train if I delay any longer. I have to get to the cemetery to drop this off for Izuku. Please let me drive you. No, her voice went firm. No, you've already done so much. Besides, I like the walk. Thank you, Toshinori. Are you sure? It's really no trouble. Inko turned and started to walk away. I'm positive. She whispered the last part. I want to be alone now. Safe travels. She waved in acknowledgement but didn't turn around to meet his eyes. Something was gnawing at Toshinori, but he stamped it down. She's a grieving mother, give her space, he decided before turning around and leaving. Toshinori walked into his office and shut the door. Once the door was firmly shut and locked, he sat down on his couch and just stared at the ceiling. What have I done? He whispered to himself. It's a question he's been repeating in his mind since that morning. A question that forced his mind back to that naked, enraged boy at the USJ. The boy who hated him something fierce. Upon seeing the bedroom the child had, something inside Toshinori snapped to reality. The full weight of just what he did smacking him in the face. It was only added to the fact that the boy at the USJ wasn't Izuku Midoriya. At least not fully. Not anymore. That boy was a creation of All For One. His honest-to-God father. Turns out even All For One had some human left in him as well. As messed up as it truly was. Nana would be ashamed. Nezu's voice rang in his head over and over again, and he's right. Nana would be ashamed of the man he became. As a once quirkless boy himself, he should have known that saying such harsh things would have an impact on the boy, especially since Izuku looked up to him. If Nana had said the same thing to him, it would have crushed him to nothing but rubble. Would he had said the same thing to Melissa, David Shield's quirkless daughter who idolized him and was working hard at becoming an inventor for heroes? No, never. So why did he say it to a 13-year-old boy and left him on the roof? Why did he leave that boy on the roof? Why was he so selfish that day? It would have cost him nothing to walk down with Izuku, to make sure he made it down safely. What have I done? He whispered again while feeling the pressure behind his eyes again. With a shuddering breath, he placed his hand to his eyes and just laid there. Toshinori needed a long and hard look at himself from this point onwards. Maybe, I was right. It's gone on for too long. Toshinori twisted on his couch so he was on his side. He kept his hand over his eyes and felt his mouth twist. Can someone like me be a hero? Please, I need to know. No, not in today's day and age. You need to be more realistic. It was under the guise of wanting to protect Izuku, to stop someone naive from running headfirst into danger. But Toshinori knew that was bullshit. He was being quirkist, and a child was dead because of it. He wanted to punch his past self. He would give anything to fix what he said if it meant that Izuku Midoriya had her child back. I'm sorry, he whispered to no one. Himself. No, of course not. He wanted to apologize to Izuku. I finally do something realistic and it's not good enough for you. The abomination screamed at him. His face twisted in rage. I'm sorry, he whispered again while his lower lip trembled ever so slightly. I never wanted you to. It was the strangest thought that crossed his mind at that moment. It just seemed so out of place but important. I don't know an Izuku. Liar. Motherfucking liar. Hitoshi's cat roared at him. The cat knew. The cat knew. He didn't think much of it at the time because the cat loathed him from the moment he walked through the door. Everyone had heard the cat talk, but nobody wanted to think too hard about it. They all thought it was a trick of their mind. Even Toshinori thought this ... but ... You liar. Mothereffing liar. The creature screamed at Toshinori nearly word for word as Moss. Liar. Hitoshi hissed when they passed by during the USJ, those purple eyes filled with scathing contempt as he held his dead cat close to his body. The cat that would later come back like nothing happened. That cat with those familiar green eyes. Could it be possible? Stop it. Toshinori scolded himself. He sniffled and lowered his hand from his wet eyes. You're just being stupid. Right. Toshinori laid there in his office as he looked at the ground. Finally, he sat up and swallowed the lump in his throat. Okay. He reached to his table and grabbed a book. One of the books Nezu made him read for his classes. Where was I? He asked, despite this being the first time he actually opened one of these books. Hitoshi wasn't as sneaky with his newly found mind-reading abilities as he originally thought. He was talking to Moss the morning after he healed from his quirk overuse. He was sitting in the teacher's lounge when the connection between him and Moss was abruptly cut. For a second he worried that the connection wasn't permanent and he would have to try again to connect to Moss, and then he looked up to see all of the teachers looking at him. His father's eyes glowing red as he just stared at Hitoshi and Moss. Hitoshi looked at the teachers, then at his dad. What's up? He tried asking to seem inconspicuous. But it wasn't working, not on Shouta Aizawa. Hitoshi. There was actually a chuckle from Shouta as he gave his head a shake. While I commend you for being able to establish a connection with Moss and actually being able to now hold conversations with him, you're not being sneaky. He squeaked, trying to sound offended by this. I have no idea what you mean. I wouldn't abuse my quirk by having conversations with Moss. Oboro gave a laugh from his computer and he covered his face in his hands. Hazashi was also chuckling from his own computer. Shouta shook his head and had a fond smile on his face. Hitoshi, your eyes give it away for 2 reasons. 1, you stare intensely at Moss during these moments. Come on, kid. It's like when a student thinks they're being sneaky with their phone in class. 2, they glow. Hitoshi tilted his head. They glow. Your eyes. When you and Moss established the connection, your eyes glowed during the whole conversation. Hitoshi turned to Moss. Traitor, you told me nothing was different. Moss actually shrugged at this. Shouta narrowed his eyes and he got down on one knee to look at Moss. You know, I never thought about that. I don't think he has either. About what? Hitoshi inquired. Cats can't see the same spectrum of color as humans can. He wouldn't be completely colorblind, but colors like blue and yellow and gray would stand out the most to him. It could even be possible that he couldn't see that your eyes were glowing. Hitoshi hummed, and then his eyes immediately started to glow as he looked at Moss. Hitoshi. Shouta shook his head as he gave another laugh. No quirk usage outside of school. At least not in front of all the other teachers. I get you're excited that you learned how to do this, and we'll see how we can expand on this, but please stop breaking the law in front of literal heroes. There was a silence as Hitoshi seemed to be thinking about his response. But I'm inside school. Well, he wasn't the only one with flicking abilities. It seemed as Shouta gave Hitoshi a stern flick on the nose. Hitoshi wiggled his nose disgruntled. Don't be a smartass. You know what I mean. Hitoshi smiled. Sorry, I'll limit the mind reading from now on. He promised. I was just asking if his color was limited as you explained. He said he didn't really know. I guess it's hard for him to really differentiate from then to now. From then, Kan asked, and Hitoshi was reminded that they weren't alone in the teacher's lounge. What does that mean? Hitoshi coughed and grabbed Moss. I think Lunch Rush has opened the cafeteria now. I'm going to get some breakfast with Mossy. No mind reading. Shouta called after his son with a headshake. He then sighed when the door shut and Hitoshi was gone. There was a bit of silence between the teachers once Shouta sat back at his computer to input some information. The silence didn't last. It never did. Does that cat seem a little too smart? Toshinori inquired cautiously. I know Nezu said he has human intelligence, but it's, I dunno, different. Nezu is smart, yes, but he wasn't born with his smarts. He learned and ... even trained to be that smart. But that cat, he knows just a little too much. Shouta shrugged and didn't give anything away. He's just a smart cat. I mean, he stole from a store so often that they still have someone guarding that door in case he comes back. Toshinori didn't look like he was buying it. Right, he grumbled and went back to his planning for when he would come back to class next week. All right, Mossy, I'll see you after heroics. We're going to see who's the top when it comes to quirkless sparring. Hitoshi smiled while he let Izuku off of his leash. He gave the hallway a quick look around and quickly added, if you get bored you can probably talk to me. I don't think anyone will notice. He winked. I'll see what I can do ... and yeah, I don't see any glow from your eyes. They're a little brighter, I will admit. Hitoshi smiled and dropped the connection. Go on, see you later. Then he turned and rushed towards a waiting Takoyami. His classmate was nice enough to hang behind. Izuku turned and padded away towards Nezu's office. Izuku always liked the silent walk to the principal's office. It gave him time to think and just relax in the blissful silence after having to deal with the hectic 1A. He padded along like he owned the building. He eventually made it to Nezu's office door and started to run his paws up and down the door to be let in. No claws, just paws. He was not let in. Nezu, Izuku got up on his hind legs and poked his head up to try and peer on the inside. But the door was too tall and the window too high. Nezu, he called a little louder and pat his paws against it. Nothing. He must be out. Izuku thought. Need help. Suddenly hands grabbed him from around his middle and Izuku was hoisted up to peer inside the window. No Nezu to be seen. Wait a minute. Izuku hissed and twisted. He started to yell while doing his best to get out of Toshinori's grip. The man was so quiet that Izuku didn't hear his approach, and that was scary. I don't want your help, Izuku yelled while swinging his paws and now claws blindly. Okay, I apologize. I forgot for a second that you hate me. Toshinori sighed and put Izuku on the ground. Izuku sat on his rump for a second before immediately starting to clean himself to get Toshinori's scent off of him. Now I'm going to have to take a bath because of you, he hissed at the skeletal man. Oh, that's just rude. Toshinori smiled at Izuku. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You'd know what rude is, wouldn't you? He commented before he finished giving himself a quick groom and he stood. You're not worth my time. Izuku put his nose in the air and made it a point to turn his back on Toshinori Yagi. You can leave now. Izuku heard a rattle. His treacherous ears twitched in excitement. The rattling persisted for another second or two. I heard that cats really like these treats, Toshinori said as he continued to rattle the bag of kitty treats to get Izuku's attention. Don't look, don't look, don't look. Izuku willed himself to stay still. Damn this cat part of him for being a complete and utter traitor, because no matter how human he says he is, he's still a cat. A cat that wanted treats. Now, I didn't know what kind you liked in particular, but I got the kind with the catnip infused as I read that'll help relax you. Toshinori grunted as he got down on one knee. Catnip. Izuku wanted to laugh. He's never smelt or even been around catnip. The joke was on Toshinori because there's no way catnip would have an effect on Izuku. The bag was opened and Izuku immediately turned around at the smell. Oh, that smelt nice. He felt blissful just being in its presence. The smell was drawing him in, but he stopped before Toshinori could get within arm's reach and he got low with a bit of a growl. This man wasn't getting the best of him just because he had some sort good-smelling treat. Okay, I get it. One step at a time, I suppose. Toshinori tossed the treat towards Izuku. Izuku sniffed it and the next thing he knew he wasn't eating it. He was on the ground and rubbing himself on the lone treat. The smell was something amazing and he couldn't get enough of it. The longer he smelt it, the more of it he wanted. Izuku was pushing the treat along the floor as he stretched his entire body out to rub more of the scent all over his face. Young Izuku. Izuku was snapped out of his blissful state at Nezu's voice. Toshinori was nowhere to be seen and now it was just Izuku rubbing himself all over the floor, which was probably a sight to behold. The usually composed Izuku actually allowed himself to act like a cat, all because of a treat that smelt heavenly. Izuku was close to falling down the rabbit hole again and he quickly corrected himself. Nezu. He straightened himself up and sat normally before licking at his own chest nervously. Toshinori came and gave me this treat and Izuku was breathing heavily. Nezu's nose twitched and he picked the treat up. Catnip. His teeth clicked and he dropped the treat like it was poison. Be careful with that, he responded simply. And eat it so you'll stop rubbing yourself all over the floor. You're going to get filthy. Izuku snatched the treat up in his mouth and gave it a few good bites. By the time he swallowed, he heard Nezu say, actually maybe you shouldn't. The principal ticked his teeth. Whoops, he rubbed at his nose. I think you should stay with me during lunch, young Izuku, he commented once the door was shut. It can't be that bad, can it? One treat, one tiny treat, and next thing Izuku knew, 20 minutes later he was floating while laying on Nezu's desk. Not literally, but he certainly felt like he was. Note to self, tell Toshinori not to bring catnip into the school again, Nezu muttered to himself as he lazily stroked Izuku's exposed stomach. That stuff is no good to start with. You don't like catnap, Izuku whispered while staring at the ceiling. I like catnap. Catnip doesn't entertain me the way it does you, young Izuku. I don't like the smell, Nezu explained as he wrote in a notepad. Izuku suddenly sat up straight. Run, I gotta run, oh dear. Then Izuku went crazy. It was something he never thought he'd ever experience for himself. The zoomies. He was at one end of the office, then in a blink of an eye he was at the other end. He spotted Nezu staring at him and Izuku went low, ears back, and claws out on the ground. Then he was off running around the office like the apparent crack addict he came to be in the last half hour. Can't catch me. I wasn't even attempting. I'm fast. Izuku's ears were back, eyes wide as he ran around the office at top speed. You have no idea how fast I am. Nezu had a little smile on his mouth as he just watched Izuku. I'm fast as F. Now, Izuku, no need for that language. He did scold the cat. His little rampage lasted for roughly 30 more seconds with him jumping on Nezu's desk, stopping, and then flopping over. Nap. He breathed out heavily. Nap time, he declared, and then within seconds he was out like a light. A cat nap was now required. Yes, Nezu decided as he looked at the mess that Izuku had managed to make during his little spree. Izuku knocked countless papers down and had even torn up some of the carpet with his claws. Catnip is most definitely banned from now on. In the end, it surprised no one that it was Ajiro that won the top dog sparring contest. It was close between him and Monoma, but in the end Ajiro got the win, which, again, surprised no one. You did amazing, Ajiro. Hagakure bounded towards him after he received a paper crown from Oboro. Ajiro blushed and rubbed at the back of his head. Thanks. He gave yet another laugh at this as he was led away by the arm from the invisible girl. Oboro smiled as he clapped his hands together. All right, you all did very well. And it helped me figure out just who needs help with their sparring. Kirishima, Tetsu, you can both stop. Oboro scratched his head at the two. 3 days later, the two kept coming back to see who was stronger and well. They were still fighting each other. Hitoshi rubbed at the back of his head and couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it as Tetsu and Kirishima immediately stopped their struggle. It was crazy that they were at completely equal strength that they couldn't pin one another down for 10 seconds. The longest they were able to get each other pinned was roughly 3 seconds. You all did amazing. And I even hope you learned just how helpful quirkless sparring is. Yes, you have a quirk, but it's always best to have a backup plan when fighting villains. Oboro beamed at all of them, and some students couldn't help but just smile right back at him. You know, I think I see it. Sue brought her finger to her chin as she smiled. Maybe I should work a little more on my own quirkless sparring. Hey, Hitoshi, since your father is Mr. Aizawa, do you think you could spar with me sometime? Hitoshi made a noise that sounded like a cross between a squeak and a gasp. Oh, right, I actually forgot I called him Dad in front of all of you. He rubbed at the back of his head. If Mr. Aizawa is your father and you called Mr. Loud Cloud Papa. Todoroki pointed at Loud Cloud, who was talking to a couple of 1B girls. He then tapped at his head and thought, then who is your mother? Is it Midnight? What? Hitoshi gasped. I mean, your hair and her hair are similar. Both are purple and it's weightless like Mr. Loud Cloud. But you also look like Mr. Aizawa with your eye bags and even when you smile. So, I have to wonder if you were maybe inseminated? Stub. Hitoshi put his hand up to immediately stop Todoroki's mad rambling. I'm not biologically related to Mr. Aizawa nor Loud Cloud. I'm just being fostered by them. He almost wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it. I don't believe that, Todoroki whispered, and he started to look between Hitoshi and Loud Cloud. Hitoshi didn't know how to respond to that. All right, class. You've got 20 minutes to go and get changed and shower if you need to. Go on, Oboro yelled as he shooed the students away with a hand wave. Hitoshi was thankful for the distraction as he and the others scrambled to go and get changed. Hitoshi did take a quick shower once in the changing room, just to wash off his body so he wouldn't smell. Once cleaned, he got changed. Today he felt more like a boy, so he had to literally hop into his pants. His wet thighs made it nearly impossible for him to just pull his pants up. See, come on, he grunted while hopping around. He would inevitably get his pants over his thighs, but man, if it wasn't a workout. Once he was dressed and got his tie wrapped around his neck and looked at himself in the mirror so he could tie his tie. Why a tie? He was asking more to himself than to anyone else, but leave it to Ida to answer regardless. To show the world that we are in one of the most prestigious schools. Because it's uniform and tidy. The tie isn't going to F you, 4 eyes. Bakugo rolled his eyes, and that was when Hitoshi noticed that Bakugo wasn't wearing his. In fact, now that he thought about it, Hitoshi was sure Bakugo hadn't worn his tie at all since they started the school year. It's just an accessory. Wear it or don't. I hate things around my neck, so I don't bother. But you need to. Ada yelled, and Bakugo, once again, rolled his eyes. Try and make me, you might lose a hand. Then Bakugo ducked under Ada's arm and was gone. Hitoshi hummed while watching this. Still, he finished wrapping his tie around his neck and grabbed his bag. Wait up, Takoyami called and jogged up to Hitoshi. Hitoshi waited until Takoyami was right next to him before he started walking again. The two walked in step towards the classroom. You did good today. I really thought you would win, Takoyami told him, and Hitoshi smiled at him. Yeah, I'm behind in training. I knew the moment I was going up against Monoma that I was going to lose. He's not just in ballet, but he knows submission grappling and has been training in such for nearly 4 years now. He knows how to twist his body and do full body takedowns. He kept that smile on his face as he then scratched at the back of his head. Besides, Ajiro is a beast. Even if I would have won against Monoma, Ajiro would have put me in my place hands down. But I appreciate the compliment. Takoyami looked away quickly. Hey, I was wondering if maybe you wouldn't mind sparring with me sometime. Not at all. I could always use more sparring partners my age. My dad beats me from here to next Sunday, not like that. He swiftly shut down any abuse allegations. I mean, I eat the mat more often than I like. He laughed awkwardly. You'll be faster than me with that ballet experience. That's for sure. Ballet doesn't always equal fast. If you want, you can watch me at ballet practice one of these days. Yes, Takoyami made a noise that sounded almost like a squawk, and he covered his beak with his hands while he turned red. Hitoshi smiled before giving a weak chuckle. Class is Saturday morning if you're free. I'd have to ask my parents, but I don't see why not. Hitoshi smiled at Takoyami. I look forward to seeing you in Dark Shadow then. Do you think it hurt? Huh? Inko looked at Masaru as they both sat on the kitchen floor. Inko had accidentally spilled some milk and spiraled into another crying fit. Masaru had just happened to be nearby and was helping her clean it up when she asked that question. Do you think it hurt when Izuku jumped? Do you think he was in pain? She whispered while her hands shook against the towel on the floor. No, Masaru whispered while he reached up and tucked some of her hair behind her ear. It was quick and painless. I'm sure, he whispered to her. Now, why don't you let me clean this mess up, dear? He urged, and Inko sniffled before slowly standing. Okay, she whispered. Thank you. Stephen Wiles is a portly American here in Japan on business. Little did he really know how much his life was going to change after today. Damn it. He cursed once he realized he missed his train by 10 whole minutes. Damn jet lag. Now he had to wait a whole 40 minutes for his next train to Camino. He sat firmly at a bench and rubbed at his tired eyes. He would look back at this moment and thank his quirk over and over again. He would also look back and wonder what would have happened if he hadn't been bumped. Someone made contact with his shoulder and nearly sent him toppling over. He saw a flash before his eyes as his quirk activated at the contact between him and this person. His quirk, precognition, was pretty straightforward. If he makes physical contact with a person, he could see into the future. The issue was it wasn't strong. He could only see 5 minutes into the future at a max, which was concerning when he only accidentally looked into 30 seconds in the future. Blood, gore, a train forced to a stop, only a leg remaining on the platform that had flown off of the woman's body, a slipper still attached to its foot. Stephen looked up in alarm at the person that had touched him and at first became afraid when he realized he hadn't seen who had touched him. There was a whistle coming. Train to Hosu City is coming next. An automated female voice sounded through the area. Stephen stood up in alarm as he wildly looked around for a female wearing slippers. Hey, watch it. Stephen never jerked his head towards a stranger's voice faster. There, just less than 100 feet away, stood a woman that had deliberately crossed the yellow line protecting civilians from the train and its winds. The woman was wearing dirty clothing, a dirty hoodie, sweatpants, and just normal house slippers. Stephen could see the train coming up and fast. For just a second his legs felt frozen in place as his heart hammered away, and his fingers went numb. Ma'am, he whispered at first, and something seemed to knock some wind into him. Ma'am, he roared in English once he saw her getting closer to the edge of the platform. In his rush he pushed past several people, nearly falling down in his scramble to get to the woman before his quirk could become a reality. The train was getting closer and closer as the light was just exiting the tunnel. The woman saw this, and she extended one leg out, the leg that would fly off and land on the platform if she succeeded. Stephen didn't think. He couldn't think. He charged, not caring if he pushed people down in his mad haste to save this woman. He ran past the yellow line and grabbed her by the back of her hoodie. No, came a desperate wail that this woman produced. The wail would turn into a scream when Stephen used all of his weight to yank her down to the platform just as the train whizzed by them. All he felt was air as he landed on top of the woman and kept his arms firmly around her to prevent her from getting up. After what felt like forever, the train inevitably came to a halt. Call for an ambulance, Stephen yelled in his panic as he kept the woman on the ground. The woman, a woman with dark green hair and equal green eyes, had immediately given up on fighting him as she just curled up into a ball and started to cry. Hey, he whispered while petting her hair. It's okay. It's going to be okay, he told her in a gentle tone. We're going to get you help. I don't want help, she whimpered, her lip quivering violently as tears flowed freely from her eyes and onto the cold ground below them. Her face turned to one of pain and anguish as she was trying to stop herself from screaming at scene. I just want to be with my baby again. I can't take it anymore. No mother should be forced to outlive her child. She turned and started to cry into her hands. Why must I be tortured like this? Loud childish cries left her throat as she continued to violently sob. Stephen didn't have an answer, but he did have compassion. So, he stayed with her on the ground and continued to hold the poor woman close to him. He would eventually get off of her and hold her into his arms until the police and even a nearby hero would come to assess the situation. From there, the woman, that Stephen never got the name of, was swept away and he was taken off to the side for questioning. He watched as she was put into the back of an ambulance and he just had to know. What's going to happen to her? He asked the officer. She seems like she's grieving pretty badly. Involuntary hospitalization for sure, just until she's no longer a threat to herself. Stephen sighed heavily. Out of all the future possibilities I've seen during the years, she's the only one that made me act. I hope she gets the help she needs. Things tend to get forgotten, and for Shouta he was ashamed to say he forgotten about the food hoarding issue that one of the children had. Well, late in the night, after Moss had gotten over his accidental drugging through Toshinori Yagi, which the man was properly reprimanded by Nezu in front of everyone for, catnip is banned. Moss is human in mind and spirit, and by giving him such you've impaired him drastically. So, no more catnip. If you wish to give him treats, then I would suggest those that do not have that unpleasant plant in them. Back to the present, Shouta was just coming back from a late-night patrol around 3 in the morning. He was going to take a quick nap and then go to work with his husbands. Well, he was shocked when he walked into his house and the first thing he heard was the sound of the fridge opening. Shouta, being an expert on his feet, was quick to tiptoe and walk up to the doorway leading into the kitchen. He poked his head in and just stared. Moss was standing in front of the open fridge, Tupperware in mouth. It looked like the fried pork from the night before. When Moss turned to look at Shouta, his eyes glowed a deep neon yellow from the fridge light. There was a spark in those eyes before he took off at full speed. "Hey!" Shouta yelled and only watched as Moss rushed past him with the Tupperware still in his mouth. Moss ran into Eri's open bedroom and Shouta was right behind him on quiet feet. Shouta opened the door. Eri was already up and she was rubbing at her bleary and unconcentrated eyes. She let out a soft breath before looking down at Moss and then at the food. Moss turned to look at Shouta, and once again the light from the nightlight blocked out Moss's pupils and his eyes were just yellow from the light. Eri grumbled while rubbing at her face with both of her hands. "Mossy, I'm not hungry." She continued to sleepily grumble. "He does this every night," she whispered, "not just to me but to Big Brother too." She then twisted onto her side and nearly knocked Moss and the container of food down as she tried to go back to sleep. So the food hoarder wasn't one of the children but the cat. Shouta's left eye twitched a little and he came into Eri's room. He grabbed Moss from under the stomach with one hand and the Tupperware with the other hand. He started to walk out and Moss gave a soft mew at this. Yeah. Shouta shut the door and tossed Moss back to the floor. "All right you. I see old habits are hard to break. You should know by now that there's no need for you to be stealing food for them. You know they're eating every day. This includes snacks and the occasional sweet treat." He walked back to the kitchen to the still open fridge and put the pork away and shut the fridge. Moss jumped onto the counter and just stared into Shouta's soul for several minutes like he didn't fully understand. Shouta sighed and patted Moss's head. "You don't have to feed them anymore. They're safe now and I figured you would have understood that. But I get it, old habits are hard to break." Shouta tiredly sighed and walked up to Moss. He then opened his arms for an invite and, to his surprise, Moss jumped into his arms and let him hold on to him. "Come on, you can rest with us tonight." Shouta led him and Moss into the master bedroom. Moss hopped onto the bed with Brat and Jelly on the end of the bed. Moss leaned heavily against Brat, probably to make sure she got the warmth she desperately craved. Shouta simply kicked his boots off and crawled into bed with his husbands to get a nice 2 hours of sleep in. He felt himself get comfortable as he sighed out in relaxation. Then his phone rang. Shouta felt his eyes snap open at the sound of his phone and he sighed before lazily reaching out to grab it. He dragged the phone to his ear and placed it against his ear. "Hello, Ms. Bakugo. What's wrong?" he groggily answered. He listened to the voice on the other side and he immediately bolted upright. Izuku Midoriya did what? Inko wouldn't look at Shouta. She kept her back towards him as she looked out the window of her hospital room. Her breathing was ragged and on the verge of tears. She was in a mental institution. Her clothes were dropped off by the Bakugos along with some books. Mitsuki and Masaru had already made their leave, but both were clearly upset as they sulked out the door of the hospital. Shouta swallowed hard and then cleared his throat. "Inko, please," she whispered and jerked her head in a headshake. "I don't need any more empty words nor do I want your pity. Just leave," she insisted and waved her hand at him for him to take his leave. "Izuku wouldn't want this. Don't talk like you knew my child." Inko roared suddenly as she turned towards him, completely incensed. "You didn't know him. You only know his name. You just were the person who found him." She yelled as tears started to fall down her face. She sucked in a big breath through her nose before turning away from Shouta. "You can leave now." Shouta sighed tiredly. "I'll come back after school tomorrow." "Don't bother." Yeah, he got the hint and decided to give her time to cool down. Shouta rubbed at his itchy eyes as he turned away from Inko's bedroom. The moment the door shut behind him as he heard her sobs that she was clearly holding back until she was alone. He swallowed and looked at his watch. It was now 5 in the morning and Shouta put his hands in his pockets. It seemed that he was going to play a video for his students while he napped. The sports festival was here and everyone was nervous. It was in the air, they could taste it. Hitoshi was literally jumping up and down to hype himself up and to also keep himself from screaming. This was more watched than the Olympics, which was insane. "Where's Bakugo?" Kirishima was the one who asked the obvious as the time was ticking down. Bakugo was nowhere to be seen. Nobody answered him because it seemed that nobody really cared. Maybe that would have made Hitoshi feel bad, but in all honesty he wasn't. Bakugo would have wiped the floor with them all if he were here. It's a shame. Todoroki growled deeply. I would have loved to see his face when I won against him without using my flames. I have no tolerance for abusers like him. His face turned dark, too dark, and it made Hitoshi, as well as the others, shudder in fear. Hey, where's Moss? Ochako changed the subject, and instantly several other people asked the same question as they looked at Hitoshi. Hitoshi was still hopping up and down when he answered. He's with Papa and Dad in the announcer booth. Hitoshi said. It's too dangerous for him, so he's staying away but close enough to where he can see what's happening. Man, not going to lie, but I would have loved to see Moss try and get through the sports festival. Zero was grinning from his spot at the table. Hitoshi was strangely inclined to agree with him, seeing his beloved cat try and fight alongside the others, but he knew it was for the best if Moss stayed out of this. A sound above them chimed and they all looked at each other. Hitoshi finally stopped his hopping and swallowed down a lump that was forming in his throat. It's time. Izuku was watching the festival from the announcer box. It was the perfect view for him. He could see everyone from basically a bird's eye view. Yes, he did learn through Shouta that his colors were muted compared to that of a human's, but it didn't matter. He knew who to look for. Hitoshi. Izuku put his paws against the glass and started to run his paws up and down happily. All right there, Moss. Hazashi picked Izuku up and placed him in his lap. Hazashi scratched the area behind Izuku's ears as he started to speak into the mic. Izuku was a little sad that he wouldn't participate in this, but it was understandable why Nezu stopped him from joining in. They can't have the commission getting wise after all. Izuku still watched diligently with his two front paws on the desk in front of him. His ears perked forward as he stared at all the people below them with a sense of vigor and excitement. Midnight would come out and crack her whip to silence the crowd below. She spoke excitedly about the games they had prepared for the students. Not every game, but just that there were 3 games lined up. Midnight had a presence about her that commanded attention and had everyone rapt. Even Izuku was watching with wide, unblinking eyes as he waited for her to finish, which she did with a twist that Izuku didn't see coming. And now a word from the person who got in with the most rescue points ever seen in UA history. Hitoshi Shinzu. It was like a spotlight was put directly on Hitoshi as the student body parted to all look at him. Even from where Izuku stood above it all, he could see Hitoshi visibly shaking. Still, the boy took one step forward, then another, and then he was pushed to the front by Dark Shadow helping him move it along. Hitoshi made it to the podium and stared at everyone with wide eyes. Izuku shut his eyes and connected to Hitoshi. Hitoshi, if you don't know what to say, then repeat after me. Hitoshi listened to what Izuku had to say before he gave a shaky breath. I just wanted to say, let's all do our very best out there. Izuku was satisfied with that, but then was surprised when Hitoshi kept on going. Quirked or quirkless, we're all here to show the world what we got. So everyone give it your all because I know that's what I'll be doing. And may the best person win. Good job. Izuku purred as a bit of pride swelled in his chest. Hitoshi hopped down when people started to clap and cheer. He met with Monoma and the two of them shared a quick embrace before Hitoshi settled in with the crowd of excited students once again. The first game was announced, and while it was being announced, Shouta came in with 2 cups of coffee and a cup of milk made for cats in his hands. He placed the tiny milk cup in front of Izuku and Izuku started to drink, if only to soothe his drying throat. Eri was right behind Shouta with a sippy cup full of apple juice. She was so quiet that Izuku didn't notice her at first. She just stood by and watched. The first game was an obstacle course of sorts with different segments for different types of quirks, and Izuku could see it all from his spot above. When the students started to cram into the gates, Izuku caught on. Hitoshi, the tunnel and the gates are the first test. Be careful and don't get run over. Thanks, Izuku, was the response back he got, and Izuku's ear gave a bit of a displeased twitch at the use of his old name. But it didn't matter. The light turned green and sure enough, Izuku was right. There was a traffic jam at the front of the gates and people were literally stumbling over one another, pushing and shoving to get out. Todoroki shot through the gates with his eyes, freezing everyone in place with a simple stomp of his foot. Those, like Tsuyu and Ajiro, were smart enough to leap up and use some of the others as boosts up, as cruel as it was. For a moment Izuku feared that Hitoshi was one of those stuck and was out before he even started. But he was surprised only moments later. Hitoshi broke through the crowd with a grin on his face. I hate this quirk of mine, but it's so useful, Hitoshi thought to Izuku as he ran down the set path with the others. Izuku felt pride continue to swell in his chest. Hitoshi, don't you see? Your quirk is the reason why we're talking right now. There's nothing to hate. It's an amazing quirk and it's not your fault that your father died. You never made him wrap around a pole. Whoops, didn't mean to let that slip. Hitoshi nearly skidded to a halt in his own shock. How do you know about that? Hitoshi even looked towards the announcement box in his shock, and Izuku was sure that Hitoshi was looking directly at him. We'll discuss it later, Izuku decided to say, and Hitoshi went back to running after a few more seconds. Hazashi, now present Mike, was yelling ecstatically as the children fought for their lives out there. Even doubly so when the robot inferno came into play. Hitoshi had the best plan for when he would come up to the robots. Duck and weave. He was pretty good at avoiding the robots altogether as he ducked and bobbed around. The robots were frozen in place by Shoto's ice, but Hitoshi was just fast enough to avoid them as they crashed down on the unexpected. Go, Hitoshi. Izuku started to bounce up and down happily as he watched this whole ordeal with rapt attention and twitching ears. After the robot inferno, as President Mike liked to call it, came the fall, which was a canyon with numerous tight ropes for students who couldn't fly to have some sort of fairness. Hitoshi did okay. He didn't fall, so there was that. He used his quirk to have a kid, one with wings, to help him cross. Once he was past the fall, he took the kid out of his hold and went running again. The final part, the minefield, and this was where Izuku came in. Left, right, middle, jump. Izuku felt like he was playing a video game as he instructed Hitoshi where to go. He kept a lookout, making sure to keep Hitoshi away from the mines. That was until he was caught by Shouta. Apparently Hisashi had mentioned something along the lines of, wow, he's really good at avoiding those land mines. Izuku wouldn't know because he wasn't paying attention. And the connection between Hitoshi and Izuku was promptly cut. Izuku could feel Aizawa's no-nonsense aura and opted not to look as the aura was creeping into his bubble. No more cheating. Shouta then flicked him against his ear. Izuku yelped a little and his ears went far back in irritation. Well, thankfully it was near the end of the minefield when they got caught and Hitoshi made it out relatively unscathed. He wasn't first place, but hey, 7th place wasn't bad. At least he got to move on to the next round. Katsuki's teeth gnashed together in rage as he watched the obstacle course for himself. It's bullshit. I would have had that win before any of those losers. He roared in defiance. Hey, Nezu banned the word extras. He didn't say anything about losers. Regardless, now he was here in the infirmary with the old lady that smelt like white diamond perfume and mothballs, and he was dressed in white scrubs, white clog shoes, and even a stupid white hat. Whack. Oh, Katsuki jumped up and down when his leg was smacked with that damn cane that recovery girl carried around with her. What the hell was that for you, hag? Watch your mouth and behave. Those aren't losers. Those are your classmates and you are to refer to them as such, young man. And don't call me a hag. I am not your mother. You call me that one more time and it's straight to Nezu. Whack. 4,000. He bit his lip so hard that it bled to keep from cursing out in even more anger when she struck his other leg with her cane. It took everything for him not to start blasting off with his quirk. But he told Nezu that he could make the change. He wanted to be better. He had to be better, especially after what happened with Auntie. Katsuki was awoken at the sound of rushing and panicked feet. He blinked tiredly when he realized he could hear crying, but it wasn't Auntie Inko crying. The tone was different, and it took him a moment to realize that it was his mother that was crying. His mom sounded panicked as her voice was high-pitched. I knew she was leaving more frequently. I didn't think. Mitsuki, his father cut in and Bakugo sat up slowly to listen in. Nobody knew she would try to kill herself. Right now we can give her our support and go and give her clothing for the hospital. There was a pause before soft sobbing could be heard. His mother's own sobbing. We should have seen the signs. We should have known she wanted to be with Izuku. His mother choked out Izuku's name. Let's just be glad someone was there to stop her before she could step in front of the train. I miss him too, you know. Izuku. Yeah, I miss that punk's stupid little smile. The way he would ramble on about All Might for hours on end. I miss him, and to think we nearly lost Inko on top of it. Look alive, we got our first arrivals. Recovery girl said sternly, and right as she said it, a medical bot carrying a student came in, followed by several others. The first student was crying while holding onto her leg. I think it's broken. Man up. Bakugo roared at her, which only got him more tears and another strong whack across the head this time around. Compassion. Bakugo, you need to show these people compassion. Recovery girl scolded him. Nothing ever gets done by coddling. I'm not telling you to coddle them. Recovery girl approached the crying girl and put a hand on her arm. What happened, dearie? She asked the girl in a gentle tone. The girl sniffled loudly and started to hiccup. One of the robots fell on it. She cried while trying to catch her breath. I'm lucky it was just my leg, but it hurts. Let me see. Recovery girl pulled the uniform up to inspect the leg. Sure enough, there was a deep purple bruise indicating that her leg could very well be broken. Oh dear. She then reached up and pecked the girl on the head with her lips. The leg healed itself swiftly. Here, you're going to need this. I can't heal it all the way today. Don't get me wrong. It is healed, but not enough to where you can put weight on it. Recovery girl reached off towards the wall where a ton of crutches were laid and handed one to the girl. But come back on Monday and see me. I'll have you all patched up. Young Bakugo, you are to put her leg in a splint, like how I showed you. He rolled his eyes a little before giving a huff. Yeah. He grabbed the stretcher and transferred the girl to a bed with the assistance of one of the robots. From there he started to make a splint. Compassion ... Ho. He thought a little peeved. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if maybe ... just maybe. A little bit of compassion would have stopped Deku from jumping that day. Up next came the Cavalry battle. Because of Todoroki's first place win during the race, he got a whopping 10 million points on his head. Literally. They all had to find teams of 4. Hitoshi had Monoma, Tokoyami, and Isui on his side. They did a decent enough job, in Izuku's opinion, while Todoroki managed to keep his 10 million points. They didn't even bother with Todoroki's group because they knew that's where everyone would be. So, they went around and stole points off of unsuspecting people. It was made super easy with Isui and Dark Shadow, as Isui would just grab the points with her tongue and Dark Shadow snuck up on people to take their points. They did wind up going head-to-head with Todoroki near the end when Todoroki realized what they were doing. While they didn't get the 10 million win, they did accidentally do something that Izuku never saw coming. As the clock was ticking down and they had less than a minute remaining, Todoroki had used his ice to stick everyone to the ground. Hitoshi, in a panic, jumped in the air. His ballet really came into play as he managed to dodge Todoroki. Hitoshi had ducked and struck his leg out to kick Todoroki's left side. Right then Izuku saw it as Todoroki grabbed Hitoshi's leg with his left hand. Flames. Todoroki had accidentally burnt Hitoshi's leg in his own panic. Todoroki went down in a panic as he let Hitoshi go and was caught. Hitoshi was caught by Isui's tongue and the game was over. Todoroki kept his points, which was fine as Hitoshi and his team were in second thanks to their strategy. The moment the game was over, Todoroki rushed to Hitoshi's side. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to burn you." Todoroki fussed immediately as they all could see the perfect handprint that Todoroki had left around Hitoshi's ankle. "Way to go." Monoma huffed in irritation as he and Tokoyami carefully helped pull the remaining pant leg up and away from the wound that was starting to blister. "Hey, it's okay. Accidents happen. I didn't even know you had flames," Hitoshi whispered. "Here." Momo had a chilled ice pack in her hands. "Put this against his leg and we'll call for a medic bot." "No, let me take him," Todoroki whispered. "It's the least I can do for allowing this to happen." He then hoisted Hitoshi's arm around his shoulders and helped the boy to his feet. "You don't have to, Todoroki," Hitoshi tried to tell him, but it all fell on deaf ears as the two of them were awkwardly limping away from the whole ordeal. "Really, it's no big deal. I hadn't meant to slip up and because of that you suffered. I'm sorry." Todoroki's face turned dark, hateful even, as his mouth twisted into a snarl. "Slip up? Meaning you were holding your flames back this whole time?" Todoroki snorted a little and he tightened his grip on Hitoshi's arm as they continued to awkwardly walk together, with Hitoshi keeping weight off of his burnt leg. "You may be the only one who understands my pain, Hitoshi. What do you know about quirk marriages?" "What do I know?" "A lot, actually. I'm the product of one." Todoroki looked at Hitoshi in amazement. "You are?" He nodded. "Yes, you see, my father wanted someone who could match his quirk because he wanted a child that had his quirk but made it stronger. It succeeded, but..." Hitoshi looked down. He only saw it happen for a few moments before his death. His mouth twisted in rage. "And my mother, I never met her. She grew addicted to opioids after my birth and was kicked out of my life after that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spring that on you." Todoroki's hateful face melted and his expression softened to one relief. "I see. I guess we have a lot more in common than I could imagine. I'm also the product of a quirk marriage. My father wanted me to best All Might, to be his perfect tool. You see, the reason why I insisted that we be friends is because I too experienced physical abuse." Hitoshi felt his own gaze start to soften. "Huh," he whispered. "I wasn't expecting to hear that from Endeavor's son." "Yes, well, it wasn't just me. My mother also suffered from my father's abuse, to the point that she had a temporary mental break and poured boiling water over my left eye as a result, as it made me look too much like my father." "Yep, was not expecting that. That would explain the scar, however. It's because of this, because of him. I refuse to use my left side, his side, this cursed fire quirk. It's his and I refuse to use it. And I'm going to win without using it to piss him off." That hateful scowl was back. "But, Shoto, it's not. What do you want?" Hitoshi gasped and nearly fell back in alarm when Bakugo all but roared at him and Todoroki alike. Todoroki kept Hitoshi steady and pushed past Bakugo with all of his might. "Recovery girl, I accidentally burned Hitoshi. Can you heal him?" "I'm talking to you, Icy. I already told you. I don't talk to abusers. Now step away." Shoto snarled right into Bakugo's face. His eyes became enraged as he stared Bakugo down. There was a sigh. "Bakugo, why don't you go and pass out gummies? Let me deal with them," Recovery girl said as she got between the two boys. "Come on, dear. Let me see the burn." Hitoshi sat on a bed and looked up. He watched as Bakugo stalked away with gummies in his hands, the glass bowl they were in looking ready to break, as it was clear he was pissed about being here. But why was he here? Why wasn't he participating with them? Hitoshi didn't know. "Oh my, I'm afraid this may scar," Recovery girl told Hitoshi as she carefully poked the blister. Todoroki visibly tensed and looked highly uncomfortable. "I'm sorry," he managed to say as he looked away from Hitoshi. "That's literally the last thing I wanted. Shoto, can I show you something?" Hitoshi asked, and Todoroki turned to look at him. While Recovery Girl worked on his burn, Hitoshi raised his shirt up to show off his torso. Right. Here. You see it. He showed Shoto the faded silver scar that was horizontal and about 2 inches long right along his rib cage. Todoroki nodded and Hitoshi breathed out slowly. I was low. My uncle's abuse wouldn't stop and I went 4 days without eating at that point. So, I tried to end it. I was 10, maybe 11. I took a knife and stabbed myself right there thinking it would end it all. I was a dumb kid. My uncle found me and patched me up himself. I'm reminded every day of the lame-ass suicide attempt. Your scar is way cooler than this one. Hitoshi smiled. Todoroki wasn't smiling. Recovery Girl wasn't smiling. Then Todoroki got down on the floor in a bow. I apologize. Oh no. I was rambling about my abuse, but at least I got to eat. Todoroki whispered. I never thought about doing that at such a young age. No, please, I wasn't trying to compare abuse. Both of us suffered. I just wanted you to feel better. Hitoshi wanted to smack himself. Todoroki got up and dusted himself off. I should get back. He then bowed one final time in a polite manner. I'll see you for the 3rd round. Hitoshi sighed and laid against the bed as Recovery Girl finished healing him. Why am I the way I am? I don't know, dear, but I do know that neither of you should suffer through abuse. She reached up and kissed his cheek. Now, go on, you should be all good. Right, thanks. Hitoshi was originally going to go straight to Todoroki to try and set things straight, and maybe talk him down from this whole my father's quirk thing he seems to think is happening. But he was snatched by the girls. Sue and Ochako both caught him by his underarms and literally dragged him away. What's going on? He asked as the other girls were hurrying towards the changing rooms. Mr. Aizawa apparently wanted us to be cheerleaders and we had no clue, Ochako said in a panic. Hitoshi let out a noise of disbelief. Don't worry about the cheer uniform, because we had no idea. I'm already making some on short notice. Momo told him, and any and all fight died the moment the words cheer uniform was spoken. Cheer, uniform, like ... the cute pleated skirts and crop tops. He had hearts in his eyes, he just knew this. Yep, that's why we grabbed you. We shouldn't keep Mr. Aizawa waiting then. What are you wearing? Isn't it cute? What kind of fan service is this, Class A? Present Mike roared with laughter in the mic as the girls and Hitoshi came out in their cheerleader outfits. Hitoshi was literally twirling with delight across the field. He was practically doing pirouettes and Izuku could hear him giggling. Denki was laughing and Izuku absolutely heard. I can't believe they fell for it. Momo screamed as she threw her pom-poms down. I should have known Mr. Aizawa would never make us do this. She fell to her knees in despair. I'm too happy to be upset, Hitoshi yelled while continuing to pirouette. I am absolutely keeping this. Be my guest. Izuku saw Hitoshi stop suddenly as if something caught his eye. Izuku sat up in Present Mike's lap as the man continued to laugh. Mr. Aizawa had his hands in his face and just shook his head. Hitoshi blinked and rubbed at his eyes, then he shrugged and went to join Hagakure, who was at least attempting to do a cheer routine. He managed to pick her up and throw her into the air, but that was about it. The last round was a battle royal. The top dog, didn't that sound familiar? Hitoshi would glare at Oboro, but the man was busy patrolling the grounds during this whole thing. Hitoshi did okay. He didn't win, didn't even get top 3, but he did beat his first match, which was against Ida. The man just didn't know when to shut up, it seemed, which helped Hitoshi greatly. However, he knew he was done when he had to go up against Ajiro. One whack and he was out of bounds. In the end, Monoma got 3rd, Ajiro got 2nd, and, surprising no one, Todoroki got 1st place. Just like that, the festival was over and it was time to go home, which was fine by Hitoshi. He was tired and wanted a bath. You did good, kid. Shouta pulled Hitoshi in as he, Oboro, Hizashi, and Ri started to walk towards the car. Moss resting across Hitoshi's shoulders. You're really not taking that outfit off? Nope, not until I get in the bath, he grumbled while moving his neck from side to side to make it pop and crack like a glow stick. Hitoshi turned towards Todoroki's yell and the boy was running for him across the school parking lot. Todoroki met up and smiled at him. You did really well. Thank you. You did good too. Turns out you can just freeze people in place. Todoroki smiled at him. Soon, other classmates rushed to join up with the two of them, Takoyami and Monoma mainly, while others waved goodbye. While they were talking just briefly, because Hitoshi wanted to go home. Dang it, Moss suddenly lifted his head up and sat in alert. Hitoshi looked at his cat. Moss, he asked. Moss was looking around, like he was scoping the place out. Hitoshi, we don't want to be a drag, but we all want to go home, Oboro yelled to Hitoshi, and the other adults were waiting by the car with Iri fast asleep on his Ash's hip. Coming, Papa, he called. Look, guys, Hitoshi's whole world tilted the moment he heard his uncle's voice just a little ways away from him. His blood turned to ice as he felt like he was moving in slow motion to turn towards his uncle. Your father would be ashamed, Moss hissed. There was a sudden pop, And next thing Hitoshi knew was screaming as he hit the ground. Screaming from his classmates, screaming from his dads. Hitoshi. Oboro was on the ground beside him suddenly, and Hitoshi couldn't really feel anything, but what he could see was blood that stained Oboro's hands as his father put pressure on. Wait, was it on him? Was he? Hitoshi's breathing picked up as he realized. Yes. He was shot. Hitoshi. Todoroki was beside him and so was Monoma. No, Monoma was holding him up and holding on tightly to his hand. Hitoshi. Todoroki had tears in his eyes and so did Monoma. I can use my flames. My flames. I can stop the bleeding. Hang on, Hitoshi. Takoyami was on his knees beside him quickly. Dark Shadow was bristling with rage all around his friend. Mr. Aizawa went after that maniac. Just Dark Shadow almost seemed to grow in her rage as a mighty roar was heard by all. Was he floating? He felt like he was floating. Hitoshi. Big brother. Hitoshi was looking past them, past their worried and tear-streaked faces. He reached out for the figure in the distance growing closer towards him. A figure he knew too well. The boy walked up slowly to him, bent down, and extended his hand. It was like the others couldn't even see him. The boy smiled a dazzling smile. Izuku was the last thing he croaked out before he took the hand and lost consciousness. Your father would be ashamed. In all honesty, Shouta didn't really hear the gunshot. In those moments he saw Jaunouchi Shinsu, saw the gun, and then heard his own exhale when he realized he wouldn't be fast enough to do anything. The gun went off and he saw blood. Blood went flying as the bullet went clean through Hitoshi's torso. The blood splattered on the ground, blood pooling under a broken skull of a 13-year-old. It was only when Hitoshi struck the ground, all of his breath exhaling out in a startled gasp, did Shouta snap out of his stupor. Shouta looked towards Hitoshi and then to Jaunouchi, who was moving in slow motion, already running. It wasn't just Shouta who chased after Jaunouchi as he saw a green blur before hearing a yowl from an enraged moss. Then, only then, did Shouta give chase. I'm going to kill him, he promised to nobody but himself. His thoughts went back to when he first had Hitoshi in his custody. The skinny rail of a boy with broken ribs and cracked teeth. The scared boy who couldn't bring himself to say more than 3 words to him and his husband's. Shouta felt rage. He was a hunter and his prey was a cowardly man. Jaunouchi rushed away from the parking lot and towards the nearest alleyway he could find between 2 nearby buildings. Shouta for the first time in years felt absolutely feral, letting only his anger take a hold of everything as he ran with his capture scarf gripped so tightly in his hands that it hurt. His eyes burned in pain, but all he could think of was his anger and how was going to turn this man into a greasy, bloody smudge. He heard yowling, followed by yelling, and he knew he was getting close as he ran down the twisting alleyways. He was going to make this man pay for hurting one of Shouta's children. Izuku caught up to Jaunouchi before Shouta. It helped being a quadruped in times like these. It made him faster than humans. It was one of the few times Izuku allowed himself to really feel anger. He wanted nothing more than to feel his claws sink into Jaunouchi's flesh to bite him and not stop. Maybe if he were wiser, if he wasn't so compelled by his emotion, he would have known that the wall he put between himself and the other him was cracking as he let his emotions take over. I'm going to kill you, he yowled and jumped onto Jaunouchi's back and climbed up to the man's neck. He bit into the side of his neck with his fangs, feeling the skin break and tasting blood. And just like that, the connection between him and the not him was reconnected as the wall broke just enough for his evil clone to peer inside and see just what was happening. And, maybe just this one time it wouldn't be such an awful thing. Are you back with us, brother? Tamura asked as he got down on one knee so he and Izuku were eye to eye. Master Izuku, do you need to sit? Kurogiri inquired and he pulled up a chair. He went still for quite a long time. I saw. Izuku looked at his hands before tightening them both into fists. No, someone needs to be punished, he whispered. And if we act fast we can get our hands on them before anybody else can. Someone needs to be punished. Tamura asked. What do you mean? A man. He hurt my best friend. He must be punished. There was a light behind Izuku's eyes as he stared at his older brother. Hurt your best friend? But I'm right here. Unless you're talking about the imbecile that shot me. Tamura grumbled while he looked at the bandages wrapped around his various healing wounds. Not you. Izuku shook his head before turning and looking at the TV at the closing sports festival. And then at the screenshots that his brother had taken of the children laid in photographs on the bar. He looked through and found the picture he was looking one of his best friend. He was twirling around the field like an idiot while wearing that ridiculous outfit. Hi to she. He then turned and showed the picture to Tamura. He got hurt and we need to punish the man that hurt him and fast because the heroes are going to get to him before we do. Tamura hummed and looked at the picture. You're really sold that this boy is your best friend, huh? Father even said in your memories you don't have a best friend. At least not before you ... well ... you know. Tamura inspected the picture and then looked at Izuku. Those big green eyes looked lively for the first time since the USJ. The sadness behind them just tugging at anyone who looked. His lip was close to quivering. Fine. Tamura pinched the area between his eyes. You're macking me soft and I don't like it. Where is he? An alley not far from UA. Just trust me, Kurogiri. Before we go I must ask ... Do we have any wooden spoons? The Namu seemed to raise an eyebrow. If he had one that was a wooden spoon. Yes, I believe there's one in the kitchen. Would you like me to fetch it? Please, just leave it on the bar. And you just need to make a portal. Leave the rest to me. A portal was made as requested. Izuku stepped through it with ease and for a second all he saw was orange before the alleyway suddenly opened to him. He thought almost a little disappointed when he watched as the bastard, Hitoshi's uncle, tossed a family green cat into a nearby dumpster. Get out of this, you effing freak, he roared as he put the lid down. Damn, he thought as he continued to stare. It didn't take long for Hitoshi's uncle to notice him. The man jumped in alarm and sucked in a startled breath. Where the F did you come from? I'm just going to cut you off right there. I know a hero is coming after you. I know you need sanctuary. He offered his hand. It would be in your best interest to come with me. Hitoshi's uncle took a step back in alarm at Izuku's bluntness. The F. Tick-tock, old man. Because I have a feeling that the hero that's coming after you isn't going to just slap you with cuffs. If you get my meaning. He's going to beat you. Hard. This is the last time I'm offering you safety. Izuku looked up and smiled as he stared at the power lines. I think that's him now. Hitoshi's uncle Ju. Something. Not that it matters. Jonouchi looked in alarm as the hero eraser. That's what Tamura called him. Was coming up and fast. If looks could kill, Izuku whistled, and that was all he needed as Hitoshi's uncle rushed to him in desperation. Okay. He was panicked and not thinking straight. Izuku liked that as he grinned, probably showing off his teeth as he did this. After you. Izuku gestured inside the portal and soon Jonouchi was gone. Stop, Eraser yelled, and Izuku looked up at the man, smiled, and put his finger to his lips before vanishing right behind Hitoshi's uncle. That cat is lucky ... If it were anybody else that got hurt today I wouldn't have hesitated to take him out of that dumpster and give him to father so I could take that quirk for my own. Izuku felt his muscles clench. Next time, kitty. F you, was the response he heard back, and for a moment Izuku wasn't in Kurogiri's portal. He was in the mindscape between him and that cat. He looked at the wall. The little eye hole he was able to see into was sealed shut, but the wall was now cracked despite it being a brick wall. The crack looked like something akin to cracked glass. Stay out of my head. You're the one that broke the wall. Admit it. You're just as mad as I am and you love the idea of hurting someone because you can. Get the F out. Cover your ears all you like, kitty, but you wanted to kill him. But don't worry. He won't be alive for long because I enjoy making those who deserve it suffer. When I get my hands on Kaken I'm going to start slow, maybe rip his nails off. Get out. Izuku was literally evicted from the mindscape, and it was for the best too, as he knew if he stayed any longer in Kurogiri's portal then that hero would have time to play catch up. So, he made the quick walk back to the bar. Once through the portal closed, Hitoshi's uncle was on the ground. He was pretty banged up. Scratches and some deep bite marks littered his face. They were so deep that he was still bleeding and bleeding all over the floor as he panted like a dog. Izuku crossed his arms as he walked around Jonouchi. That kid must have F'd up if you felt the need to shoot him. Izuku approached the bar and, as requested, a wooden spoon laid in wait for him. He took it in his hands but put it behind his back as he turned back towards Hitoshi's uncle. How do you know about what I just did? He asked. How did you even know I was being chased? I have my ways of knowing things. Izuku stepped forward. To thanks for the save, but I'm not going to answer to some snot-nosed punk. How about me? Tamura stood behind Hitoshi's uncle, his arms crossed as he glared down at Jonouchi like he was nothing more than an ant beneath his shoes. Tamura leaned down with his arms crossed. Answer the question, he demanded in a low growl. He looked from Tamura to Izuku and he started to sweat like he realized the predicament he was in. Okay, if you must know, that bastard was my nephew. I didn't originally go to that parking lot to kill him, but I had the gun and just seeing him, it filled me a rage. That boy brings out the worst in me, and he was wearing that cheerleading outfit ... His nails were painted, and he called another man Papa. He disrespected my brother in every aspect. So, I did what I needed to do there. He found it wise to get into Izuku's face. Happy? Izuku smiled a toothy smile. Not yet. You should have really gone with the heroes. Thwack. The man fell with a scream of pain when Izuku struck him across the face with the wooden spoon. Blood spewed out of his mouth as he fell to his side. A groan of agony could be heard as his body shook. He moved to his knees as his shoulders violently quaked. He looked over at Izuku, blood spilling from both of his busted lips, and look, a couple of his teeth were cracked. What the F? Thwack. Another hit, this time across his shoulders. Jonouchi fell face on the ground as all the breath was taken out of him. What's the matter? Izuku kicked him to his side so his stomach was exposed. He raised the spoon above his head and brought it down hard across the man's gut. Thwack. A scream of agony erupted from Jonouchi as he started to curl up to protect himself. You like beating your nephew like this, right? so surely you can take it when someone does the same to you. Thwack, against his thigh. Thwack, another strike, this time against his ribs. Thwack. Izuku was just hitting the man blindly at this point. Little brother, wait. Tamura grabbed Izuku's wrist to stop him from going for another blind hit. Izuku was breathing in and out heavily as he looked at the man. Jianouchi that was now curled up and quaking violently, waiting for it to stop. He had blood running down his chin and mouth from his busted lip and cracked teeth. Soft whimpers left his mouth while he tried to protect his with his hands. If Izuku was looking right, he had broken at least one finger on his right hand as the ring finger was bent at an odd and sickly-looking angle that would make most squirm. Wait, this is the one you mentioned at the USJ. The one that beat his nephew with a wooden spoon. Yes, Izuku nodded while sneering at Jianouchi. He would lock his son into the cellar and wouldn't let him eat either. He makes me sick. Another abuser who thinks he can get away with it. I see. Tamura approached the man. The reason I stopped you is because you're only going to break the spoon at this rate. You learn fast, baby brother, but you still need help it seems. Tamura got down and forced his arms under Jianouchi and made the man twist forward against his will. No hands to protect his head. In fact, Tamura gripped his dirty hair tightly with his fingers, not all five, as he kept his pinky extended. This way he, Hitoshi's uncle, was forced to watch. There, his more sensitive areas were exposed. Well, have at it. PL please, he whispered as tears leaked from his eyes at a fast rate. Mercy, that's rich. Did you ever give Hitoshi mercy? I gave that boy everything. Lies. Thwack. Izuku struck him right against the neck, making the man gag. His face turned purple as he tried desperately to breathe. It looked like a fish out of water. Izuku even wondered if this man's eyes were going to pop out of their socket before he finally got his breath. He inhaled and then screamed. It was a blood-curdling scream of someone who knew that the end wasn't going to come easy to them. You treated him like an unwanted dog. You abused him every chance you got. And guess what? That's what we're going to do to you. So you better save your breath and stop that screaming. Izuku put the tip of the wooden spoon against the man's chin to make Jianouchi look at him. Because the worst is yet to come and we have no sympathy for abusive a-holes like you. Then Izuku threw his arm back as far as it could go and smacked Hitoshi's uncle straight across the face with the wooden spoon as hard as he could. It was so harsh that Jianouchi lost two of his front teeth with a resounding thwack. Izuku failed. He failed a companion. He smelt Jianouchi coming, but he couldn't see the man until it was too late. Shouta was the one to rescue Izuku from the dumpster, and now here they both were. All three men were sitting in the hospital waiting room. All of them looked angry, guilt-ridden, and sad all at once. Eri was given to midnight and a manhunt was called for Jianouchi Shinzu, who vanished without a trace in that alleyway. Izuku knew the truth, and he was certain Shouta knew the truth as well. Oboro had his elbows on his knees, his hands still caked in Hitoshi's blood, as he jiggled one leg up and down. It happened so suddenly, he whispered to himself. I could have put a cloud up between them, but Hazashi reached over and took Oboro's hand in his own. It's okay, but it's not. If he dies. Oboro looked both pained and panicked as tears were made known suddenly. I'll never forgive myself. I am the number 8 hero. My reaction time should have been faster, but he looked at his hand before more tears started to leak down his cheeks. When it came to my own child, I was too slow. We all froze, Oboro. Shouta whispered. I didn't even react until the bastard was running, and even then I was too slow. He got away from me. Hazashi looked away. At least you two did something. All I could think was making sure Eri couldn't see what happened. Big brother. Hazashi pulled Eri up and held her close, turning his back towards Hitoshi and Oboro. Don't look, baby, he whispered urgently while pressing Eri's face to his chest. What happened? What happened? Eri fought against him. For the first time since meeting her, she fought. She banged her tiny fists against his chest while letting out a scream. What happened to Big Brother? It's okay, just don't look. Please, don't look. Oboro wiped his tears sloppily. How'd that bastard get into the parking lot without getting flagged? That's what I want to know. In order to get a ticket to the sports festival, you need to give up your social security number, and I doubt he's smart enough to use a fake social. I don't know. Shouta nodded his thumb as he looked at the clock for the umpteenth time that night. Shouta, I'm worried. I know, but Hitoshi's tough. Oboro. It's just ... he said a name before he lost consciousness. He ... he called for ... shouta ... he called for Izuku. Izuku's ears rose high as he looked at Oboro in alarm. Even Shouta looked at Oboro with alarm. Izuku. As far as I could tell, they didn't know one another. Shouta whispered. Then again, the Izuku at the USJ knew a lot about him. He seemed to ponder this for just a moment before giving his head a shake. It makes no sense. I know, but he called for Izuku. Izuku looked between the two men before staring forward. He called for me. Could it be? Is he waiting for me? His ear rose again and he gave the hospital a quick look around. He could sleep. They are connected after all. But sleeping takes too long, and with his anxiety and adrenaline running through his body at the moment, he wasn't sure he could sleep, at least not until he saw Hitoshi again. I could kill myself. That would be the easiest way. But stop dying, you jerk. One day you might not wake up. Every time you die, I don't want to worry that'll be the last time you open your eyes. Hitoshi's berating echoed through his mind. Izuku sat with lowered ears. He hated it, but it seemed he was going to have to wait until he could calm down enough to get some sleep. Then he looked up at the three men. They all looked like a wreck. He walked up to Oboro and rubbed his head against the man's leg. Oboro sniffled and looked down at Izuku in surprise. Hey, I bet you're worried too, aren't you? He whispered and picked Izuku up to hold him. Izuku started to purr. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to almost immediately calm Oboro down as the man pressed his ear against Izuku's chest, and Izuku kept the purr going soft and steady. Oboro gently kneaded the area behind Izuku's head and gave a shuddering breath. I know you have to be worried like the rest of us. You have no idea. Izuku mewed, but Oboro just took that as a yes. Don't worry, he'll be okay. The end of his sentence was so small that if it wasn't for Izuku's enhanced hearing, he might not have heard him. The others certainly haven't, as they looked on to try and distract themselves. He would jump between the three of them, doing his best to soothe them. It wouldn't be until another hour until a doctor would finally emerge from the Hitoshi Shinzu. The doctor called, and instantly all of the men stood with Oboro holding Izuku in his arms. The doctor gave Izuku a once-over before looking at the men. He gave a tired sigh and rubbed at his sunken eyes. Let's start with the good news. Yeah, the bullet missed all of his major arteries. We believe it's because he was in the process of turning when he was shot. The bullet, as you know, shot through him, and we were able to cauterize the wound. All at once all the men sighed with relief, their shoulders slumping. However, not all is good. One of his lungs collapsed due to the bullet. While we did fix, he's still going to be on a ventilator for a while until it can fully heal. The doctor softly explained. He'll need to be bedridden for a few days once he wakes, and shouldn't do much strenuous exercise for the week after, as he doesn't need the wound reopening. Well, we have recovery girl at UA. She can heal him once he's up and about, Shouta said almost absent-mindedly as he scratched at his stubble. Hizashi and Oboro both turned to him, and Shouta blinked. I mean, obviously he's going to rest. I was just stating we don't have to worry about the wound reopening. He clarified, and the others nodded, satisfied with his answer. Come, I'm sure you want to see him. He's resting now, so please remain quiet. The doctor gestured for them to follow with a beckon of his hand, and they did so. They made it to the room where Hitoshi was laying in the bed. True to the doctor's words, he had a ventilator mask covering his nose and mouth as he slept, and a heart rate monitor clipped to his index finger. He almost looked peaceful. He was out of his cheerleading uniform. No, that was cut off of him when he was rushed into the He was so happy wearing the cheerleading outfit, and he couldn't even keep that heart rate monitor was steady and strong. It filled the silence between everyone. I'll leave you guys to your own devices. The doctor whispered, paused, and looked back at Izuku. I trust that thing is trained. Yes, he's licensed if you need to see the paperwork. Hizashi whispered back to the man. No, I trust you. Then the doctor was gone. Izuku started to squirm, and Oboro let him down on Hitoshi's bed. Yeah, Oboro whispered dryly while he sat on the small couch by the window, the couch where he would inevitably fall asleep on, refusing to move. Izuku was careful and cautious as he walked up to Hitoshi's left arm and gently nudged himself under his friend's arm and got comfortable. I'm here. He weakly mewed and rested his chin against Hitoshi's palm. I'm right here, and I'm not going anywhere. Right here. Izuku's eyes started to drop as sleep threatened to overtake him. Right ... here ... When Izuku reopened his eyes, he was looking out at an orange sky of sundown. He blinked, let out a breath, and rubbed at his eyes with his hand before sitting up straight. Morning, Izuku gasped at Hitoshi. His friend is sitting with him on the edge of the massive building. He was wearing the cheerleading uniform and tennis shoes he wore before he was shot. Izuku had apparently fallen asleep on his shoulder. You're okay? Izuku asked, and Hitoshi gave a shrug. I think so. It's hard to explain. Why are you here? You came and got me, then you fell asleep. You tell me. Izuku's eyes drooped as he stared down at the ground below their feet, the ground where his corpse lay. He looked up and back over at Hitoshi. I guess I wanted to protect you, he whispered while looking at his hands. So, I must have brought you here, he whispered. Did you bring me here because this is your own purgatory? Izuku slowly, oh so slowly, looked at Hitoshi. What? He whispered, his blood turning to ice at the thought. This is your purgatory, or should I say purgatory? He winked and stuck his tongue out at the same time as he giggled. Izuku grabbed Hitoshi's ear. That was weak, he huffed, and Hitoshi giggled again. Don't be mad because you didn't think of it. Izuku let Hitoshi's ear go and then looked out at the sky. But purgatory, huh? He never even thought of that. I never knew this place even existed. I never even knew that I would come here after I died, or even in my dreams, until a soft gasp left his mouth as he realized something that he should have known from the start. What? Hitoshi asked. Izuku rubbed at his neck. He could feel the raised, scared skin underneath his fingertips. It wasn't until my head was bitten off did I suddenly wake up here. Before I would just wake up, but after that day. You think every time you die you would come here but don't remember it. he asked as he leaned down just a smidge, enough to make Izuku nervous. It's a possibility, he whispered in response, and Hitoshi suddenly stood. Hitoshi, don't you think it's weird that you're always looking down at that thing? Hitoshi suddenly asked before turning. Even if you're just sleeping. Maybe. Izuku gave a weak shrug. I've just grown used to seeing it. That's when you jumped, right? Yeah. Hitoshi said nothing as he started to walk across the rooftop all the way over to the other side. The side that Izuku never really saw. Or the side he never attempted to see. Hitoshi walked to the edge and looked down. That's what I thought. Hitoshi muttered nervously, and Izuku got up. What's wrong? He inquired while walking towards Hitoshi at a fast rate. I figured something out. Hitoshi pointed down. I hope you're not squeamish. Izuku looked down to where Hitoshi pointed, and he felt suddenly ill. There, on the ground below, laid him. Only it was the moss version of him. A moss that's been stabbed through with a steak knife, the knife still embedded in his side. A moss that was smashed by a semi with his organs hanging out and bones sticking out at all angles. A moss that's been electrocuted and still smoking. And, of course, a moss that was missing his head. But wait, that one. Izuku pointed at the moss that was just laying there. He was dead, but no clear sign of death. How'd that one of me die ... When did I die like that? Hitoshi frowned. I don't know. He crossed his arms. So, I'm right. This is a purgatory. This is where you go when you heal, I'm willing to bet. You were injured so badly by losing your head that it woke you up to this place and thus are able to come and go as you please. You're in the void of life and death while healing, and yet you keep coming back to your old body lying down there. Hitoshi pointed to the other side of the building. A soft and curious hum left Izuku's throat. And I brought you here. I literally brought you here. Then it hit him. Because I wanted to heal, you know. I wanted to give you a chance. By bringing you here, I must have done something to increase your survival rate. But what? ... You brought me to the void between life and death. You suspended me in a weird sense of the word. Huh? Izuku tilted his head in confusion at Hitoshi. To suspend, temporarily prevent from continuing. You stopped me long enough for the doctors to heal my body. Maybe by taking my soul to this place it wasn't able to die. I dunno, I'm not the one in charge of this purgatory. You might be right about that. Izuku looked back down at all the dead mosses. I have to admit to you, Hitoshi, I don't know much about my own quirk and its abilities, and that scares me. Yeah, it scares me too, Hitoshi admitted. You know, when I looked at the adorable green kitten that day I was feeding the cats. He squatted down and peered over at the dead cats with Izuku. I never would have expected you to have such a powerful quirk. A quirk that can allow you to take souls away in your own personal purgatory to heal. No, Izuku shook his head. Not just anybody is allowed here. Only you. You're only here because we have the mental connection. Hitoshi frowned, and it made Izuku frown. What's the matter? I just want to know how that version of you died. It almost looks like you died in your sleep. Hitoshi admitted while pointing at the moss that was laying stiff on the ground. No blood, no gore, just a deceased cat. I don't know. His eyes narrowed before he changed forms from human to cat. He then jumped into Hitoshi's lap, and Hitoshi started to pet him. All I know is that it's not the first nor the last time I'm going to die, unfortunately. I was scared you were going to say that. Bonus. Toga felt like she was emerging out of a daze as she just sat up in her hospital bed. She felt empty. Despite her mouth being unbelievably dry, she licked her teeth. More specifically, her canines. They felt normal. So ... They managed to take my quirk. She thought before flashing back to that night. Isn't it a little too cold for someone like you to be out this late? The raspy voice from the bar spoke out to her. The door opened just enough to let the light from the place fill the small area in which Toga was walking. The rain was pouring down, and the air had a nip in it that dried out Toga's sinuses and felt like an ice pick had jammed its way through her nasal cavity. Don't worry about me, mister, she giggled while turning towards him and grinning, making sure to flash her teeth in his direction. Something she always did to deter the perverts. She may be only 17 and a little ditzy, but she wasn't an idiot. There were actual bad guys out there. Not those like Jin or Dabai, or even her, who were just given a bad hand in life, those that wouldn't hesitate to have their way if given a sliver of a chance. The man had to be maybe 24 or 50, it was hard to tell with his dry face. Do you want to come in? He offered while beckoning her in with his finger. I have hot chocolate and you have to be cold wearing that uniform. He insisted. Toga sized the man up and down. Hot chocolate did sound good. And if this guy did try anything, she'll bite his D off if she needed to. Okay. She continued to giggle like a schoolgirl as she practically skipped into the bar. Hirajiri, 2 hot chocolates, the raisin of a man said while leading her inside. The hot chocolate was laced. She had no idea how they did it because she watched the smoke guy make it the whole time. But they laced it with some sort of drug. They knew exactly what to expect with her because once she realized what had happened, she went on the offense and managed to bite the raisin creep. to which she was knocked into the wall by the orange smoky guy Kurogiri. She transformed into the crusty man, but just as suddenly her quirk was gone and she fell to her knees in a woozy state. She still remembers what the man said to her as he grabbed her and pulled her to her feet. "Don't worry, we just want your quirk, nothing more, nothing less. It's going to someone a little more deserving." Toga let out a primal scream while bashing her fist into the nightstand next to her hospital bed. They took her quirk. They took her quirk. They took her quirk. And they were going to pay. Toga wasn't normal without her quirk as her parents once wished she'd be. No, without her quirk she was furious. Toga vowed then and there that she was going to stab that crusty-ass man until the blade snapped. Her hands were going to turn red with his blood. A beautiful red that wouldn't wash out no matter how many times she washed her hands. But first she had a few calls to make. Bonus 2. The stages of grief were all skewed for Inko. Anger was supposed to come near the start and depression towards the end. So why was she so angry? Why did she want to shun and shame the world as a scorned woman to scream at the top of her lungs? Maybe it was because she was locked up in this mental hospital and only allowed to see the sun once a day when it was time to go out in a tiny fenced-in garden with doctors, nurses, and guards watching her to make sure she didn't escape into the night. She was trying to keep her anger in the back of her mind. For now, as she sat in the common room to read some dime store novel, Inko typically stayed away from the others. She didn't want to talk to others. She just wanted to be good and get out of this hellscape. Well, today, fate had plans it seemed. "I don't mean to bug you." A soft voice spoke to Inko and she looked over her shoulder at the other woman. She'd seen her around in therapy groups. Ray, something. The woman who looked like an ice princess. If Inko was right, Ray could make ice. Maybe that's why Inko thought of her as such. "But, I was wondering if you wanted to play a game of war with me," she asked sweetly. Inko was ready to turn her down and to just go back to her reading, but there was something in those gray eyes. Something familiar and sad. "Sure," Inko sighed while folding a corner of her book over and shutting her book. "I was getting bored anyway." She only half lied. Ray clasped her hands together happily. "Yay, I haven't had anyone to play with for so long. Most people avoid me." Really, Inko had a hard time believing that. Ray looked so likable and approachable. It's a long story. Ray sat next to Inko on the couch and started to shuffle the cards. Then, once shuffled, she began to hand them out to one another. Together they started to play and Inko started to have fun. Not an overwhelming amount of fun, but enough to help ease the pain inside of her just a little bit. "I love your hair, by the way. The style you put it in. The half bun. My husband, ouch, a bit of pain there. He's the one who showed me it. He said an old colleague of his used to wear it and he liked the style. It just became a habit after a while," she admitted with a half-hearted shrug. "Maybe I should try it. I wonder if it'll look good on me." Ray made a mock version by putting half her hair up in a bun. Before Inko could answer, there was a scream that erupted from a patient, causing her to look. "Ah, Akiko," Ray sighed. "Sounds like she's back." "Akiko?" Inko asked while turning to look back at Ray for just a moment before looking at the doors. Two nurses had a woman by her arms. She was kicking and screaming almost like a toddler. She couldn't be any older than Inko. "I don't need help. Get your effing hands off of me. Get off." She was screaming like she was being tortured. Her long lilac hair in matted knots, looking like it hadn't been washed in months. She kicked and tried to fight weakly against the nurses. "Spit cover," a nurse said before they put a mesh bag over her head. It was like watching a vicious animal as she desperately twisted her body at all angles. "I hate you. I hate you." Her shrieks could still be heard even when they turned down the hallway towards the doors. At least they were smart enough to get her on quirk suppressants. Ray hummed as she flipped her card over. 3 of clubs. Inko lost with a 2 of hearts and handed her card over. "You know her?" Inko asked, curious about such a violent meltdown. "Not officially. As someone forced to live here, I tend to learn the names of regulars and know who to avoid if they don't avoid me first." She placed down an ace and Inko put down a 10, another loss. Akiko is a regular. She's in and out all the time and constantly trying to escape when she's forced back in here. "Oh, is she an avoid?" Inko won this round with her own ace, thus claiming Ray's king. Ray made a so-so gesture. "She's fine once she's forced into sobriety, but that's going to take a few days. I'd avoid her until then." Inko looked at the cards laying on the table before it. "Ray, how do you know that I'm not someone to avoid?" "It's your air about you. You seemed lonely, like everyone treated you like glass. So, I thought maybe I'd try to actually talk to you like a person." Ray placed a 6 down as did Inko. "War," both women said at the same time. Inko won with an ace and got to keep all 10 cards for her growing pile. "And trust me, as someone who knows the feeling, nothing is going to break you down more than that." She smiled at Inko. Inko produced just the tiniest smile right back. It was something she didn't know she needed to hear. Itoshi was in pain. Just breathing caused a small shockwave of pain ripple throughout his body. "Come on, sweetie, we'll get you to bed." Hisashi kept a hand planted firmly on Hitoshi's back while both Oboro and Shouta helped move him forward by his arms. He was back home now, but still unable to be fully healed by Recovery Girl. Hitoshi was forced to take a few more days off of school, possibly even a full week depending on how long it was going to take for him to get his energy back up. Hitoshi was grateful for Hisashi keeping a firm hand on his back. If not for him, he might have fallen upon walking into the house. Moss rushed inside ahead of the three adults and ran into Hitoshi's room. It was almost like agony with each step Hitoshi was forced to make as it made his wound scream in pain. Still, Hitoshi was strong. He wasn't going to let something like a gunshot wound make him cry. They walked one painful step at a time until they eventually made it to Hitoshi's room. Moss had arranged Hitoshi's pillows and opened up his covers, making it easier on the others and easier for them to get Hitoshi into bed. "TCH," Hitoshi hissed as he gnashed his teeth to keep from crying out when he was halfway down to his bed. "I'm good," he whimpered. Shouta continued to gently place Hitoshi down on his bed with the help of Oboro and Hisashi both. Hitoshi wiggled under his covers as he rested in his bed, and Moss grabbed the ends of his covers and pulled the covers over Hitoshi's body and up to his neck. "Thanks, guys," Hitoshi whispered. "I'm sorry for everything." He swallowed hard and pulled at a thread on his blanket. "Don't apologize. What happened wasn't your fault," Oboro told him gently and ran his fingers through Hitoshi's hair. "We're just glad you're okay. Do you need anything?" Hisashi asked in a gentle tone, and Hitoshi shook his head. "No, but thank you. I just want to get some rest." "Good choice." Shouta ruffled Hitoshi's hair very gently. "I'm going to get you some water and leave it by your bed. If you need to use the bathroom, call one of us on your phone. We'll help you out of bed," he instructed while Oboro and Hisashi both stood by. "Get some rest," was the last thing he said, and then left Hitoshi's room. "We're right here if you need us," Oboro whispered and gave Hitoshi a soft kiss on the head before leaving. Hisashi was the last and he squatted down so they were level. "Don't hesitate if you need anything. You guys don't have to dote on me," Hitoshi weakly croaked as Hisashi gave him a sad smile. "Sometimes you deserve to be doted on, kid. This is one of them." Then, like Oboro, Hisashi kissed the top of Hitoshi's head. "We love you so much and we nearly lost you. Right now, we're just glad you're okay." He ran his fingers through Hitoshi's soft purple locks a few times, his eyes soft, caring, and loving all at the same time. "Get some sleep, okay? And don't hesitate to call if you need help." Another firm and loving kiss on the top of Hitoshi's forehead. Hitoshi smiled weakly as Hisashi left, shutting the door behind him. Moss hopped over Hitoshi's body so he was on his right side, and he wriggled his way under Hitoshi's arm. "You don't have to sleep beside me. You haven't eaten anything all day. You have to be hungry." "I'm not that hungry and I'm not leaving your side until otherwise," Moss told him firmly before he flopped over on his side almost lazily. Hitoshi smiled and gave Moss a scritch against the chin before laying his hand down and getting comfortable in his bed. He was out like a light before too long. Hitoshi had been home an hour, maybe two at most, when there was a rapid knock at the door. All three men jumped in alarm at the knocking. Fearful that someone needed help, they rushed to the door. There, Monoma, Momo, Todoroki, and Takoyami all stood. "Whoa," Shouta breathed as he was the one to answer the door first. He certainly wasn't expecting to see his students, but then again, they were eyewitnesses to Hitoshi getting shot. "Hey kids," Hisashi had a nicer approach. "Yes, Hitoshi's home, but he's asleep right now and not up to talking to visitors. Maybe come back in a couple of days, okay?" he urged. There was a solid second of silence before all of them moved their hands from behind their backs. Yes, Shouta was now aware of the fact that they all had their hands behind their backs and was ashamed to say he didn't even realize it. And they all had presents for Hitoshi. Monoma had a teddy bear in his hands. The bear had black fur and a bright red nose. Todoroki had a small gift basket of different types of coffee. Momo had the same thing but with different types of tea. And Takoyami had a muskmelon. Shouta actually did a double take at the melon. While, yes, it was a popular gift to give someone, it was also expensive. Then again, Shouta wouldn't put it behind Momo or Todoroki to foot the bill on Takoyami's behalf. "Thank you guys, he'll love it." Oboro was more than happy to collect the gifts. "If you want, you can come in for some tea. But, like we said, Hitoshi is currently resting so you can't see him." "That's okay, Mr. Oboro." Momo gave a small smile and Shouta noticed how tired she looked. Her eyes had dark circles, but it was clear she tried to cover them up with a thin layer of foundation. She gave Oboro a wobbly smile. "We couldn't stay anyways. We were just here to drop off some presents. My parents are waiting for us in the car." "Ah, of course. Well, on Hitoshi's behalf we thank you." Oboro smiled as he said this. Shouta looked at the other students. While they all had an air of worry about them, the others weren't hiding eye bags behind makeup. That being said, Monoma did have eye bags, he just wasn't hiding them. "Thank you guys. Please, if you need it, get some rest," Shouta told them, and they started to move away from the door. "Oh, and Monoma." "Yes, sir." Monoma turned to look at him. "I'll see you on Monday, right?" he asked with a tiny smile, and Monoma had some light return to his eyes. I'm in Class A, he whispered with hope in his eyes. You got 3rd place. I'd say that's more than enough to gift you a spot in my class, but understand something. I am not flat. I will push you to your very limits. Do you think you can handle it? Shouta asked him, and Monoma's eyes became determined and he nodded firmly, which made Shouta smile. Then, I'll see you on Monday. Monoma had a smile on his face as he turned and walked away from the door. Shouta then shut the door once the children were all gone. How nice of them. I'll be sure to give these to Hitoshi when he wakes. The bear I can give him now. Aburo hummed. I just can't believe Takoyami got him a melon. Those things are expensive. Hizashi weighed the melon between his hands before gently knocking his knuckle against it to listen to the hollowness. He did see his friend get shot. I'd fork over the money for a melon, Aburo commented while putting the other things on the table. I'm going to go and gift this to Hitoshi, he told them before vanishing. Well, Shouta opened his mouth to say something to Hizashi when there was suddenly another knock at their door. They looked at each other in shock before Shouta walked to answer the door. Shouta opened the door and was greeted with a massive stuffed cat. It was a calico with an orange ring around its beady plastic eyes, a black paw, and a black-tipped tail. The cat was long, not wide. What the F? Shouta whispered, and Toshinori brought the cat down so his face was seen. The cat was so long that it was about half of his beanpole size. I heard about young Hitoshi, and so I rushed and found the best stuffed cat on the market. I figured he'd like it. He likes cats, right? Toshinori asked and handed the toy off to Shouta. Yeah, he does. Thanks. He's healing right now, so he can't be seen. Understandable. Toshinori let himself in. Did you guys catch his uncle? He asked in a serious tone. Shouta shut the door and shook his head while hooking the cat under his arm. The villains got to him first. Izuku. At least the zombie Izuku got to him first. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Shouta whispered. He could still remember the look Izuku gave him as he rushed towards Hitoshi's uncle. That sickening smirk that looked unnatural on his face as he looked up at Shouta. That sinister glint in his eyes before he vanished behind a portal. I don't know either. They could be working with him, Toshinori suggested, and Shouta wasn't so sure about that personally. Well, he never got to answer because there was, you guessed it, a knock at the door. Shouta rolled his eyes and turned to open the door. There stood Snipe and 13. Both teachers smiled. Shouta assumed Snipe and showed more get-well gifts for Hitoshi. 13 had a fruit basket and Snipe had a small bouquet of flowers. Shouta stepped aside to allow them in. Hitoshi is resting, so you can't see him, he told the two. He didn't even get to shut the door before someone came bounding up to his door. Oh, this is the right address. Achako's chipper voice is followed by Hagakir's giggle as the two girls bouncing up to the door. Mr. Aizawa, Achako yelled, and he put a finger to his lips to silence her. Hitoshi is trying to rest, he informed both girls. He can't accept visitors right now. Oh, that's fine. We just wanted to give him these. Achako produced a small bracelet that looked braided with all sorts of colors and was handmade, while Hagakir showed Shouta a small stuffed bear wearing a tutu. Oh, and this is from Denki. Achako grabbed the bag that was off of her shoulder and pulled out a stuffed Pikachu. This is from Ajiru. She then handed him a Mankey. And this final one is from Jiru. And from her bag she pulled out an Espin. Thanks. Shouta didn't know what Hitoshi was going to do with all of these stuffed animals. Still, he collected the bear, the Pokemon, and bracelet, and the girls went on their way. I'll take that. Aburo grabbed the massive cat, Pokemon, and bear while putting the bracelet on the bear for good measure. Then he was gone. Shouta shut the door and turned back to look at his colleges. I can see the word got out that Hitoshi left the hospital. Shouta scratched at his stubble while shaking his head. It's a big deal. This happened on UA property, Snipe explained. Yeah, it was a parking lot, but it was still right there and immediately after the sports festival. We had to scare off some reporters wanting the story for themselves. She threatened to suck them into her black hole if they didn't leave while we were investigating. Snipe sounded impressed while pointing at 13. It was a bluff, obviously, but it worked. There was another knock on the door and Shouta, who was right there, opened it. Hitoshi can't be seen, he informed the person before looking down at Nezu and Recovery Girl. Nezu, like Yaoyorozu, had a basket filled with many teas, some that looked rather pricey. Of course he can't. I'm not here about him, I am. I'm just not here to see him. Oh, and this is for him. Thank you, Shouta, Nezu chirped as he passed the gift basket to Shouta. Shouta gave a grunt before allowing him and Recovery Girl in. Finally, he was able to shut his door and not be disturbed. Nezu sat down at the table, as did the rest of the adults. Toshinori and Aburo were the only ones missing, and that wouldn't last long when a shout of "Pumpkin, leave him alone," was suddenly heard. Get your cat, Toshinori demanded as he came rushing into the main room with Pumpkin hot on his heels, hissing, ears flat, and looking ready to kill. Toshinori jumped on the back of the couch and was laying down on it, keeping his body flat, ready to swat the orange cat away if needed. Pumpkin started to pace around growling loudly while trying to think of how to attack. Okay, Mr. Abaro's cloud swept Pumpkin off of his feet and the cat moved towards him. Clearly you need a timeout. Toshinori let out a sigh before wiping the blood from his mouth. Why do your animals hate me? He demanded. Shouda's mouth ticked up. He covered it as his smile continued to grow. Then he just couldn't contain it anymore. PBTH ha. Shouda quickly covered his mouth with both hands to keep it from escaping. His face felt hot and his chest convulsed with laughter threatening to bubble up. Tears perked in his eyes from the lack of oxygen as he didn't even trust himself to breathe without laughing at this point. Shoo, you're going to pass out. Hazashi started to giggle. The image of the great Yagi Toshinori being chased down the hallway by a house cat, screaming for help, and then clambering on the back of the couch for safety like he wasn't the #1 hero in all of Japan. One by one the others started to giggle, and just hearing others laugh was causing his chest to completely spasm with laughter, just dying to escape. He truly thought he was going to pass out. Well, at some point Aburo had come back and decided to fix this issue himself. He came up behind Shouda with expert fingers and started to tickle Shouda's ribs. Just like that, a rupture of laughter left Shouda's mouth as he pointed at Toshinori while shaking as he could hardly hold himself up as he laughed. The way you ran. It was the best laugh Shouda had in a while. It was the type of laugh that took his breath away and had him silently laughing as he just couldn't breathe. Shouda had tears in his eyes from the lack of oxygen, and they started falling down his cheeks by the time he finally caught his breath. It was like a domino effect as the others joined in. Either his laughter was contagious or the others were laughing at him, he didn't know. Toshinori put his hands on his hips as he just waited for Shouda to finish. I am not even sorry. Shouda continued to wheeze while wiping his tears desperately away once his row of laughter finally started to die down. What few? He put his hands on his knees as laughter bubbled up again. What did you do to piss my other cat off? He managed to wheeze out while still chuckling. I didn't do anything. Toshinori yelled in his defense. I just poked my head into Hitoshi's room. I didn't speak to him. I just wanted to see how he was doing. I think Moss sicked that orange cat on me. Shouda barked out. Not because the idea was ridiculous, but because he could actually see it happening. Now came round 2 of laughter from Shouda. Momoss hates you so much that he got the cat that he dislikes to attack you. Shouda was on his knees and pounding his fist against the floor in laughter. Please, I'm going to pass out. He wheezed in desperation. See, seriously, Moss and Pumpkin do not get along. They constantly fight for Hitoshi's attention. More giggling from the others behind Shouda. Toshinori sighed. I'm trying to get on Moss's good side, but he won't let me. That cat refuses to give me a chance. Phew. Shouda finally managed to stop his laughter and suck in deep breaths to prevent himself from passing out on the floor. He sniffled and pushed himself back up to his feet. Look, just accept that Moss hates you. But I didn't do anything to him. Shouda shrugged. Animals know who they like and who they don't like. Toshinori wasn't pleased with that answer. Shouda, are you calm now? Nezu inquired, making everyone look at the chimera, who now had a cup of tea in his paw and sipped from the tiny cup. Yes, Shouda nodded firmly towards his boss and Nezu gave a smile. Good, since I have most of you here, I'm going to go ahead and tell you something I've been planning for a while now and may just get a pass due to what happened to Hitoshi. Aburo, Hazashi, and Shouda gave each other looks before looking back at their boss. Which is? Aburo was the brave soul to ask. Nezu smiled widely. Tell me, what do you guys think of dorms for the students? If it gets approved by the commission, then I can have the dorms up within a week. Izuku sold his pride to get Toshinori out of the room, and it was worth it. Pumpkin, can you get that man out? 4. Mother. Boom. Pumpkin was on Toshinori like white on rice and the man was gone. Haha. Izuku vocalized and tried to go back to sleep. Yeah, Pumpkin was going to keep on calling him mother, but it was worth it. At least right now. Izuku pressed against Hitoshi and shut his eyes. Sleep came easy, and he was surprised to find himself back in Purgatory, but no Hitoshi to join him. No, Hitoshi was having his own dreams. Izuku stayed as Moss as he stretched his body out. Creak. Izuku blinked and turned his head towards the noise. There just off to the side was a door that looked like it led to the steps of a building. The stairs he should have taken instead of the expressway down. The door never opened, but now it was. Izuku padded up to the door and stopped just before crossing. It was dark, darker than dark, so dark that if he stuck a paw in it vanished into the actual void. Izuku's fur rose into a bristle as he stared into the darkness with wide eyes. Hello. A sharp yowl of surprise left his voice when the door shut on him, hitting him right in the rump to get him moving into the darkness even more. Then, he felt like Alice when she fell down the rabbit hole because Izuku fell. Down, down, down into the darkness he twisted and turned as he continued to free fall. Wait, 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 he cried while falling horrifically towards the ground that was coming up at a fast rate. Not again. He all but wailed while kicking his feet. Then, hands caught him. gentle, soft, and slender hands. I got you, a weak and raspy voice spoke. Izuku was put into the crook of an arm while he pressed his face against a shirt. That was scary. Are you alright, little one? You shouldn't be wandering around places like this. Izuku slyly peeked up at his savior. He was looking into familiar brilliant green eyes, and for just a millisecond he thought not another me. But no, it wasn't another him. A man, maybe in his late 30s, with pure white hair draped around his face and just shy of his shoulders. His face was pale, skin sickly even, and Izuku knew this man. He's never met him, but he knew of him through pictures and stories. Uncle Yoichi. When Izuku was little, maybe 5 or 6 years of age, he remembered being curious about his father and what he did for a job. So, on the occasion his father came home, he snuck into his dad's office and he started to snoop. He looked through the file drawers and through his dad's coat pockets in hopes of finding anything, and he did find something. He found a picture hidden away in one of his father's coats. It was a picture of his dad and another man. His dad was standing in the photo while the other man was sitting. His father looked broader and slightly different in a way that Izuku couldn't really describe aside from the white hair that was. The man he was standing next to, whom he had his hand on this man's shoulder, also had white hair. His hair was longer than Izuku's dad and was hanging around his face. He looked so pale and sickly. His eyes were the exact same vibrant green that Izuku had. What are you doing, little one? Izuku jumped at his father's voice and held the picture close to himself out of reflex. I'm sorry, he whimpered. I just wanted to see what you did for work. Oh, his father had a smile on his face before coming up and picking Izuku up to hold him. And what do you have there? A picture. Izuku whimpered and ducked his head down before handing the picture back over to his father. Who is that man? His father looked at the picture and had a fond smile on his face. That, my darling boy, is your uncle, Yoichi. Uncle Yoichi. Have I met him before? No, he died before you were born. Oh, how sad. I know. I loved him very much and I'm sure he would have loved you. Uncle Yoichi. Izuku gasped once it clicked just who this man holding him was. Uncle. The man sounded confused as he repeated the word. I don't ever remember being related to a cat. He had a smile on his face as he teased Izuku. He then tapped his nose and Izuku noticed that his finger was cold. Like ice almost. I also don't know of many cats that can talk. Though with the quirks I've seen. He made a noise and repositioned Izuku. He now held Izuku from under his arms and at arm's length. It's not an impossibility. No, hang on. I'm the son of Hoshi Midoriya. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku told his uncle as he just dangled in the man's hands. Midoriya. I'm not related to any Midoriyas. Yoichi shook his head firmly. Izuku stared at Yoichi almost blankly as he didn't understand. Aren't you Yoichi Midoriya? I'm Yoichi Shigaraki. Raki. Wasn't that the name of the man at the USJ? Tamura. Izuku felt a little lost because he remembered his father saying that Yoichi was his brother. What was it that he and Nezu talked about all of those weeks ago? What was that man's name? The man that Nezu insisted was Izuku's father. Oh, Izuku paused to let his thoughts collect. Yoichi tilted his head in confusion. Yoichi. Izuku wasn't expecting another person to be speaking and he turned in alarm. There stood a man who bore a striking resemblance to Bakugo Katsuki. Only he had an X scar across his face. He approached and looked at Izuku in surprise. I've heard of picking up strays, but how did this guy even get here? I don't know. He says I'm his uncle. The Bakugo lookalike looked at Izuku and then at Yoichi. That's a cat. All for one. Izuku gasped once he finally remembered the name. Silence. Lookalike, and Yoichi looked at him like he was just saying a name he wasn't supposed to say. Does that name mean anything to you? Because Nezu is sure that that man was my father. Your father is all for one. Yoichi whispered with wide eyes. But you're a cat? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, hang on. Izuku wiggled and Yoichi let him go with ease. Once on his paws, Izuku transformed into his human form. He sighed and ran his fingers through his curls before turning to face his uncle and this second person. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I wasn't always a cat. I was human once. Both men just looked confused as they stared at him. You have a transformative quirk? Yoichi finally inquired as he was trying to piece everything together. What? No, I died. He shook his head firmly. I died in this body. He pointed to himself. And I woke up like this. And he transformed back into a cat at will. I was human when I died and I was reincarnated as a cat. But I kept all my memories. He whispered the end as he curled his tail around his paws and stared at them cautiously. But Yoichi leaned down and picked Izuku back up from his underarms. You're my nephew. Yes. Izuku nodded firmly once again. If this is true, you looked young when you died. The second man joined in and Izuku felt a frown form. It's true, because I killed myself. He admitted, and once again both men became concerned. And when I woke up I was ... like this. And now I physically can't die. Not anymore it seems. He shook his head slowly, almost sadly. So ... why are you here? Yoichi looked up from where Izuku fell and Izuku looked up as well. There was no evidence of the purgatory from where Izuku just came from. It just opened up for me, Izuku whispered as he continued to keep his gaze upwards. What is this place anyways? Izuku looked around and he was in what he could only describe as the actual void. Darkness encroached around them and threatened to descend upon them and swallow them whole. This is, Yoichi paused and seemed to think about what he wanted to say. This is my home, my world. Your own purgatory? Izuku asked once he finally looked at the two of them again. You could say that, Yoichi whispered while he looked around as well. It just doesn't make any sense as to why you're here. You shouldn't be here. Maybe it's because you're both related? The lookalike suggested with a shrug of his shoulders. Izuku looked between Yoichi and the Bakugo lookalike and gave a soft hum. That doesn't sound like an impossibility, he muttered before looking at Yoichi. It's just the fact that after all these years, your stupid brother keeps reproducing. Excuse me. If Izuku wasn't in cat form, he would have raised his eyebrow in question. Yoichi's face darkened at this as he almost seemed to sneer in his anger. He needs to get new bodies from somewhere, I suppose. He grumbled. Maybe your death wasn't the worst thing to happen to you. No offense or anything. You may have escaped a fate worse than death. I'm sorry. Izuku gasped because what the F did this guy just say? You were unaware. About all for one. You see, there were two brothers. Izuku rolled his eyes. I was told the story, I just don't understand. Well, it's simple. My brother has learned his own ways of being immortal. His ways are a little unconventional to say the least. He's learned how to transfer his soul and being into that of a willing, or sometimes unwilling, host. Someone who can handle his power for all it's worth. Yoichi delicately explained. So, what does the bastard do? He keeps having kids because who better to be able to hold his power when they're older than a child of his own bloodline? The lookalike joined in with a snort. It's not always the case, of course, but it has happened. I bet he's fuming he lost you. That's not true. A sudden and fervent flare of anger erupted inside of Izuku at this accusation. His father was a good man, maybe that wouldn't be the best thing to say. My dad loved me. He didn't use me to be his next puppet. And for your information, he left once it came out that I was quirkless. Well, Izuku knew that was a semi-lie because his father didn't leave until 2 years later after his diagnosis. Not only that, but if the story Nezu told him was true, his father would have to be extremely injured to the point of permanent bed rest. Still, Izuku's point stood. So, there. Not buying it. Yoichi sighed and put Izuku back down on the floor. At least not the whole part about abandoning you. If anything, Yoichi's striking green eyes almost seemed to harden, to narrow, as he stared down at Izuku. He would have protected you. He wouldn't have wanted you to get hurt or even caught in the crossfire. Izuku blinked at this. But surely his other children. There's only a handful that we know of. Most are dead. Not by him but by old age. One dead by him for his immortality, and the remaining ones alive. Not that I can remember who they all are at this point. 200 years tends to make the memories fuzzy. Yoichi sighed as he tried to think about it. I think they just moved on to have their own lives. Some even have quirks similar to his, but none were able to fully copy all for one on a grand scale. There was silence and Izuku looked at his paws. This was a lot to take in. Like, a lot. You're probably the first quirkless son he had in a century. Yoichi's eyes were piercing as he just stared into Izuku's eyes. And you killed yourself. I bet that devastated him more than anything. Because you and I look so similar. Yoichi whispered. They didn't look that similar. It was mainly the eyes. Is that why he changed my body? My physical body? What do you mean by that? The lookalike almost seemed to gasp in shock at what Izuku was implying. I mean ... he dug my body out of its grave and he did something ... he ... brought my body back from the dead. But it's not me. It's my body, but it's not me. Izuku wanted to cry as he explained this to these two strangers, but they seemed like they understood. You don't think? The Bakugo lookalike looked at Yoichi in alarm and Yoichi nodded firmly. I absolutely do. With that doctor at my brother's disposal, I'm willing to bet that this thing walking around in your body is what we call a Namu. A Namu, Izuku whispered and his paws shuffled almost excitedly at new information. What is that? It's hard to describe, but a Namu is basically a dead body that's been stuffed with quirks. He uses them as super soldiers. My brother has made them in recent years to help fight his battles. Some Nomus have grown sentient, but most are mindless. Yoichi explained and crossed his arms over his chest. The Namu in my body. It believes it's me. And we have this connection. Connection. Both men looked at him and Izuku nodded. I've blocked it, but we are connected. He can look into my memories and ... if I get too angry or too upset I can break the wall I built between us. Yoichi kept his arms tightly crossed. This is new information. I'll have to try and relay it to 8 if I can. 8? Izuku asked with a head tilt. Who's that? And why are they important to this conversation? Izuku was waved off by Yoichi, and the man turned towards the lookalike. Second, please go and inform the others of what we now know. I'll be right behind you. Heard. But that second was gone, vanished right before Izuku's eyes. Look, Yoichi turned back to Izuku and picked him up again to hold him in the crook of his arm. I don't know how you found this place, but I know it wasn't by accident. You may be the key we need to help take down my brother. If this other you can see into your memories, then surely you can do the same to him, right? Izuku didn't think about that, and even still he didn't think about it for too long. Take down Dad. He's not a good person. Izuku, surely you figured that out by now. Yoichi's voice was now stern as he almost seemed to be looking down on Izuku. He dug up your grave and desecrated your grave as well as your corpse to make a monster. He's a power-hungry fool who trapped me in a vault under the guise of keeping me safe. He's not some loving father. He's a sick man. It finally seemed to click for Izuku as his body slumped and withered. But he said he loved you. It was a childish refute, a refute of someone trying desperately to hang on to the last threads of a smiling and happy father that he remembered. I suppose he did, in his own selfish and depraved way. Does locking someone in a vault sound loving to you? And there it was. The little threads he was holding slipped from his paws. With everything Nezu told him combined with what Yoichi told him, it was all true. Now that he knew for a fact that his father was the one who made his body into that thing. Oh, Izuku whispered. I'm sorry you had to learn it this way. Yoichi whispered. There was a sudden light that pierced through the darkness and both of them turned towards it in alarm. There was now a staircase leading up and the door where Izuku had come from was opened while Hitoshi was poking his head into the darkness, his hand on the doorknob, but he didn't dare cross the threshold. Boss, Hitoshi called before his eyes landed on Yoichi and Izuku respectfully. Hitoshi actually jumped when he locked eyes with Yoichi. Oh shit. It was soft but still heard. Yoichi looked at Hitoshi in confusion. That boy shouldn't be able to come in here. We're connected. Izuku wriggled out of Yoichi's hold and Yoichi dropped him once more. Izuku then started up the steps. Wherever Hitoshi goes, I go, and vice versa. Is that so? Hitoshi opened his arms and Izuku jumped into them. Hitoshi didn't speak to Yoichi. He just looked at the man, who looked at him curiously in return. Very well, I shouldn't keep you from your friend. Just remember what I said, Izuku Midoriya. I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other again soon. Izuku had that exact same feeling. Then, something hit him. Hitoshi, wait. Hitoshi paused and Izuku looked down at his uncle. You said my father had other children. Do you have names? Yoichi gave him another wave off and just said, I lost track over the years in all honesty. But I remember there was one a few decades back. A daughter, she has to be in her late 30s, early 40s now. I don't remember the family name. She had the ability to copy quirks for a short period. Nothing ever came from her, so we never bothered looking into it anymore. It took a full week for Hitoshi to recover enough from his wound to finally be able to walk around after Recovery Girl healed him. He was still sitting on the bench for the time being as his wound could still open if he were too rough with himself. During heroics he was in the library for study period, which, in all honesty, was him in the library reading manga as he was caught up on his studies. Though, now internships were coming up and Hitoshi had to think about what hero he wanted to go with. He didn't have a lot of offers as his quirk was considered weak. But he was shocked to see he had Endeavor of all people offering him a spot. Endeavor sounds like a D, but he tested his tongue as he spoke softly to Izuku. He's a really high-name hero, and if he wants me, that could give me the leap I need. TCH. Hitoshi moved a little too quickly to show Izuku this and agitated his wound. He put his hand over his wound and Izuku jumped into his owner's lap. Relax, Izuku ordered and Hitoshi gave him a wobbly smile. You try to relax when every move you make feels like a hot poker directly to the chest. Good point. So, Izuku started to loudly purr as his purring always helped keep Hitoshi calm. Sit back, at least there you go. Hitoshi sat back in his seat and put the paper down on the table he was sitting at. I hate this, Moss. Hitoshi finally admitted through gritted teeth. I just want the pain to stop. I know. A few healing sessions with Recovery Girl and you'll be right as rain. Izuku stood on his hind legs and rubbed his head under Hitoshi's chin to try and make him feel better, if only for just a moment. Do you need more Tylenol? I can get it for you. No, I've taken enough today. Hitoshi swallowed hard and let his head hang back against the back of his chair. Any more and I might overdose by accident. He took in several deep breaths to try and relax himself and to ease the pain just a little bit. Hello, both of them turned to see Tashinori approaching. Izuku's ears went back automatically. I heard you talking and assumed you were talking to someone else. How are you feeling? Hitoshi didn't respond. He just made a fake gun with his 2 fingers and thumb, pressed them against his head, and mimicked a gun going off. It made Izuku chuckle, but Tashinori, not so much. I'm sorry you feel that way. You know Hound Dog is always accepting students who need help if you need someone to talk to. I'm good. I have a therapist that I can throw all my sorrows at already. No need to bug Mr. Hound Dog. Hitoshi sighed as Tashinori sat across from them in the small chair. He almost looked like a lanky giant in that tiny chair. It made Hitoshi smile just a smidge. Tashinori spied the paper across from Hitoshi and looked at it. Ah, offers from heroes at the sports festival? Anyone caught your eye? Endeavor, Hitoshi admitted, and he picked Moss up to hold his cat close. But I haven't made any solid choices yet. I mean, I heard that. What was that name? Rocket Man is a good hero. I have no idea who that is. He whispered the last part and tugged at his ear. Well, Toshinori scooted forward before looking around like he was going to drop a big secret on Hitoshi, and truth was, he was. He focused back on Hitoshi and dropped his voice into a barely audible whisper. I'm All Might's secretary. Izuku rolled his eyes. Lies, he's All Might. I told you this already. And All Might has an interest in you personally. What the F? What the F? Hitoshi whispered in shock as he sat up a little straighter. Language, but yes, All Might personally wants you to be his intern. But he can't say it out loud because of rumors of favoritism and nepotism. You know how it goes. Toshinori coughed weakly behind his hand. Izuku's eyes narrowed. What are you playing at, All Might? Why, I'm nothing special. Hitoshi shrugged, and Izuku turned and smacked him in the face with his paw. Yeah, Moss. Hitoshi grabbed his paw and brought it down. Oh, I have to agree with little Mossy here. Thin effing ice. You're an extraordinary boy, Hitoshi, and All Might can see it. Which is why he wants you. Plus, Toshinori stood quickly and fixed his oversized suit so it sat right on his shoulders. He told me to tell you that you can bring Moss. In fact, he wants you to bring Moss. No other hero will allow Moss with you. Just some food for thought, but the choice is up to you. He offered Hitoshi a smile and put his hand on Hitoshi's shoulder, to which Moss tried to scratch him with a hiss, and he left. What the F? Hitoshi repeated his earlier question as they watched Toshinori go. Why does he want me? Me and you? I don't know. Izuku flicked his ear and snorted through his nose in distaste. But you can bet your ass I'm going to find out. Then, Izuku jumped from Hitoshi's lap. I'll be back, he told Hitoshi before leaving the library. He was going straight to Nezu about this. It felt inappropriate and almost creepy the way Toshinori was going about this. It honestly felt like an adult whispering to a child, this is our little secret. Creepy. Izuku went down an empty hallway. Nezu's office was on the second floor and they were on the first, so he was going to have go up the steps. That was when something slammed over Izuku, a box. Hey! Izuku immediately started yowling when he was trapped in the darkness. I can't believe my luck. To catch you on your own like this. Do you know how much stalking I had to do? Izuku knew that voice. Minta, if you want to keep your eyeballs, you'll release me. Izuku threatened as the box was flipped and a lid was immediately placed over the top, trapping him. Let me go. Immediate caterwauling. Catnapping. CATNAPPING in progress. NADCU. Hitoshi. Someone. Izuku's cries turned shrill. The box shook and Izuku smacked his head up the top, and for a moment his shriek stopped. Shut up, you mangy fleabag. Hitoshi. Izuku cried, remembering his telepathy. I'm being catnapped by Minta. What? Hang on TCH, I'll be there in a moment. Izuku started shrieking again, so loud and violent that his vocal cords started to hurt and feel raw. Where are you? In a box. He's walking away. I don't know where. It's dark, no air holes. Can't you hear me? I'm screaming my head off here. I don't. Shit. They must be outside. Then, his worst nightmare was when he heard a car door open. I'm in the parking lot. Hitoshi, hurry. God, shut up. There was a slam and Izuku was alone. The silence was stifling, as was the air. Izuku had to strain his ears to hear anything, and it was then, when he could hear muffled voices, did he realize he was put into a trunk. I'm in a trunk. No response. Hitoshi. Nothing. Oh God. What happened to his friend? Izuku felt the car move and he felt afraid. Very afraid. As for Hitoshi, Hitoshi was found by Nezu himself, the rat coming back from a meeting with another teacher. Hitoshi was on the floor. His wound tore open from how quick he was running from the library towards the doors. He was still awake, just unable to make another step as he tried desperately to hold on to his wound to stop the bleeding. Hitoshi grabbed Nezu desperately. Moss, Minta stole Moss. You have to get him back. Please, Principal Nezu. Then he passed out. Izuku tried the lid on the box, but there was something heavy on top of it. He started to claw the box open, thinking it might have been cardboard. No dice, the box was plastic. So, he had a plan. It wasn't a great plan, but it was a plan that just required a little patience on his part. The car ride was agony in that he didn't know where they were going and he didn't like it. He didn't like being trapped in a dark so black that he couldn't see his own paws. He didn't like that the air in the box was becoming stuffy because Minta didn't put air holes in the thing. He hated it all. They were driving for so long that he really feared that he was going to be stuck in this box until he lost oxygen and just die. His body would heal, yes, but would he just keep dying over and over if he didn't have oxygen? Would it be a loop of dying and then waking up back up to die? Well, it seemed that Minta wasn't that cruel. The car finally came to a stop and Izuku crouched low in his box as he heard voices grow louder. Finally, the trunk opened and he heard a female voice speak first. This is how we Mintas get even, Minoru. We don't raise our fists because we're small and can get hurt. We go for psychological revenge instead. if Izuku had to guess. He figured it was Minda's mother. The box was grabbed and hoisted up. Izuku sprung his plan into action. He jumped. He jumped as high as he could, so high that his head touched the top of the box, not to get out of the box, no. He jumped so when he came back down full force his sudden fall would cause them to release the box and hopefully cause the top to go off once the box was on the ground. Well, the woman barked in surprise when the box did tip, but she kept a harsh grip on it. I told you, that thing is freaky smart. Are you sure you don't want to give him to the commission? Minda hissed and Izuku bristled. He forgot Minda's parents were part of the Hero Public Safety Commission. And waste resources. No, we have more pressing matters. Besides, sweetie, it's just a cat. Yeah, Nezu turned out smart, but he has some sort of hyper-intelligence. I bet this thing just has a slightly average intelligence. Nothing worth the commission's time. I'll give you slightly average. Then he recreated a scene from when he was 2 and didn't get the ice cream he wanted. He started jumping up and down violently. He would land and then kick the side of the box like a horse would kick a person. Izuku yowled, screamed, jumped, threw himself into the walls, but the grip this lady had was strong. However, he could tell he was getting to her as he heard her curse out on numerous occasions while they walked. Stop it, you cretin. Then the box shook. It shook violently up and down, making Izuku slam up and down on the top and bottom of the box respectfully. When her reign was over, he was on his side trying to recover from the vertigo he suffered from such a shake. Izuku groaned in pain as he started to stand again. His legs gave more than a little shake this time around. There was a soft ding. It was a telltale sound of a door opening. Izuku flicked his ears up and wondered just where they were, not liking this one bit. His heart was hammering as he listened to nothing but footsteps for a long time. Finally, a new voice spoke. How can I help you two today? The voice was chipper, but the fake kind of chipper, the kind of voice a service worker or someone forced to work with the public would use. Yes, we need to put this cat down, Mrs. Minda said in a sickly sweet voice. Oh, F you, Izuku yowled. He wanted his voice to be heard. I'm not their cat. You'll have to hear me. As you can hear, the poor thing is just in so much pain. She now feigned a woeful voice and a sniffle. F you, phew. Izuku went back to his tantrum as he violently jumped up and down. Go ahead, shake me now, you miserable beach. Get me out of this box. He threw himself against the sides, kicked, scratched, cried, and screamed. Oh my, you know we have to ask why, right? Is there any underlying sickness this cat may have? I think it's a mental sickness. He just won't calm down. He's violent and loud, as you can clearly hear. Are you sure it's not because he's in a plastic tote? That can stress a cat out. The receptionist, bless her heart, tried to argue on Izuku's behalf. Help me, I'm not their cat. Izuku continued to yowl at the top of his lungs while wildly jumping and kicking the box. He acts like this all the time, Mrs. Minda dramatically claimed. We can't do it anymore. He's clearly sick and in pain, so we decided to just end his suffering here and now. So, if you can just book us, that'd be great. There was a sigh from the receptionist and Izuku heard the clacking of keys on a keyboard. Well, it does look like the doctor has an opening, but we can get the cat tested if you would prefer. No, there's no need. Izuku let out a scream. That sometimes worked, right? When he would scream, sometimes people heard him. The real him. You listen to that and tell me that's not the wail of an animal in pain. Mrs. Minda dramatically called like she was Izuku's loving owner. She wasn't. I guess. It could also be a distressed animal, but we'll let the doctor decide. Izuku's ear twitched because the receptionist had whispered that last part under her breath. If it wasn't for his ears, he might not have heard it. He knew what he needed to do as a new plan was forming. Kill them with kindness, as his mother used to say. So, Izuku calmed himself down. He bided his time and waited without uttering a single meow, which did earn him a soft thank God from Minda himself as his mother and him went to sit. They waited for a while. It was hard to tell how long. Izuku had no concept of time inside of this darkened plastic tote box. A nurse would call them back and they started moving. He's being rather quiet, Mommy, Minda whispered. You don't think we killed him, do you? His voice was dropped way low so as not to alert the nurse. Of course not, don't be silly. Into a back room they were ushered where the box would be set on a table, and Izuku learned why he wasn't able to knock the box out of this woman's hands. Sorry, there was a slight tug between the box and this woman's grip. My quirk makes it hard to erg. Minda and his mother both tugged on the box until it was finally released, with Minda throwing his arms up and nearly sending Izuku flying out of the top. Shame he didn't, but that's neither here nor there. It's hard for me to release objects once they've been stuck to my fingers. The woman gave a forced laugh as they set the box down. Very well, let me see the cat and determine if he's fit to be put down. The doctor, a man, spoke in a no-nonsense attitude. Why do you have to determine anything? We're paying you to put this menace down. Ma'am, it's not ethical to put down animals if they're in good condition. Now, please take that poor thing out of that tote before it accidentally suffocates. The vet demanded, and Izuku found himself liking this man. Of course, I must warn you, this thing might jump out and scratch, so please be wary. The tote was tipped gently onto his side and the lid was removed. The light was bright and it hurt Izuku's eyes. He had to constantly squint against the harshness of the light while walking wobbly towards the opening. Izuku wanted nothing more than to run, to scream, and yell his way to safety, but he wasn't going to do that. No, he was deliberate in cautiously stepping out onto the cold metal table. Oh, he's green, the vet observed. What a rare color. The vet looked to be maybe in his late 30s and there was something familiar about him. He looked like someone Izuku knew as Izuku didn't know him personally. His hair was light brown and sectioned off in the back. His eyes were kind and inviting and Izuku just felt safe with this man. The man even opened up his hands to invite Izuku to him. His hands were covered in blue latex gloves. I wouldn't get too much closer. Mind his mom cried and Izuku turned to look at her next. She and Minoru looked alike. The same nose, the same purple hair, but none of the grape-like balls. No, her hair was put into two twin buns on the top of her hair. She, like him, was tiny but just a tad taller than her son. She had Rich Beach written all over her. From the designer bag that hung off of her shoulder to the diamond necklace laced across her neck all the way down to the many rings on her stubby fingers. On a side note, she had 5 fingers, unlike her son who has 4. He's like a wild animal. Izuku made it a point to scramble away from her voice and directly into the vet's arms. Oh, you poor thing. The vet cooed when Izuku grabbed onto his arm and refused to let him go. Then, Izuku forced himself to shake like he was a scared and timid animal. I'll show you average intelligence speech, he thought with a smirk. I'm telling you, he's a menace. That cat screams and yowls all the time. Yet, he's a service animal. The vet observed Izuku's vest. He's a fake. Minder rubbed at the back of his head as he lied on the spot. I just wanted to bring him with me to places. I see. Well, I guess it's lucky that I can read the thoughts of animals. They could have heard a pin drop. It was so quiet in that room. Izuku took this moment to look at the vet's name tag and it finally clicked why this man looked and even felt so familiar to him. Kota Akabane. He's Kota's dad. Izuku realized with wide eyes. Now, little guy. Izuku was gently shifted as he looked into Akabane's eyes, the man cradling him in the crook of his arm. What's wrong? This is ridiculous. Mrs. Minder raged suddenly with an outburst. We are demanding that you put this cat down. We are paying you. Now to your job. The man didn't look impressed as he just stared at her. Ma'am ... is this even your cat? Well, that didn't take long. Mrs. Minder sputtered in surprise. How dare you? Of course it's my cat. You'd be surprised how many people come in my office and demand an animal be put down and the animal wasn't even theirs. Now, I'm going to ask this guy the exact same question I just asked you. No, Izuku cut the man off as he thought. Look at my vest. Hitoshi Shinsu is my owner. These two are the Mindas. Just ask for her ID. He's just a dumb cat. He's a cat. What's your name? Akabane inquired as he now shifted Izuku so Izuku was shielded from her and Minoru respectfully. Your name. Honestly, we should have asked for your ID at the desk for this whole ordeal. I don't have to take this. Give me my cat and we'll just go to another vet, she demanded. Her face turned red with anger as she made a grab for Izuku. The vet instantly took a step back. No, in fact, I think it's time you left. Come on, little guy, we'll put you in a kennel and call your owner. Akabane cooed as he walked away from Minta and his mother. The woman wasn't having it and she blocked the vet's path to the door. I'm not leaving without the cat. Mom, it's fine, Minta whispered, actually sounding reasonable for once. No, it's not. Give me the cat. Absolutely not. Akabane snarled while keeping Izuku in his hold. I would not only be remiss as a vet if I gave to someone who's not even his owner, but to an abuser as well. Abuser? Ma'am, you've had the cat in a plastic tote. You're trying to put him down to get back at someone else. This isn't your cat and this conversation is over. The doctor then turned to the phone and pressed on a line. Hina, call for security. This isn't over. The woman pointed directly at Izuku. You better count your days, you fleabag. And you, I work for the commission, you're done for. She threatened the doctor next in a rage before turning to her son. Come on, Minoru. Then she grabbed her son by the wrist and led him out of the room, kicking her own toad on the way out of the room. Izuku let out a shaky breath once she was gone. You poor thing. No doubt that must have been stressful. Come on. The doctor led Izuku into the hall. I know this won't be comfortable, but it's the best for you until we can get in contact with your owner and get her license plate. Izuku was led away from the waiting room and into the back room where several kennels lined the room. Brian, Izuku yowled in surprise at the familiar black cat with orange eyes. Brian perked. Moss, is that you? Brian called in response. Izuku got lucky as he was placed directly beside the black cat. There are holes between them so they were able to look at each other in clear plexiglass as well. What happened to you guys? Us? What happened you guys? Izuku put both of his paws on the wall and sniffed through the tiny hole to get a whiff of Brian's scent. It's hard to say. A lot of us got sick but the humans managed to nurse us back to health. We were all put up for adoption. Some got adopted, some didn't. Some unfortunately moved on. And Natalie. Brian shook his head. Last time I saw her was the day I got adopted by a human family. I haven't seen her since," he sadly stated, and his pink nose poked through the tiny hole to try and pick up Izuku's scent. Their noses touched for a moment and Izuku wiggled his in surprise. "You still smell like that human. Is he okay?" "Itoshi. Yeah, well, some things have happened, but yeah, he's alive." An orange eye poked through the hole next as Brian looked at him. "Look at you. You've gotten bigger. You were just a kitten last I remember. What are you doing here?" "Oh no, you're getting neutered." "No, I was catnapped." "You?" Izuku whispered in surprise, and Brian lowered his gaze. "Abandoned. The new family I had decided to move and they couldn't take me. So, they left me in a box outside of the vet office. I don't know what's going to happen now. I don't want to go to sleep and not wake up. I heard that's what happens to cats that's been abandoned like me." Brian lowered himself to the ground and laid down. Izuku frowned and his ears lowered. "I'm sorry," he whispered to Brian. The vet came back with a little device in his hand. "Don't worry, little guy. Just need to read your microchip." Izuku relaxed as the vet found the chip and read it with the device. "All right, we'll alert your owners. You behave and I'll bring you some food." The gate was shut and it was Izuku and Brian again. "Wow, you got microchipped. You're lucky. They must really like you." "Yeah, they do," Izuku said with a fond sigh. "And I like them." He twisted around to give himself a quick groom to wash the scent off of his clean fur. "You look great. At least one of us made it." Brian sighed happily. "Hey, don't say that. You'll find a family," Izuku told him. "This is the second family to give up on me. I just don't think it's in the stars." Izuku ears lowered. He wanted to do something for his old friend, but what? He didn't know. Originally, Nezu was going to send All Might after the catnappers, and Shouta would have agreed, put the fear of God in them. Nothing will humble you more than the symbol of peace chasing your ass down. However, before Toshinori could leave, Shouta got the phone call. "This is Dr. Koda and I have your cat. Don't worry, he's safe and alive." Well, so much for that. It almost made Shouta want to laugh if the situation wasn't so infuriating. He didn't need to be a villain to understand just what had happened when he got that call. Minda had tried to put Moss down and was caught. Thank goodness for a vet that actually cares about animals. "I'll go and get him." Shouta started with a sigh. "Just watch after Hitoshi, if you would All Might." Hisashi was in class and Aburo was on patrol, so All Might. Of course, Recovery Girl was there as well, but Shouta felt a little better if someone watched over his son while he healed from his reopened wound. Of course, Toshinori deflated like a balloon. "He's safe with me. I'll be back." Izuku munched happily on his canned wet food. All in all, not too bad of a day. Yeah, he got catnapped, but it could have ended way worse. He had already thanked the doctor for saving him instead of blindly putting Izuku to sleep like others would have without a second thought. Now he was just waiting. Still, Hitoshi hasn't responded in a while and he hoped his friend was okay. "Yes, right this way, sir." Izuku's ears perked with happiness when a familiar scent wafted through his nose. "Dad." Izuku bounced around happily. Shouta didn't know that Izuku liked to call him this and he was probably never going to know. Sure enough, Shouta and the doctor came in the back. "I really can't thank you enough for looking out for him. Of course, I will admit that I was surprised that he held a full conversation with me." The doctor gave a bit of an awkward laugh as the two walked up to the kennel where Izuku was happily bouncing waiting to be released. "Most animals can really say a few words. He told me everything. His owner and to check their IDs. Yeah, he's a smart one. Hey there, troublemaker. We nearly sent All Might after you." Shouta smiled and Izuku turned, raising a nose in distaste. It made Shouta chuckle. "Okay." Dr. Koda turned and opened the kennel. "You're free to go, little guy." Izuku nearly jumped into Shouta's extended arms. But Brian's soft goodbye, Moss, made his pause and turned towards his cat friend. Izuku looked at Shouta, who had tilted his head at Izuku's sudden hesitance. Izuku looked Shouta dead in the eyes and put his paws on the wall separating him and Brian, hoping that Shouta got the hint. He did. "What's the deal with that black cat?" Shouta inquired after a second or two of pause. He was dropped off a little while ago. We were giving him another day before turning him into the shelter. We hoped his owners would come back. But alas," the doctor shrugged. "Humans are cruel creatures sometimes." Izuku looked Shouta right in the eyes and started to run his paws and up and down against the glass. "Seriously?" Shouta sounded borderline exasperated. "We have 4 other cats at home, Moss." Izuku's eyes went wide and cute while he lowered his ears. He continued to slow run his paws up and down. "Please," he mooed. Shouta looked at him and he looked at Shouta. "Give him to me." Shouta grumped while throwing his hands up. "I'll foster him for a while." "Yeah, foster." Izuku wanted to smirk but continued to look as innocent as he could be at Shouta. "Oh, well, if you insist." "Yeah, apparently my son's cat wants a cat of his own." It made Dr. Koda smiled as he turned and opened the kennel. "Come along then. I'll get you a carrier for him." An hour and a half after being abducted, Izuku. And now Brian, we're back in UA. Brian was forced to stay in the carrier while Izuku rested on Shouta's shoulders. Is that? Midnight's face split into a grin when Shouta put the carrier down. Not a word, Shouta grumbled to her. The cat wanted a cat. What? 13 chuckled softly behind her hand. You heard me. He then walked out of the teacher's lounge. Minda will be dealt with, by the way, Shouta told Moss as he walked down the hallway to the infirmary. He's already been properly expelled from UA, and the police are on the way to his house for animal theft. Good. Izuku nodded firmly, and it made Shouta give a weak smile. Shouta scratched behind Izuku's ears. For now, however, don't worry about that. I want you to make Hitoshi feel better. Poor thing has been knocked unconscious after his wound reopened. They walked inside of the infirmary where Shouta walked up to Hitoshi's bed. Hitoshi's shirt was off and his wound had been redressed and clean bandaged by recovery girl. Toshinori was sitting by Hitoshi's bed in a chair. "Ah, you're back. And young Moss has been found safely, I'm glad." "Shush," Shouta hissed while he placed Moss down beside Hitoshi. "Let him sleep, you oaf." Toshinori covered his mouth sheepishly. "Apologies. Whatever. Come on, I think he's fine now." As Shouta said this, Hitoshi's arm moved subconsciously towards Izuku. Izuku wriggled himself under his arm and he laid down fully. He pressed himself tightly against Hitoshi's side and shut his eyes. When Izuku and Hitoshi met in Purgatory, Izuku now in human form, Hitoshi ran and hugged him. Izuku paused for a moment in shock. The only person to hug him when he was human was his mother, so this was new. But not unwelcome. He embraced Hitoshi back, wrapping his arms around his friend. But it wasn't that new because when they broke apart, Hitoshi reached over and flicked Izuku's nose. "Yeah, that was fair. Please, tell me you aren't dead." "I'm not," Izuku whispered once he rubbed his nose. Hitoshi gave a weak sigh and got down to the floor. "I'm so sorry, Moss." He fell to his knee almost in despair. "What for?" Izuku crouched down into a squat so they were now face to face. I tried to get to you, I swear. I ran as fast I could and I felt the wound reopen. Next thing I knew I was on the ground gasping in pain. I was weak and I swear all I'm ever going to be is weak. Don't say that, Hitoshi. You did everything you could. If not for you, the others might not have known it was Minda who kidnapped me. In fact, they probably wouldn't have known I was taken at all. Izuku told him gently. But you're my friend. I should have stopped him. I shouldn't have let a little pain stop me. It wasn't a little pain. Hitoshi, you were shot. You tore the opening trying to save me. You did everything you could before you passed out. Izuku reached up and ran his fingers through Hitoshi's hair and he smiled sadly. You're not weak. I have no doubt in my mind that if you were at 100% you would have chased Minda until the end of the time if you had to. That made Hitoshi smile a little bit and that's all Izuku needed. Now, stop this moping. He grabbed Hitoshi's hands and hoisted his friend back to his feet. I'm safe and back at UA. In fact, I have a bit of a surprise. A surprise? Hitoshi whispered. What? If I tell you, it'll ruin the surprise, so it'll just have to wait. Hitoshi snorted and then gave a weak smile. Okay, I'll see you on the other side then. See you on the other side. Bonus, a new arrival. The rest of the cats all surrounded the carrier that Izuku sat on top of. It was Tiny Tim that spoke and it made Izuku smile just a bit. Shout aside. Who knows, maybe they won't even notice we got a sixth cat. There was a tinge of hope in his voice. Hizashi and Aburo were both still out. Hizashi now focusing on his radio show and Aburo almost done with his patrol. Still, Shouta opened the carrier. Brian cautiously stepped out and looked around at the other cats looking at him. He looks like me. Brat actually hopped with glee. Yes, looking at it. Brat and Brian did look similar, but Brian was more akin to a Siamese cat. Thin in his own right but not as skinny or light-furred as Brat. Jelly sighed and stretched herself out. I have to say, we're getting a little crowded. Crowded. Brian gave a laugh. I once lived with 20 cats. This is nothing. He told her and it made her shake her head. Oh boy, Izuku saw the orange menace before he could make a move. Izuku hopped in front of Brian and immediately blocked Pumpkin off. No, he put his paw down and Pumpkin tried to go around him. This cat is now almost a year old. Yeah, Pumpkin was getting back into his original size and he still towered over Izuku. But Izuku didn't let anything show. I said no. Leave him alone. Stranger. Pumpkin hissed and Brian hopped back in alarm. No, friend. Pumpkin, we talked about this. Mother says no. Pumpkin snorted and his ears went back. Mother? Brian asked and it made Izuku's own ears go back. It's a long story. Pumpkin gave another snort and jumped onto the couch. I'm watching you, he grumbled to Brian. Nothing slips past me. Brian looked at Pumpkin, then at the other cats, and finally at Izuku. Izuku offered him a smile. Welcome to the family. We're crazy, you're going to love it here. Bonus, Inko was tired. She was constantly so tired and wanted to lay in bed and just never get back up again. She felt like she had no reason to get up, get dressed, or to even shower. Yeah, Mitsuki and Masaru often came by to see her when they could. But at this point she wondered if they just stayed around her for pity. Rei was alright. A nice woman with a lot of issues. Inko even met her youngest son and eldest daughter once. When asked about the scar on her son's face, Rei refused to really speak about it. Fine, it wasn't Inko's place to pry. Still, aside from that, there just wasn't anything. At least not at first. One day, Toshinori Yagi, All Might's secretary, comes in. He learned through the grapevine, probably from that teacher that Inko kicked out. They both taught at UA after all. Yeah, Yagi was nice and doing everything he could to help make her smile. But it wasn't Yagi that gave Inko some sort of hope again. Yes, Yagi was nice but clearly a busy man. She just didn't know what to expect when the man that saved her from her suicide came in. Steven something. I couldn't get you out of my head and I just needed to be sure you were being well taken care of. It's true that at this point Inko only felt anger and she had slightly snapped at the man in her growing frustration. What am I, some dog you helped save? She had felt bad for being so aggressive, but she just couldn't help it. To her surprise, he laughed. I suppose I could have worded that better, he whispered to her while smiling. She looked away from him before focusing on her small bit of food in front of her. Why'd you do it? Finally, she asked the question that's been burning in the back of her mind. I just why? Why wouldn't you let me die? He blinked. It was a slow and owlish blink. Because it was the right thing to do. Nobody bothered to save my baby when he did it. What makes me special? She swirled her drink in her cup and swallowed hard while trying to push her tears back. Oh, I see. When you were yelling about your baby, I had assumed that your literal baby had died. I had no idea that you lost your child to suicide. I'm so sorry you have to go through that pain. Steven whispered the last part. I don't know why you were spared while your son died. I will say that. I'm glad you're alive right now. You don't even know me. You don't have to know a person to be happy that they're alive. Huh. Inko never really thought about that before and she relaxed in her seat just a little. Yeah, but without my son my life just feels pointless. She could only croak out while sniffling back her tears. Children, it wasn't Steven that spoke in a slightly disdained voice. It was that woman, Akiko. She was sitting at her own table, alone. She violently stabbed at her food with her plastic cutlery. Shocking. Inko would have thought that Akiko was the type to not get plastic cutlery. Honestly, with how crazy she seemed, Inko thought that Akiko got pureed food. I had a child, she grumbled while she continued to stab at her food. I had a husband. I had it all. And then along came a pest of a man. You should try this, he urges. It's great for new mothers. It really relaxes you, he states. She was now just stabbing her tray in anger. Ignore her, Inko whispered as she focused back at Steven. Steven shook his head. Your life isn't pointless, Inko. You have to show your son that you can keep living. That's the point of life, right? He asked with a sad smile. To just keep on going. Inko wasn't so sure about that and she was sure it showed in her expression. Steven hummed and leaned back in his seat. Have you ever tried American food? He suddenly asked and it made Inko jolt a little at the weirdness of the question. Huh? She inquired. American food. Like actual authentic American cuisine. Have you ever tried it? No, I mean I had a burger once. McDonald's doesn't count. Steven shook his head. Tell you what, how about next time I come? I'm going to bring you some homemade American food. I'm talking meatloaf, mashed potatoes, gravy, the works, so you can try it for yourself. Okay, but like, it's not going to change my mindset. I'll still feel pointless. I know. I'm hoping to change your views a little at a time. I'll bring American this week, and next week I'll bring you something else. Something to show you that maybe life isn't all that bad. And your plan is food. It might not always be food, but we'll start with food. It's got to be better than this slop. Steven offered her a smile and it made her tilt her head. You're a very confusing man, Steven. He kept his smile. I've been told that many times. I'll see you soon, Inko. He left Inko with more questions than answers. Yet at the same time he gave her something nobody has been able to give her this last year. He gave her something to hold on to, something to want, as she wanted to try that American food. And she wanted to see him again. It felt like forever, but finally, Hitoshi was able to join in on heroics again. His wound was healed to the point that it wouldn't reopen and the pain was minimal. He was glad to finally be freed from the library and do some hero training with the rest of his class before internships were to start next Monday. They weren't doing much today. They were going back to the USJ to do some faux rescue missions as well as what to do and what not to do. The locker room was lively and loud as the others were clearly pumped to be doing this, especially with internships coming up. I'm going with fourth kind. Kirishima happily yelled at Monoma. What about you? I'm going with Fatgum with Yamomo. Monoma called coolly as he stripped out of his clothes. She wanted to go with Uobami, but I told her that Uobami was a rather bad fit for someone of her intellect. I explained why I was going with Fatgum and she agreed. I tried to get someone else to go with us, but he turned us down. Monoma snorted in Hitoshi's direction. Yes, Hitoshi did actually get an offer from Fatgum and maybe when he first looked through his offers he would have gone with the man. but he decided to go with All Might in the end. It was All Might and All Might, or rather Toshinori trying way too hard, allowed Moss to join them. Sorry, he shrugged at Monoma. I got a better offer. And he started to slip out of his clothes. First the blazer that he folded and put it in his locker. When he started to unbutton his shirt, Monoma scoffed. Who? The hero made out of flaming trash. No offense, Todoroki. Todoroki smirked at Monoma's wit. Can't take offense to the truth. A few of them chuckled, and Hitoshi was one of them as he finally shedded his shirt off of his body and folded it up on top of his blazer. It was when he was undoing his belt to take his pants off did he realize that the liveliness died down into a whisper, and then just completely died out into a heavy silence. Then Hitoshi felt eyes on him. He cautiously looked up and realized that everyone was looking at him. Everyone. Did I say something? He asked. Denki had his hands pressed against his mouth as he just continued to stare at Hitoshi. I never put in consideration that you'd have a scar, Denki whispered, and that's when it struck Hitoshi. They weren't staring at him. They were staring at his torso. More specifically, they were all looking at his bullet scar. The circular scar was small in appearance, honestly out of his other scars. Aka, his failed suicide. It looked unimpressive to Hitoshi, but the rest of his classmates looked sad. Then, against his back where the exit wound was, Hitoshi felt something strangely cold touch the wound, and it made him shudder before turning to see just who was the brave soul to touch him without permission. Dark Shadow. That's who. The quirk gave out a soft, yet sad, chirp in response to seeing the bullet wound. Hey, it's not that bad. I lived, didn't I? He told the quirk in a more reserved tone. Dark Shadow sniffled, and Hitoshi watched as an almost comically large teardrop made itself known before the quirk shrieked. It made Hitoshi and the others around all jump at the demonic cry that left this quirk's mouth. Dark Shadow, please. Takoyami yelled and reined his quirk in. It's okay. Hitoshi is okay. It's not okay. Dark Shadow continued to screech as they cried, and tears seemed to waterfall out of their yellow eyes. I was right there and I couldn't do anything. Another unholy shriek that caused everyone to cover their ears to prevent rupture. Hitoshi was thankful that Moss was currently chatting with Nezu. Hitoshi was the brave soul to take one hand off of his ear, and he reached for Dark Shadow. His hand made contact with the quirk's beak, and all at once the shrieking stopped and only mewling whimpers and sniffles could be heard. It's okay, Hitoshi whispered to the quirk while he continued to gently pat and stroke Dark Shadow's beak. My parents are pro-heroes, all of them, and there was nothing even they could do. Don't blame yourself. Dark Shadow sniffled and lowered their gaze downwards towards the ground. Hitoshi felt like he was trying to calm a horse. He gently shushed the quirk and stroked Dark Shadow's nose. There we go. It's okay. Look, it's just a scar. I'm fine. Everything is okay again. That did the trick, and Dark Shadow finally calmed down, and Hitoshi was able to get dressed into his hero costume once the quirk was settled down. What a reaction. Hitoshi thought, almost confused. It was just a little scar. Maybe he should bring this up to his therapist because he felt like was missing something. Hero names. What you'll be called for the rest of your career. It's a perfect identifying factor, which is why it must represent you. Midnight called as she cracked her whip into the doorway. It was the final class of the day, and Hitoshi didn't think they'd be choosing names so soon. Still, it's a good thing he and Moss already talked about possible names, and he had a pretty good idea which name he was going to go with it. After reading about the history behind the name, it was the best choice for Hitoshi, and he thought of nothing better. There were some good names and some duds, like Bakugo, Lord Explosion Murder. Hitoshi could feel Moss's eye roll from where he was sitting. Honestly, Moss scoffed with a headshake. Yeah, and no ... just. No. Midnight shot Bakugo down. It's too violent. You need to inspire hope when they see you and hear your name. Not fear. He's good at that, isn't he? Hitoshi heard Hagakure whisper and watched as Moss's ear twitched a little at this. So, sit back down and rethink your name. We'll come back around to you. Midnight instructed, and Bakugo was sent back to his seat. Bakugo gave a frustrated sigh as he sat back down with a grumble. Hitoshi was sure he heard him say something along the lines of, I was really hoping for that one. One by one names were made, some allowed, some rejected. Ada took up the family name of Ingenium. Cool. Todoroki went with his first name of Shoto. Fine, the fancy names weren't for everyone. Monoma was grinning as he showed off his name. Phantom Thief, because you'll never know I've taken your quirk until it's too late. It suited him. Finally, it was Hitoshi's turn. He walked up to the podium and showed his chosen name. Hypnos, he stated firmly. The ancient Greek deity, the personification of sleep and the name behind hypnosis, or as some of you may also know it as, brainwashing. Midnight's eyes lit up. It's beautiful and fits you perfectly. When I say I want you in a name, this is what I mean. Hitoshi blushed at her kind words. Well, he felt pink and must have looked pastel with both pink and purple all over his face. That's such a badass name, Kaminari called with a grin. Man, I should have gone with Zeus. Hey, stick with your own name and don't copy me. Hitoshi teased the blonde, which made Kaminari laugh before he rubbed at the back of his head. Fair. Kaminari raised his hands and let the conversation drop with a smile still on his face. Get your cat. It was Bakugo's snarl that made Hitoshi focus on the blonde. There, Moss had jumped on Bakugo's desk. It was like watching a dog that was on the verge of snarling but wasn't going to lunge yet. Bakugo's nose rose as he just watched Moss. Mossy, Hitoshi called, but Moss didn't come. No, he instead started to mess with Bakugo's sign. Hey, piss off. Bakugo tried to grab his sign, but Moss actually sat on it and continued to mess with it. Get your cat before it becomes a smudge. He roared at Hitoshi. Moss. Hitoshi stepped down and walked up to Moss. His cat worked faster once he realized what was happening. Izuku, stop it. Hitoshi told him through the connection. No, wait. Moss tried to stop it, but Hitoshi grabbed him and picked up with ease. Moss gave a soft mew in response to being picked up and even wiggled his paws in protest. Just erase that line. That one there. He pleaded with Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked down at the mess that Moss had created. His cat had erased most of Bakugo's chosen name and maneuvered the letters by erasing some letters into forming over letters. Hitoshi saw just where Moss was going with this, and he could only raise an eyebrow but complied. Despite knowing he could lose a finger, he took his index finger and ran it down, erasing the line Moss had wanted. It was very simplistic, but it brought Bakugo down to his core. His quirk. TNT, huh? Bakugo grumbled as he looked at it for himself. I'll think about it. Tell your fleabag to mind its business. He then waved Hitoshi and Moss away. What were you thinking? Hitoshi asked his cat out loud as he twisted Moss around in his hand and held the cat up in a way that Moss was tilted down. His nose pressed against Hitoshi's own nose. Moss meowed audibly. Yeah. Hitoshi shook his head and dropped Moss on the floor. Moss snorted and gave his fur a firm shake. When Bakugo came back up for his redo, he just showed his name, like Shoto had. I'll think of something later, he grumbled in response. Very well. Midnight shrugged. Whenever you're ready with a new name, just come to me. She told him, and he hummed disinterested as he sat back down in his seat. Hitoshi watched this before looking down at Moss. Moss was looking at Bakugo with a certain knowing. What did you do? Moss looked back at Hitoshi. Don't worry too much about it. Yeah, that wasn't ominous at all. You're going to be a good girl while Big Brother is away, right? Hitoshi asked as he tucked some of Iri's hair behind her ear. He had his bags packed for the week he'll be away from home, and he had his hero case in his hands. He was at the train station where he would eventually go to Might Towers with Moss. Iri gave a firm nod. Yepers, I'm going to be the bestest girl, she called in determination. Then she pointed at Hitoshi. When you come back, I'm going to be the first girl in my team to score a home run. Just you wait. Hitoshi smiled and patted her hair. I look forward to it. Be safe. Aburo wrapped his arms around Hitoshi in a tight hug from behind and grinned into his son's fluffy purple hair. And text us if you can. I'll try, for sure, he told Aburo. Hazashi came up and held onto Hitoshi's front tightly. Now he was being sandwiched between his two dads. We're going to miss you and Moss, kiddo. I just can't believe All Might allowed Moss to join. Neither can I. Aburo whispered to Hazashi. Most heroes wouldn't allow service animals in their ranks as it could harm the animal. It's unorthodox. Hazashi hummed and rested his chin up on the top of Hitoshi's head. Guys, I'm sweating. Hitoshi tried wriggling out of his father's grip, but they weren't letting up. Maybe it's because of a certain skill this cat has. Hazashi wondered after a second to think about it. Maybe, but I can't be too sure. It feels like something more. Please. Oh great. They were getting closer to each other like Hitoshi wasn't even there. Hazashi snorted. I agree. What does that man want? Well, Hitoshi made himself known, and he had enough room to duck under their arms and free himself from his brief tomb. This has been fun. Really, but I've gotta go so I don't miss my train. He gave himself a brief brush off and then grabbed his bag and suitcase. He gave both of his parents a smile and waved them goodbye. I'll see you guys on Friday. Moss, who's been quietly laying across Hitoshi's shoulders this whole time, gave his one wave goodbye as Hitoshi retreated. Phew, Hitoshi could only whisper. He watched as his classmates, and those from 1B also say goodbye to their other classmates, families as they bounded away to their exciting new internship. I do wonder what All Might has planned for us, Hitoshi thought to Izuku as he reached up and scratched his cat under the chin. I don't. It can't be much with that wound of his. He can only hold his form for so long before he's forced to revert back, Izuku told Hitoshi while he leaned into his owner's touch. I do wonder if he'll just relegate most of the work to someone else. You really don't like him, do you? At one point I did ... and we know how that turned out, don't we? A huff left Izuku's body as he stretched his front legs out lazily, extending his claws, before retracting them back in and sighing. Doesn't matter. I'm still curious about why he's doing this. Same. The rest of the ride was just speculation, with the two of them throwing out theories as to why All Might was doing this. Eventually the train would come to their stop. Hitoshi hopped off of the train and was met with a man holding a sign. Hitoshi Shinsu was written in bold writing. After showing the man his ID, was then promptly swept away into a car. He sat in the front seat and off they went. Fancy, Itoshi commented. Izuku didn't sound impressed. From there, the world passed them by a second time as they were being charted towards Might Tower, which wasn't hard to see as it's the tallest building in all of Musutafu. I dreamed about coming here once, Izuku said to break the silence. Yeah, I nearly did. I got as far as security before I was kicked out. Tried to say I was selling cookies for school. They didn't buy it. Izuku chuckled at the memory. All I ever wanted to do was see All Might. There was that sigh again and he shook his head. Oh well, it's over now. Itoshi didn't know if Izuku was talking about his past hyperfixation with All Might, wanting to see All Might after having met him, or his old life ... and in a way it was all the same thing. Still, he decided it was best not to ask. The car came to a stop and Hitoshi was immediately swept inside in a rush by All Might's secretaries and through security. After everything was checked, he was given the ultimate item, the visitor badge. Just scan that whenever you want to come back in and you'll skip security. The secretary told Hitoshi as she clipped the badge with a barcode onto his shirt. It'll be good for the week you'll be staying here. The woman looked at Moss and smiled at him. When All Might told us about a cat being with you, we almost didn't believe him, but here he is. Such a gentleman. She patted Moss up top his head before carrying on. All right, All Might is waiting for you at the top floor. Itoshi felt nervous despite his knowledge of who All Might really was. Moss really looked like he couldn't care less as he just rested his head on Hitoshi's shoulder. The elevator ride up was long. So long that Hitoshi took his phone out, sat down, and just started playing some games while he waited. Eventually, he did make it to the very top. He put his phone away and stepped out of the elevator and into All Might's massive office. The office took up the whole floor where pictures of ... himself hung off of every wall that wasn't a window. His desk was facing the city where it was surrounded by windows, so he got the perfect view of everything down below. It felt like a god looking down on its people in a way. Toshinori was puffed up into his All Might form as he stared out at the city below him, watching and waiting for someone to screw up and cross his path. You're here. All Might laughed without even turning around. I was getting worried you weren't going to show. Apologies, All Might. Hitoshi walked up to the man, but kept a good 30 feet between them. But we're both here now. All Might spun around with both hands on his hips as he laughed. Yes, you are, and I couldn't be happier. So, let's not waste any more time. Oh wow, okay, let me just get changed into my hero costume. No need. All Might stopped Hitoshi right there. We won't be doing anything like that, at least not today. No, today I need a feel of you. A what? I need to see how your fighting skills are. So, today, we'll be doing some hand-to-hand. Not with me, of course, no, you'll be fighting with a teacher I hired. Once we range your fighting as well as your weight and muscle training, then I can start making tweaks. Tweaks? Hitoshi rose an eyebrow, and he was sure if Moss had eyebrows he would have raised one as well. Yes, just simple things about what you need to work on. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure Aizawa and his husbands are training you well. There are just some things I need to see for myself. Nothing bad, and I'll help you every step of the way. Hitoshi looked at Moss. Moss just shrugged. Of course, let me just get changed into some training clothes, he requested and put his suitcase down. No need. There it was again. No offense, All Might, but I really don't want to train in this. Hitoshi was wearing a pair of jeans, restricting, and a rather tight-fit top, also restricting. Oh, I get that, but you don't have to wear your clothes. Here at Might Tower, we have our own dojo on floor 50, and with that dojo, we have kikogi that you can wear for training. Don't worry, they're all washed daily. All Might laughed. Oh, okay then. I'll just leave this ... here, Hitoshi asked before he put his bag on the floor. Sure, I'll have a secretary bring them to where you'll be sleeping. Talk about whiplash. Still, Hitoshi cautiously put his stuff down before turning towards Moss and then at All Might. Okay, I'll see you on floor 50 then. Of course. God, this was just so awkward. What a weird man, Hitoshi thought, and he felt Moss nod. I have to agree, but at least he's doing something right. He's testing your skill in battle, and it's a good way to gauge your skill and see what you may need help with. So, a good enough start. I just can't believe he has his own dojo. What am I saying? I believe it. Hitoshi laughed and walked to the elevator. This week is going to be interesting, that's for sure. He smiled as the doors slid closed. Just a small bonus today. Oboro narrowed his eyes. 1 2 3 4 He looked at the cats that were all lying in the living room. 5. They had 5 cats. This was known. Why did something feel off? 1 2 3 4 5. We have 5 cats. He felt like he was losing his mind as he counted the 5 cats. His eyes narrowed as something felt off. Something wasn't right, but what? Pumpkin. He pointed at the orange cat. Jelly. Then to the white and gray cat. Tiny Tim. To his beloved Munchkin. Brat. The lanky Cornish Rex. And Moss. Wait, the black cat lying next to Brat. almost on top of her, did not look like Hitoshi's green and fluffy cat. Who the F are you? He pointed at the black cat that just lazily and happily blinked back at Oboro Shouta. Shouta had to give credit where it was due. He really thought Hisashi was going to be the first one to notice the newest addition to their growing army of cats. Izuku knew Toshinori had something planned up those long gangly sleeves of his. He just didn't know what. This was all too suspicious for Izuku's liking. So, while Hitoshi was busy eating the dojo floor 7 different ways to Sunday, Izuku took off to go exploring. He always wanted to go to Might Towers, but as mentioned he was always intercepted, but this was more than just him trying to fanboy. His days of fanboying over All Might were over. Now it was business. Izuku eyed the elevator button. Both buttons were up and down respectfully and he needed the up button. Izuku got down low, wiggled his haunch before wiggling his shoulders, then he leapt. He used his paw to press the button and sure enough it lit up. Izuku then patiently waited for the doors to open. It took a while, but the elevator would inevitably stop off on the floor he was on. The doors cracked open and Izuku stepped on. He was the only person on the elevator and he saw his first problem. All Might's office was on the top floor and Izuku was almost entirely sure no matter how high he jumped he couldn't reach the button. Izuku felt his ears go back as he stared at the button that was all the way to the top. Okay, he thought with a sigh. Then he backed all the way up to the farthest corner of the elevator and ran forward. He felt his legs pump with 3 mighty strides before he jumped. He used this momentum to actually run up the wall in one big stride. Up he went, and when he felt himself slip, Izuku managed to twist midair and press the top button with his hind leg. Yes, he cheered and flipped right back on his feet once on the floor. Phew. Izuku scratched his ear with his hind paw just as the doors shut. He shook his pelt vigorously before the elevator started to move up. Izuku got comfortable in the corner of the elevator knowing that the ride was going to be a while. He stretched himself out as the elevator climbed higher and higher up to the very top of the floor. It felt like forever until he finally heard that soft ding above his head and finally the door opened to All Might's office. He heard a scramble for a moment. 1 second All Might, or rather Toshinori, had fled to his own private bathroom. Clearly he had been in his skinny form and was rushing to puff back up into All Might once again. Izuku let him do this and just walked up to the man's desk. He jumped up on the desk and saw that Toshinori was in the middle of eating. It looked like something bland and mushy. Izuku dipped his paw in it. It was liquidy and he flicked his paw, causing some of the stuff to splatter away from him. He sniffed the remaining food on his paw before licking it. Applesauce, he realized. Very bland applesauce. Forgive me, All Might. The caricature of a man came bouncing into the room and out of the bathroom. I was simply. He paused and looked around in alarm. Then his eyes landed on Izuku. Why am I not surprised? Poof. Toshinori deflated and coughed horribly into the crook of his elbow. Fat droplets of blood splattered against the floor, and when he pulled away he had a dribble of crimson running down the corner of his mouth. He took in a big breath before he was able to look at Izuku fully. How'd you get up here? Is Hitoshi with you? Toshinori inquired. Izuku's ears went back as he mean-mugged Toshinori for a moment before he looked away. Right, that logic tracks. You hate me, that's why you came into my office. Alone. God, you are a strange cat, you know that? He then sat back at his desk. He scooted his chair in and grabbed his spoon to continue eating his mush. Izuku pushed the applesauce to the side before he could dip his spoon into it. It made Toshinori jump a little. The man narrowed his blue eyes and then snorted at Izuku. If you came here to get a rise out of me, little kitty, it's not going to work. Toshinori huffed and then reached into the desk drawer to pull out nori that he had stashed away. The dry seaweed crinkled as he pulled out a sheet to smugly snack on. Izuku walked up to him and he just continued to eat. So, Izuku snatched the dried snack out of the man's hand and just walked away with over half of the seaweed sheet, leaving Toshinori with a smidge. The despondent sigh spoke a million words. Izuku walked up to the edge of the desk and ate his little snack. Why are you here? Toshinori asked again. Surely you didn't just come here to steal my food. Izuku licked his lips once he polished off the seaweed and just turned to look at Toshinori. You know I can't actually answer that, right? Izuku mewed out and started to groom himself. Right, for a moment I forgot you were a cat. Toshinori whispered and went back to munching on his crunchy seaweed. Izuku snorted at him and almost wished for Hitoshi to help translate his wants. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Izuku was judging Toshinori hard at Toshinori using his own ringtone for his phone. Just, who does that? Toshinori looked at the caller ID and sighed. Excuse me. He put his nori down on the table. I have to take this. Don't eat my seaweed. Then he vanished off into another room in his office. Don't tell me what to do, Izuku told the retreating man, and he purposely knocked the package of nori down on the floor, causing the stuff to scatter and break all over the carpeted floor. He should have invested in hardwood, Izuku thought as he jumped on the stuff to really get it into the carpet. Once his tirade was over against the poor seaweed crackers, he flicked his ear at the sound of Toshinori talking. I'm already looking into someone. A small silence. Yes, I know, another small silence as Toshinori patiently let the other person speak. I'm sure he's great. Look, let me do this. Don't you dare bring him here. He'll be turned away at the door. I'm warning you, this is my choice and my choice alone. Good go, goodbye. Izuku gave a tiny jump at the volume of Toshinori's voice. He never heard him actually raise his voice outside of the USJ that was. Izuku tilted his head. God. He heard Toshinori sigh heavily. Fixed gold man. Pot to kettle, you're black. Izuku shook his head. He then looked over at Toshinori's desk. The laptop that was sitting near the end of his desk was open and Izuku narrowed his eyes. He padded closer to the laptop before he jumped on the chair to get a closer look at whatever Toshinori was looking at. Izuku's ears went back and he felt his eyes grow wide at the picture he was looking at. The laptop was open to a news article. Man found hanging from the second highest building in Musutafu. Included in the news article was a photo of the man. His face was blurred but his body was not. Izuku recognized the body. Without a doubt in his mind, the man hanging was Hitoshi's uncle, Jaunouchi. Izuku recognized the clothing and even though it was blurred, the dark blue hair was unmistakable. You noticed that? Toshinori came out of the room and walked right back up to the desk. I'm sure you already figured out who the person hanging from the building is. Izuku, in a moment of a reluctant truce, nodded at Toshinori before looking back at the laptop screen. A good friend of mine is looking into it. They say he didn't suffer from the hanging. However, it's believed he was beaten to death, so he did, in fact, suffer. Toshinori explained and he exited the article before Izuku could read any more. I think it would be best if you didn't inform Hitoshi about this. This is the last thing he needs to know about during internships. Toshinori then made a shooing motion with his hands to get Izuku out of his seat. It worked and Izuku jumped down without a fuss. Toshinori sighed and scooted his chair in, clearly unaware of the mess by his feet. You know, they should be finishing up by now. Toshinori looked at the time. At least with training. His quirkless assessment will be tested next by the instructor per my own request. Toshinori muttered and then looked at Izuku. So, you must be bored, aren't you? Is that why you're here? Izuku's ear flicked at Toshinori. No, I want to know what you're hiding. Izuku's eyes then narrowed and this didn't go unnoticed. Toshinori chuckled at him softly. Well, I got just the thing for your boredom. I'm not bored, you scarecrow. Izuku rolled his eyes. I just happen to know you're hiding something because you are an open book. Toshinori got up, despite just sitting down, and walked off towards a closet. You see, I had a feeling you would be up here sooner rather than later. He opened the closet door. While I allowed you to be with Hitoshi, I can't have you distracting him while he's training, so I went and got you something. What? Izuku just watched as the man pulled the object out of the closet and turned to walk towards Izuku. Izuku felt excitement betray him as he shuffled his paws. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Izuku got down and felt his whole body wiggle in excitement at the object in Toshinori's arms. It is. Wow, ever thought I'd see your pupils ever dilate? Toshinori gave a smile and placed the object down. He hardly managed to walk away before Izuku lunged. It was a cat exercise wheel. Like a hamster wheel, but for cats. It was one of the larger ones, not the compact one, plenty of space for him to expand himself out to the fullest. Once on, he started at a walk before he said screw it and broke out into a full run. He was at top speed in seconds and the wheel was perfect. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Izuku felt amazing as he ran as fast as he possibly could. He wasn't allowed to run this fast inside the house. He could run outside, but was limited to the yard. This is what I need at home, he thought as he charged forward. He loved this thing. That'll keep you entertained for a while, he heard Toshinori say, and Izuku just couldn't be bothered to care. Izuku ran and ran and ran. He finally came to a stop when his stamina became low. He came to a, not so graceful, stop and stumbled off of the wheel. Izuku's legs wobbled and he collapsed to his side while panting with mouth open and tongue out. Well, that made you happy, didn't it? Toshinori placed a small bowl of water beside Izuku. Next time, pace yourself. Don't tell me what to do. Izuku wheezed and it came out as his weakest mew. He let his head fall and sucked in several deep breaths. It would be a small while before Izuku got enough energy back to lift his head and lap at the water beside him. Soft emlem could be heard as he mowed while drinking the water. Izuku relaxed. Do you like what I did? His ears perked. What? He whispered and looked around in surprise at the voice. Do you like what I did? To Jaunouchi. The world seemed to crumble from around Izuku as All Might's office dissipated completely and he was back in the void, in front of the wall he made to keep him out. Do you like what I did? The voice was clearly coming from the other side of the wall. I think it was fitting. Hung like the dog he was. He was an abuser and deserved everything he got. Izuku's fur rose high and his back arched before he took several steps back. his tail curled over his hind legs. So do you like what I did? The Namo repeated for the third time like a kid expecting praise. No, I wanted to save people, not kill people. You're a monster. Izuku yelled at Namo on the other side. You're not wrong. I am a monster and I'm proud of it. I wanted to save people but that was in the past. Thump. Izuku jumped in the air in surprise when the brick wall gained a new crack right in the center. The wall was already cracked but now it looked like a tap would cause the brick to crumble. Izuku took several steps back now as his fur continued to stay raised and his ears fell flat against his skull. He looked at the wall in surprise as he took in several deep breaths. Then he gained his nerve back and steeled himself. You're no better than the rest of them. You beat that man to death. It's what he deserves. It's what all of them deserve. If you want to roll over on your back and continue to let abusers get away with their misdeeds, that's fine, but I won't. That time in my life passed. Now it's time for me to get even and treat those how they deserve to be treated, to show them it's not fun being on the receiving end. And I think it's about time I visit a certain childhood friend of mine. Leave him alone. And here I thought you stopped defending him. How pathetic. Wait. Izuku woke with a start and he jumped to his paws before he tried to take off. Whoa there. His harness was grabbed by Toshinori. It was just a dream. No, I have to stop the other me from killing another person. Izuku let out a yowl and Toshinori picked him up off the ground. How rude. However, Toshinori did not hold on to Izuku. No, he kept him off of the ground to stop him from running. Calm down, Toshinori demanded in a stern, but not unkind, tone. Clearly something must have happened, right? Izuku didn't want to play 20 questions with Toshinori, but seeing how the man literally had him suspended in the air, he had no choice but to comply. He nodded and Toshinori seemed okay with this. All right, call Hitoshi up here so he can translate. If it makes you panic, then it must be important. Izuku almost complied. He stopped before he linked with Hitoshi and looked at Toshinori. How? Do you know that I can talk with Hitoshi? Izuku's tone with his meow or his face gave his question away and Toshinori put Izuku down on the floor. Yoichi told me everything. I know you and the Namo are connected as are you and Hitoshi. It's the main reason I requested Hitoshi as an intern. I also know that you are Izuku Midoriya. And that's why you hate me. Toshinori got down on his knees so he was at least at less of a threatening height. Now, as much as I want to talk to you more, I have a feeling we're on a time crunch, so please, call Hitoshi up. Shouta knew exactly how he wanted his internship with Bakugo to go. It was a little uncouth for pros to immediately take the interns on patrols. Usually patrols were reserved for the end of an internship after their interns have been trained to the ins and outs of hero works. However, Shouta's internship with Bakugo was going to be a wake-up call. While Bakugo has gotten better about his attitude, it's clear that he just needs a little nudge for it to finally hit home. The two of them ran through the alleyways expertly. Bakugo clearly found it hard to catch up with the elder hero, naturally, but he was keeping a decent pace, which impressed Shouta. Because it was Shouta Aizawa, the patrol was for nighttime. The sun had already set and Musutafu's seedy underbelly was crawling about like bugs. The shift wouldn't end until the sun rose at 7 in the morning. He hoped Bakugo got plenty of rest. Help me. Let go, somebody help. The cry for help caused Shouta to run immediately towards the voice. He had to race down the alley until he found where the voice was coming from. There, against a building, a man was pinning a woman. He had her hands up her shirt and Shouta reacted with lightning-quick reflexes. He whipped his scarf around the assailant's neck and yanked the man towards him. By the time the assailant realized just what was happening, it was already too late. Shouta's boot landed squarely on the bastard's face and the man went flying. Shouta didn't even break a sweat as he landed expertly on his feet. How about you try that with me? He demanded of the lowlife. The man groaned in pain and he staggered to his feet. A hero. The assailant grunted and he pulled out a knife. Figures. It's always a little pocket knife. I'll cut you into pieces. Bakugo came from the other side of the alleyway and kicked the man right in the neck with his heavy boot. I don't think so. He raised his arm up at the man and popped a loud and bright explosion to stun the man. It worked and down the man went onto his ass, frozen in a stunned state. Ha, too easy. Bakugo grinned and looked back at his teacher, expecting to be praised. No praise was to be had. While your stealth was impressive, you still took too long going all the way around to the other end of the alley. The man had a weapon and he could have used that against his victim. In a moment's notice, you need to be fast. Take too long and you may be dealing with a body instead of a victim. You also failed to put the victim into consideration of your stun attack. Shouta explained bluntly after he cuffed the bastard. He then walked up to the woman who was huddled in a ball next to the alley wall. She had her hands over her ears and was shaking violently. Asia, he whispered to the woman and tried to ease her out of her scared ball without touching her. It's okay, we're heroes, he told the woman in a gentle tone, and slowly she uncurled herself from. The police are on their way. Go good, she whimpered. He just grabbed me. You're safe now, Shouta reassured her, and when she reached out for him he took her hand in his and cautiously helped her to her feet. She was still trembling and refused to let go of his hand. not until the police would come. Once statements were made and the guy was hauled off, it was back to work. The two of them went. Bakugo hummed as they went back to running through the alleyways of Musutafu together. Something on your mind? Shouta inquired. No, well, maybe. I don't understand what you meant back there. When you told me I didn't put that woman into consideration. Of course I did. Otherwise I wouldn't have saved her. Shouta slowed his running down. He didn't stop, just slowed so he and Bakugo were at matching speedings and communication was easier. But you didn't. He spoke loud and clear, making Bakugo hang on every word. You used a loud and bright attack. Yes, it stunned the assailant, but it also terrified the woman. A woman who had just been assaulted and was still in harm's way. Your quirk is a good quirk to have. It's useful and powerful, yes, but it's also loud and flashy. You need to think about the situation you're in and determine whether or not you should use such a quirk. During a big battle against a villain? Yes, in a dark alleyway where a woman is already scared out of her wits and versus a man with a pocket knife. No. Bakugo's eyes went down as he thought about what was just said to him. I guess I never really thought about that. Shouta sped back up to give him time to think. They continued to jump from different alleyways and all around the city when something caught Shouta's eye. Jumper, he realized as he saw the outline of a person on a 5-story apartment complex roof less than a block away. Jumper, he called to Bakugo. Jump. Shouta didn't let him finish as he was already going as fast as he could towards the person. He wrapped his scarf around a light pole to hoist himself up and soon he was on a different rooftop of the jumper. He then charged as fast as he could towards the apartment complex. He heard explosions and saw Bakugo fly up using his explosions to propel himself forward at an impressive speed. Still, it was Shouta that landed on the roof before Bakugo could. Don't do it, he panted to the person. A girl no older than 15, maybe 16. The shoes on her feet told Shouta enough about her. Those god-ugly shoes. Her hair, an Inkai black, was in a long ponytail down her mid-back. She had the base of the ponytail in one hand and a pair of scissors in another. Her clothes, a school uniform Aldera's high school uniform, was rumpled, dirtied, and even torn in places. She had bruises and burns all along her body. Her eyes, gray, were full of angry tears. Stay away from me, she demanded. You can't stop me, and she took a step towards the ledge. It's better this way. No, it's not. Shouta had both hands out in front of him so no weapon could be seen, and he even lifted his goggles up on the top of his head. You don't have to do this. There are programs. To hell with your programs. She screamed at him and tears just flowed out of her desperate and scared eyes. I'm so effing tired. I'm tired of fighting for my life day in and day out. I'm tired of being something I'm not. I'll never be anything. Not in this world. So she took another step back towards the ledge and she smiled. The smile was forced as tears continued to pour out of her eyes. I'll be happier in a new world. And she cut her ponytail with a resounding snip of the scissors just before she threw her arms out. That's bullshit, Bakugo called out to her from the other roof not too far from their own. And you know it. There's no reason for you to give up. Yeah, people suck ass. The best thing for you to do is to survive. Not feed into their bullcrap. Survive and be happy. The girl visibly winced at his words. Why? Why should I give them satisfaction? Why do I have to be the one who fights harder than the rest to prove a point? She all but screamed at him in her anger. It's not fair. Her words echoed around them and almost seemed to quiet the city. Shouta grabbed his scarf and got ready to yank her back from the ledge. Please. Bakugo's voice changed and Shouta realized that Bakugo was looking directly at him. I can do this, he insisted quietly. Shouta looked at him and then at her. He never took his hands off of his weapon, but he nodded, allowing Bakugo his first attempt at talking someone down from a ledge. Still, he had his weapon in his hands in case Bakugo failed. Look, Bakugo started in a firm voice. It sucks. I know it sucks. I know it's not fair. But there are people out there who genuinely love you and will be sad if you die. Nobody will miss me. Nobody. She sobbed weakly. You think that, but I know that's not true. Someone out there will be sad and mourn your death. Be it a friend or family. Someone out there loves you. Do you have any pets? What? Pets? Do you have any? I have a fish. Suki, she whispered. A little goldfish with a black right fin. Suki will miss you, Bakugo told her in an almost matter-of-fact tone. Not only that, but who will feed Suki when you're dead? Not your parents. They'll be too busy grieving you. The girl's lips wobbled. She sucked in a deep breath and steeled herself. It's not going to work. Stop playing your stupid mind games on me and just let me die in peace. Isn't there something you always wanted to do? Bakugo asked her before she could make a move. Your life isn't fulfilled, and you can't give up. You just can't. Why do you care? You don't know me. Because I lost someone to suicide. I have to live with that guilt every day of my life. He barked at her. The guilt of knowing that he's never coming back. That he's gone forever. And you know what else? I live with his mother who cries herself to sleep every night over the loss of her child. I don't want anybody to go through the pain I'm going through. It's not worth it. It's not. Are you prepared for the pain and heartbreak you're about to cause someone? The sleepless nights, or even them thinking suicide is the only answer because they miss you that much. If not, then please step back from the ledge and let us take you home. There was silence, and the girl just broke out into a series of hiccuping sobs. She collapsed to her knees and covered her face with her hands, one hand still holding onto the scissors. Bakugo's shoulders untensed and Shouter rushed to the girl. He grabbed her scissors and just chucked them away. "It's okay," he whispered. "We're going to get you help." He reassured her and she just shook her head. "I want to go home," she whined to him. "No hospitals. Please, no hospitals." Her shoulders shook with her sobs. "Okay," Shouter promised her. "No hospitals. Come on." He helped her up to her feet. She staggered for a moment but did correct herself while still sobbing softly. "Why don't you?" Shouter started to ask, "Why don't you show us where you live?" But he never got that far. There was this unholy screech, and in a flash Bakugo was picked up off of the rooftop he was once on. A creature had Bakugo in its claws and was flying away at a high speed. "Bakugo," Shouter yelled. "Focus on the girl." Bakugo roared back to him. "Leave this monster to me." And even from how far Bakugo was, Shouter could see the smile creep up on the boy's face before he set off an explosion. This is what Bakugo was waiting on. This is what he needed, something to take his anger out on, and the thing was the perfect target. When this thing grabbed him, Bakugo wasted no time using his quirk to his advantage. The explosion was big enough and loud enough to make the creature release him. Once released, Bakugo flipped once through the air before he corrected himself and used his explosions to fly forwards towards the stunned beast. "Let's go," he screamed out, almost in delight as he popped several fiery explosions against the winged beast. "I needed some for a relief today, and you're just what the doctor ordered." He then raised just his right hand at the beast that was more than stunned. It was burnt and injured in various parts of its body. He then released the pin on his grenade gauntlet. The explosion was massive, and several buildings had to have felt the shockwave. He knew cars did by the sound of various car alarms now going off. Down the creature went, and Bakugo landed safely beside it. "Heh." He rubbed at his nose with his thumb triumphantly. "Who else wants some of me?" He called out to the darkness of the night, not really expecting an answer. But he got one. A loud high-pitched trill that reminded him of a bird. It sounded like it was behind him. So, Bakugo turned and immediately took several alarming steps back. His body actually started to shake. There was this creature that emerged from the darkness. This creature was massive as it towered over Bakugo's stature. It was a dark midnight color all over its body, naked save for a pair of giant beige shorts. It had cuts all over its upper arms and torso, but the thing that really stuck out about it had a beak and an exposed brain. The brain took up most of its head with its eyes, beady and almost lifeless, empty soulless eyes staring into Bakugo's soul. And it wasn't alone. Sitting on its shoulder was the Not Deku. Not Deku. No, Bakugo needed a better name. Nice was a better name for this thing. A fake, as he wasn't the real Deku. Nice had his legs crossed as was staring down at Bakugo as he sat on this monster's shoulders. "It's been some time, Kaken. You didn't think I forgot about you, did you?" Nice asked with a sickly grin across his features. "Oh, Tsubasa, what a shame." The grin never left his mouth as he stared down at the charred remains of the winged creature still smoldering. Basa," Bakugo whispered, and slowly, oh so slowly, he turned towards the creatures, towards the wings this creature had. "You remember Tsubasa, don't you, Kaken? How he would pick me up just to see how high he could drop me to the ground before it caused serious damage. Wasn't that your idea? Tsubasa went missing when we were in middle school. Well, he's dead now." "Good going." Nice shrugged in a lackadaisical manner. Bakugo turned towards Nice and the thing that was holding him. "Your lies aren't going to get to me," he snarled. Nice kept that stupid smile. He then patted the creature's face before just reaching out and grasping the bottom of his beak like he was showing off a dog. "Isn't my new friend cute? His name is Namu and he's strong. I believe you said that you're the strongest there is. Want to test that?" Mises' green eyes lit up with a sadistic joy as he grinned. "Namu here would love to test out his quirks on you, Kaken." Bakugo raised his left gauntlet up. "Fine." And without another word he pulled the pin out. The blast was just as loud, if not louder, than the last. The shockwave did more than just shake the cars as he witnessed several buildings lose their windows from such a blast. "Heh, let's see you live through." Bakugo's grin dissipated as Namu was completely and utterly unscathed. In fact, the beast was holding Nice in its massive arms and had its body protect Nice. Any wounds were quickly repaired on the spot. "That was a nice try, Kaken." Nice was placed on the ground. He looked so small, tiny, and frail compared to the behemoth next to him. "A real nice try, but it's going to take more than that. Get rid of me." Nice paused for a second before turning away from Bakugo with a startled gasp. "Namu." The beast was just in time. With speed that should be impossible, Namu grabbed onto Nice and pulled him in close once again, and it was none too soon as a large knife lodged itself into Namu's shoulder. How vile of you. A man emerged from the darkness. He had wispy black hair put up in a ponytail to keep out of his face. He wore a white mask around his eyes and he was armed to the teeth with knives. His mouth was twisted in a frown. From what Bakugo could see, no nose was to be had, but what he didn't have in a nose he had in a tongue. We should at least make this match fair. Nyes narrowed his eyes at this man. This doesn't concern you, but it does. This man grabbed a sword off of his back and pointed it at Nyes. Not only will I not allow you to kill a child, but I know exactly who and what you are and who you run around with. And just who are you? Nyes demanded, his mouth forming a snarl that just looked unnatural on Izuku. You may just refer to me as Stain. Stain doesn't sound very heroic. I am no hero, nor am I a villain. Though, I wasn't aware that was something someone could do. Nyes smiled that damned smile as he pulled away from his Namu. Bakugo tensed and got ready to fight. I should warn you, Stain, if it's a battle you wish for. He stood in front of the alley and Bakugo shuddered when two yellow eyes made themselves known and orange mist spilled out into the street. I don't exactly do fair. Tamura Shigaraki stepped out of an orange portal only to be followed by Kurogiri. The two of them stood beside Nyes and Namu. Despite the hand covering most of Tamura's face, Bakugo could see him grinning before he charged straight for Bakugo. Let's have some fun. True to his word, Nyes did not play fair. While that vigilante Stain, he said his name was, went after Namu. Bakugo wanted to help the man. There's no way one person can take on a behemoth of that size, but he found himself in a 3-on-1. Bakugo jumped to the side to avoid Shigaraki's hand coming straight for his face. Get out of my face. He could only roar back at the crusty man before shooting him back with an explosion. The man fell back onto the pavement from the blow. Bakugo hardly had enough time to dodge a knife coming for his face. Nyes was cackling. His face split into a horrifying grin as the knife nicked just under Bakugo's right eye. Bakugo gritted his teeth and pulled his arm back before he punched Nyes right in the face. Nyes fell onto his back with a startled cry of alarm. Did you think I wasn't going to attack you back? Bakugo didn't get to finish his sentence when suddenly the floor below him was taken out from under him. He didn't even get to scream when the violently orange portal squeezed around his midsection so tightly that it cut off Bakugo's oxygen almost immediately. Now, that wasn't very nice, Nyes whispered as he rose back to his feet. He touched his nose. Where Bakugo knew he hit him, his nose looked fine. Not a spot of blood to be seen. It wasn't even crooked. Kurogiri, keep him still for me. Get. Bakugo's chest refused to expand and his breath was stolen out of his lungs as the portal guy gave him a squeeze. Nyes walked up and pressed the tip of his knife against Bakugo's jugular. Bakugo felt himself sweat as the lack of oxygen was actually causing his veins to pop out more prominently. All it would take was one well-placed cut and he was dead. There was a sudden shriek from the monster that took Nyes' attention off of Bakugo. Namu was on the ground and screaming. A knife lodged into its eyeball. Blood was spurting from the wound like a fountain. Stain was nowhere to be seen. At first, in a flash, a knife flew through the air and launched itself right into Nyes' shoulder blade. Nyes let out a grunt and leaned down on himself out of instinct. Bakugo could see the knife poking out of the shoulder, but it was only for just a second before it was yanked out. Then Nyes fell down like a ragdoll. What did you do? Nyes cried from his spot on the floor. Stain stood over Nyes, the bloody knife up to his mouth as he licked the blood. Nyes gave a little smirk as he looked at Stain. You're a person with a blood quirk as well. The quirk that you have is not yours. Stain growled and Nyes smirked. You know a lot. Have you been spying on us? Stain placed both of his feet on either side of Nyes' hips and turned the blade downward towards Nyes' exposed pulsating brain. More than that. Don't worry, your suffering will end soon enough. Yes, please, Bakugo thought as he watched with limited breath. You really think it's going to be that easy? Did you forget? There are 4 of us. Nyes was grinning from his spot on the floor and Stain turned just in time to avoid getting stabbed with his own knife. Shigaraki cackled. He then reached up with his free hand to smack Stain with all 5 fingers in order to decay his face. But Stain was quicker and managed to dodge out of the way just in the nick of time. The two of them swiftly started a fight with Stain dodging any and all of Shigaraki's attacks, but with Shigaraki getting more and more intense as the fight continued on. He cackled and was swinging almost blindly. Bakugo squirmed against the portal guy and felt for the pin on his other gauntlet. The portal guy was too focused on Shigaraki to notice Bakugo. Then he managed to grab the pin with his hand and knew what he needed to do. Let ... go. Bakugo all but screamed and set off the massive explosion inside of the portal. Bakugo was thrown as the portal guy screamed. Landing on his feet, like a cat, Bakugo grunted and slid across the ground. He then charged at Kurogiri. Die! He roared and set off several explosions towards the villain. Is that the best you have? Kurogiri grunted and a portal was opened protecting the man from Bakugo's attack. You want more? I can give you more, Bakugo gasped when he felt something sink into his back right between his shoulders. Nyes was cackling from behind Bakugo before he yanked the knife right out. Bakugo grunted before he dropped to his knees in pain. It was the worst pain he ever felt, and he tried to stifle his scream of pain, but it came out an elongated grunt. Hey Stain. Nezu turned towards the vigilante and held the knife up to his lips. Let me show you what I can do. Then, Nezu, like Stain, put the flat side of the knife down against his tongue and dragged it down. Bakugo's blood stained his tongue before he shut his mouth and swallowed the coppery-tasting blood down. Then, he started to morph in shape, his whole body twisting and conforming until he was suddenly a perfect replica of Bakugo. Bakugo felt fear when he was looking back at his own malicious face, his own sinister red eyes. He went to stand. He was suddenly grabbed from around the middle by Kurogiri again. I like your costume design, Kaken. The bastard's voice even sounded like him. I like all the exposed skin, Kurogiri. Hold him. I think it's time for some payback. Before he knew it, he felt pain explode against his right shoulder as one of his own explosions popped off. Bakugo let out a yelp of pain and shock. It hurt. It hurt like hell. You bastard! His yell was cut off when he felt Nezu put his entire palm on his left shoulder. Don't you? The heat came fast and hard. From 0 to 100 as he felt the heat melt away at his flesh, slowly causing his flesh to blister and pop. He could smell his own flesh start to cook, and Bakugo could feel Nezu's demonic grin. He tried to keep his mouth shut, to not give Nezu the satisfaction, but pain became too much and he let out a scream as he tried to thrash and get away, but Kurogiri was doing a damn good job at keeping him still. How does it feel, Kaken? I have to admit, from where I'm standing, it feels pretty great to not be on the receiving end of this. Not like before where you and your friends would hold me down and do the same to me. Nezu let out a scream of joy only to be followed by another series of cackles. Bakugo didn't have a comeback. He couldn't even use his hands to defend himself as Kurogiri had secured him in such a way that his hands and legs were in the portal while his upper body was defenseless and exposed. Hold him down. It was a chant from wild middle schoolers as a group of them, some faceless nobodies to Bakugo, dog-piled on Midoriya. Midoriya screamed and tried to get away, to kick his way out, to scramble to the safety of the school building. But they had caught him first. Kaken, please, don't do this, Midoriya had cried, tears in those big green eyes as he struggled against the bullies who had his arms and legs pinned so he couldn't escape. Please, Bakugo grinned as he felt his hand warm up. Don't worry, it'll be quick. I'm sure you won't even feel a thing. Bakugo gritted his teeth when Nezu finally removed his hand. The spot was throbbing and was hot even once the hand was removed. Now, there's still 2 little scars that I'd like ... Let's see. How about right here? Nezu's hand grasped the very back of Bakugo's neck. No, he whispered. The pain would be excruciating there. It could even make him pass out, which would be a death sentence. I can't hear you, Kaken. Nezu's voice turned sickly sweet as he added a bit more pressure on the back of Bakugo's neck. Are you asking me to stop? Bakugo's pride told him to tell Nezu to go screw himself, but he instead bit his lip and decided to try and appease this creature. Please, I'm sorry. Oh, that was not a nice oh. It was an oh full of anger and contempt. You're sorry. You're sorry. The big bad Katsuki Bakugo is sorry. How pathetic. He felt heat build on the back of his neck and flinched, getting ready for the pain. There was a yowl followed by a yelp. He watched as Nezu crashed to the ground with a familiar green cat clawing at his face. It lasted for 2 seconds, maybe 3, before Moss took off running before Nezu could get his hands on the cat. Bakugo, a capture weapon wrapped around Kurogiri's body. And the man was tossed to the side by Hitoshi. Hitoshi dropped down from a light pole and went to kick at Kurogiri's body. Well, this caused the man to release Bakugo to make a portal to block Hitoshi's attack. Hitoshi was quick to actually flip back so he and Bakugo were side by side. That burn looks nasty. Forget it. Bakugo snarled and squatted down. We got company. Hitoshi turned to where Bakugo was looking and paled at the Namu that was now starting to rise. Where did Stain and Shigaraki go? Bakugo thought with narrowed eyes as he noticed that those two had vanished off in the distance. So, it was just them versus the 2 villains and a monstrous Namu. Nezu suddenly took off running after Moss, who was gunning it for an alleyway. Nezu didn't even look back towards them. With expert hands he used his explosions to lift off the ground and fly after the retreating Moss. So, it was a 2-on-2 as both Kurogiri and Namu stared them down. Hitoshi's hands shook a little, but he was quick to squat down next to Bakugo. That Namu has an exposed brain. Hitoshi whispered to Bakugo. I bet you could fry it. Have you seen the size of that thing? Bakugo whispered back. I need an opening. While both boys looked at Kurogiri as the man was now staring at them with his cold, lifeless eyes. I'd rather not harm children. It would be in your best interest to back down. Especially you. Kurogiri motioned towards Hitoshi. Hitoshi grunted and grabbed onto his scarf a little tighter. I'm more than aware of ... that thing's feelings towards me. Or who he thinks me to be. Nice. Bakugo grunted. I call him Nezu because he's not Izuku. Hitoshi grunted. It fits him. I like that name for him. Regardless, Nezu is not my friend. Why would he think he is? Bakugo asked, and Hitoshi just looked at him before shaking his head. I'm aware he has Deku's memories, but Deku never once met you. I would know if he had. There was a look on Hitoshi's face. It looked like he was looking down on Bakugo. Ignoring all of that, Hitoshi focused back around towards Kurogiri. Eyes means nothing to me. What a shame. Kurogiri's voice was strangely sad as he said this. You mean the world to him. Kurogiri's bright eyes dulled as Hitoshi put him under with his own quirk. Right, I forgot you can do that. Bakugo grumbled. Both boys turned to look at the Namu that was just standing there. He hasn't moved. We should attack it now. Then he pulled out a knife from his person that made Bakugo give him a look. Why did he have a knife? They weren't allowed to have such weapons on them. Not until they were in their 3rd year. Hitoshi spoke too soon. The beast suddenly sprung into action and wrapped its massive arms around Hitoshi before pulling the teen into him. This caused Hitoshi to drop his previously mentioned weapon. Hey. Hitoshi let out a scream of alarm as he tried to pitifully kick his legs against Namu, but it was like watching a toothless dog bite someone. It did nothing. When Namu turned, then did Nai's strike. Nai sliced Hitoshi's cheek wide open with the blade. Nai's was back in his normal body, and like the USJ he was butt naked. But he wouldn't be for long. Forgive me, it was rude running off like that. That damn cat got away from me and my time limit ran out. Nai smiled as he looked at the blood that rested off of the tip of his knife. I just saw the perfect moment and I couldn't waste it. Now. Let's see if I like this body. Nai brought the knife to his lips and licked the blood off of it. Like before, his body twisted and morphed until he was a perfect replica of Hitoshi Shinzu. You know, Hitoshi, if you truly hate your quirk, I know a guy who can take it off your hands. Give you something a little more fitting of your talents. A nice floating quirk will do you good. Not this. Nai walked up to Hitoshi. What do you say? Hitoshi threw his head back and spat right into Nai's face. I would rather die. He responded. What a shame. But I will never hurt you. You don't know me. Do I need to repeat what I do know? You only know those things because of Moss. I have never met you. Bakugo sucked in a breath. What? Nai rose his nose up ever so slightly before sighing. While that cat and I are connected, it doesn't change my feelings towards you. Well, it should. Bakugo had more questions than answers, and he realized he was getting nowhere by just standing here like an idiot. Bakugo sparked his palms and then rushed at Nai. Die. I already have. Nai shouted back at him with a cackle, and Bakugo suddenly felt a capture weapon wrap around his wrist. And it's all because of you and All Might. Bakugo blinked. What? While it was true that Bakugo was there during the USJ, he wasn't all there. Nai had freaked him out so badly that he blocked out most, if not all, of what was being said between Nai and All Might. He just stopped listening. What did you just say? He asked again. Did you say All Might? I did. He told me to be realistic, and I did the most realistic thing I could think of. Nai growled as they were now inches from each other. And I have you to thank for that idea, don't I? Bakugo swallowed hard as he stared into Nai's intense eyes. Master Izuku, it's Tamura. He's been caught by the heroes. Nai gnashed his teeth together in rage and irritation. Go to him, Kurogiri. Namu and I can handle everything here. Nai instructed, and in the blink of an eye Kurogiri was gone. Bakugo popped an explosion off given the opportunity. And he burnt through the capture scarf with ease before he rushed and kicked Nai directly into the stomach, causing the boy to go flying back. Oof, was the noise Nai made as he rolled onto the ground. He corrected himself with ease. I expected better from you, Kaken. Then a voice from the heavens seemed to roar above all. What about me? All Might jumped down from a building and landed down with a force so hard that he cracked the pavement. He situated himself firmly between Bakugo and Nai. You, I expected nothing, and yet somehow I'm still disappointed. Nai growled and raised his knife up. I'm sorry you feel that way. Now you're sorry. Nai's eyes were cold as he just stared at All Might. Too little too late. Namu, the Namu, seemingly understanding Nai, dropped Hitoshi like he was nothing more than a sack of potatoes before rushing at All Might with a screech. All Might cocked his arm back. Smash! He roared, and the shockwave was massive, nearly causing Bakugo to go flying back. But not the creature. The Namu was still standing. Both Hitoshi and Bakugo looked at the thing in surprise. Nai walked up to the Namu. Namu grabbed Nai and hoisted the boy on his shoulder. Nai took his seat and grinned. Do you like my pretty pet? All Might. It was made to be the anti-you. Nai's grin was sinister as he still shared Hitoshi's face and body. He then reached up and grasped Namu by its beak. He crossed one leg over the other and showed Namu off. He has shock absorption, so he can take anything you throw at him. You see, I had a feeling you'd be here today. A little kitty probably ran to you, so we felt it better to bring Namu out to say hi. He whispered the last part with a grin across his face. I see. All Might rolled his shoulders before he looked like he was preparing to lunge. The Namu let out a trilling noise and got down ready to fight, with Nai still sitting pretty on its shoulder. Nai's eyes narrowed as he looked at Bakugo. If I walk away from here with just one of you two on a slab, I will consider just that a win. Nai's voice was as cold as his stare as he looked from Bakugo and then All Might. You call yourself Izuku Midoriya. Hitoshi inquired, and it was like everything was still as Nais slowly turned his head to look at his friend. Yes, Nais responded plainly like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I am Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya wouldn't say the things you say. Yes, he's angry, but he would never wish death on Bakugo or All Might, says the one who just said he's never met me before. You can't say you've never met and then act like you know me. Hitoshi gritted his teeth. Fine, I do know you. I know the real you. I know you like pork katsudon. I know when you were alive you loved to analyze any quirk you came into contact with because you were just so fascinated by them. I know that maybe, just maybe, if we would have met before you killed yourself we might have made good friends. But I also know that deep down the real you is bitter at his death, but he would never wish for anyone to die for his own doing. Yes, they pushed you over the edge, but you still chose to jump off of that rooftop that day. And you know that, don't you, boss? There was a green blur and suddenly Nais was, once again, thrown to the floor by an enraged Moss. Moss was yowling as he used everything he had to scratch at Nais's face. Focus on the Namu, All Might, Hitoshi instructed before he grabbed his own capture weapon and shot it out to capture Nais. The weapon tightly ensnared around Nais and kept him on the floor tied with his hands bound by his side. Moss gave a hiss and stayed puffed up as he stared at Nais. Low growls that could almost be mistaken for speech left his mouth. He stood high on his toes while his tail curled in front of his hind legs. Bakugo looked at Moss with those eyes that always freaked him out. He listened to what Hitoshi had to say twice about the situation, and his mind went back to that day in the cemetery at class a few days ago where the cat had changed his hero name to TNT, something he and Deku discussed when they were still friends. The day where that cat looked dead at him, and then at Izuku's previously vandalized grave when Bakugo had demanded to know just who this freaky cat was, and it all just clicked. Still, Bakugo kept his findings to himself for now. There was a noise followed by a gust of wind that caused Bakugo to go down on instinct to protect his head. When he shyly looked over to the Namu and All Might, he saw the two of them now going head to head, with All Might throwing punch after punch to try and knock the beast down. Nais growled from his spot on the floor. I am Izuku Midoriya. He argued against Hitoshi. I'm not buying it, Hitoshi said firmly, and Bakugo stepped up to Nais and Hitoshi. He then raised his hand up and shot an explosion in the faker's face. This caused Nais to turn away from reflex. Shut your trap, Bakugo roared. Then he brought his boot up and kicked Nais in the face. I am so effing tired of hearing your voice. That hurt, Nais hissed between clenched teeth as he looked at Bakugo with hatred and a desire to see Bakugo Katsuki burn. The whole area seemed to shake as All Might and the giant beast continued to go at it in the back with punches strong enough to throw all of them off of their feet if they weren't braced for it. Then shut your mouth, Bakugo didn't get to finish. A knife flew past him and Hitoshi and landed directly against Nais's shoulder. All Might, it's been a while. Stain was back and he jumped down from a nearby rooftop. I apologize for the delay. That blue-haired one gave me a chase. Stain. All Might dodged a punch being thrown his way from the Namu and was swift to retaliate with his own punch, which did nothing as the shock absorption this creature had did a damn good job. What are you doing here? I've been watching for a certain someone to make moves again. And it seems Stain took out a katana that's been cut and jacked to ensure more blood flow would happen. No clean cuts. He pointed the katana directly at Nais. He has, but don't worry. That thing won't live past tonight. Nais blinked slowly. I see. Clearly I underestimated a lot of factors. He breathed before his face turned vicious. I won't fall to the likes of you. Kurogiri. Hitoshi and Bakugo had to jump back when an orange portal nearly swallowed them both down with Nais. Keep an eye on that cat of yours, Hitoshi. This will be the last time I willingly let him escape my grasp. Nais yelled before he was gone. The Namu gave a screech before it too was taken away by a portal. Taken to be used again another day it seemed. This just left them standing around in shock. Moss jumped up to Hitoshi's shoulders and looked at Bakugo. Here, that looks nasty. Hitoshi reached into his utility belt and pulled out some medication. It's just some burn cream. He smeared the greasy substance on his hand and warmed it up with his fingers before he approached Bakugo. Bakugo pulled away. I don't need you looking down on me, he growled at Hitoshi. I'm not. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. I'm helping. Bakugo snorted. Whatever. He did flinch when the stuff made contact with the first wound, the handprint on his shoulder. Ouch, Hitoshi commented. It's whatever. I've faced worse. And why do I find that hard to believe? Ask your cat. Hitoshi hummed before pulling out some gauze. You're an interesting person, Bakugo Katsuki. Is that an insult? Not at all. Arm up. Hitoshi gently tapped Bakugo's left arm and Bakugo responded by lifting his arm up to allow Hitoshi to loosely wrap the wound in the gauze. There, he taped the gauze off. It's just a placehold so I would get it looked at as I'm not a medical professional. Hitoshi put the gauze and burn cream away before he leaned down and picked up that knife that he had earlier. Hey, you know you're not supposed to have that, right? Bakugo asked him as Hitoshi put the knife into his boot. Hitoshi put a finger to his lips and smiled. Where'd you even get that? Oh god, don't tell me it's Aizawa's. I'm not that dumb. I got it at the USJ. Some guy attacked me with it and, well, finders keepers. Hitoshi shrugged. Bakugo, speaking of Aizawa. The man came flying down from a building top with the grace and elegance of a cat. I'm sorry, are you hurt? He asked as he quickly gave Bakugo a once-over. He was breathing heavily while twisting Bakugo around to look at his injured shoulder. He peeled the gauze back and visibly grimaced. I'm fine. Yeah, no, we need to get to the hospital with that wound. That's at least a 2nd degree, maybe even a 3rd degree. I apologize you had to endure that. Aizawa turned Bakugo around to face him. I tried to get here as fast as I could, but I saw Shigaraki fighting with someone. I had to jump in. But you caught him, right? Hitoshi asked, and Aizawa gave his head a shake. We did have him in cuffs, but a portal opened from under him and he was out of our grasp. Damn. Aizawa. All Might was quick to jog up to the man. Bakugo looked past All Might in disdain. The man was climbing up to the rooftop, and Bakugo tilted his head as he watched the man look out at the city before vanishing into the night. Vigilantism is illegal, but ... It seems this man has All Might in his pocket. Bakugo mused as he looked over at All Might, who was talking quickly with Aizawa. Aizawa beckoned for his child. What's in your boot? All Might wasn't above telling on his little mentee, it seemed. It was more than enough to make Bakugo smile as Hitoshi shyly ducked his head. Give it. Aizawa held his palm flat and Hitoshi was forced to surrender his weapon. It made Aizawa whistle. That's easily 12 inches. He touched the tip of the blade with his finger, causing it to bleed. We'll discuss this when you return home. The sound of sirens permeated the air, making them all turn as flashing lights came closer. I think that's our cue to get going. All Might came up and put his hands on Hitoshi's shoulders. You did good, young Shinsu. Thank you. Hitoshi didn't seem too bitter about the loss of this knife that he never even got to use. Young Bakugo. Is what Nai said true? Bakugo had to know. He just had to. Nai's, the fake Izuku. Is what he said true? Are you also the cause for Izuku's suicide? Did you tell him to? To be realistic. Bakugo's voice dropped low as he looked away from his own personal hero. All Might looked at him before sighing. That's not something we should discuss now. Get some rest, the man said, and then turned to lead Hitoshi away. Moss looked back at Bakugo, and Bakugo stared at the cat, at those green eyes, before he saw Moss nod before lying lazily across Hitoshi's shoulders. Bakugo Katsuki had a lot to think about after tonight. Not bad for the first day of internships, huh? Shouta asked as he sat in the back of the ambulance with Bakugo. Certainly not what I expected. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.